team, because a lot of the guys, so Jacob, HVAR, and Hypex, these guys came into the roster very inexperienced. Sort of Hypex came from Nine Academy, I believe. You know, like Jacob have like one stint on a team beforehand, similar with HVAR. The only player who really had any experience beforehand was like a demo, as well as obviously Prism, who played on that sort of previous Honorous lineup, if you remember that, with sort of Taz and Neo. So I mean, honestly, for Prism, you don't really get better Polish teachers than Taz and Neo, the sort of two Polish goats, really. And I think it's really allowed Prism to sort of develop his game as this sort of leader of this team. There's a lot of players that came into this roster pretty unknown and very quickly hit the ground running and sort of shot up those rankings kind of out of nowhere. And it does kind of feel like to me that this BetClick Apogee team are kind of like the sort of last bastions of hope right now for Polish Counter-Strike. These are the guys that are trying to push forward. They've got a lot of younger talent in this team, and results are actually coming their way. Like, there's a lot of other sort of nations that have been in Counter-Strike and used to be some dominant forces. Now, teams aren't quite working from that region, but this definitely feels like this Polish team here. There is a lot to this. There's a lot of excitement that can be had. It's just, it feels like the most obvious thing to say every time you watch Apogee is, I just want to see you play more.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, it's been, since Bucharest, it seems like they maybe have kind of gone back to the drawing board, maybe realized, look, let's take a bit of a breather. We've been churning out these online events as much as possible. Let's make sure that we don't kind of have that burnout. And look, when we talk about burnout, I feel like a team that I do want to bring up, obviously they're a team that are going to be featuring today in one of the matches, is Zero Tenacity. So we can bring up the bracket. Obviously, they're playing against Fnatic, but Zero Tenacity, they were known as a team that were churning out as many online events as anyone. I think they had 80 maps on Anubis in 3 months, which is absolutely ridiculous. Nearly a map of Anubis every single day. And obviously playing multiple series. And I feel like it works for them initially. They really shot up the rankings. They were getting close to top 30, but we see where they're at now. We see kind of the consistency they're having, and it's not what we're used to. It's not what we're expecting from a team like Zero Tenacity. So I quite like the fact that BetClick have gone, you know what? We've just had, one of the biggest events we might even play in our career. We've played against these incredible opponents. Let's just take a breather. Let's actually just have some time to kind of rethink of maybe how we can improve on that result. So I quite like it for such a young team to have that level of kind of maturity. It's always nice to see, because I feel like burnout is always such a tough thing to see with these young players, because you expect them to be kind of making their way to the top of CS within the next 3-4 years. And it sometimes can be quite sad when you see a player who might have to retire because of just mental and physical burnout. Obviously though, Charlie, I'm going to push you for a prediction. We withheld our predictions last night when it came to these round of 16 games, kind of on the basis that we were going to be giving our 2 cents here. Thoughts and feelings? Who's going to take it?
I mean, it feels like on paper, I feel like I have to say Apogee, but yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of CYBERSHOKE, but you did sort of hit the nail on the head in terms of it kind of depends when you see CYBERSHOKE, what version of them do you get to see? Because they are a team that do feel like they can be just playing off of momentum, off of sort of their own confidence. And I remember the last game I did watch from CYBERSHOKE, a team that I have been praising quite a lot in the past. It was poor. It was a pretty poor game. I don't exactly remember what one it was, but I remember it was just no one was stepping up. I mean, Gloam was very absent, and it felt like there was just no one on the roster that wanted to take that mantle and be like, I'm going to be that player who can dictate this game. Because I think we haven't really highlighted for CYBERSHOKE is this team, it does feel like they've had a dip in form individually, at least. I've always found it a little concerning when Glowin's topping the charts for them. I mean, not saying Glowin isn't a good player, because he certainly is. I mean, you even saw it when he was on 9 Pandas for a long time. Always could post some very consistent numbers there. Unsurprising that he's been brought into CYBERSHOKE to try to nurture some of this younger talent. And he's still individually right up there at the top, but there's a couple of names that were right alongside him that just dipped off in form a little bit. And hopefully, before we go into the player break, this will be a good event to prove them. But like I said, I mean, a big fan of Apogee. I think I'll give them the slight victory. I do still think CYBERSHOKE can certainly take a map, and I wouldn't be surprised if they can push them even further. So I'm going to say probably about a 2-1 victory for Apogee.
It's interesting. See, I'm unsure as the victor currently, but I'm confident it's going to be a 2-0. And that's on the basis that I feel like if Apogee are kind of on form, they show dominance on map 1, I think maybe kind of the mentality and the aspect that Anubis isn't as dominant or one side as the stats say, I feel like Apogee take it. And then absolute flip. CYBERSHOKE, if they win their opponent's map pick, they're going to be coming into Anubis with so much confidence. They're going to be swinging everything, hitting every shot. So I'm thinking 2-0. So you can go for the team. I'll go for the stat of how many maps, and we'll see that we're both wrong because CYBERSHOKE win 2-1.
I mean, it does need to be said, actually. CYBERSHOKE actually have a really good Ancient.
Yeah.
I think in terms of recent form, some of the teams they beaten not too long ago, best in NIP on this one, pretty dominantly. Took them big 13-3 just a couple of weeks ago on this map as well. Yeah, there was a really good form on this map. So, yeah although we've seen Apogee actually be able to take down some really heavy hitters here on Ancient. Look, CYBERSHOKE, they've got a good map as well. They've taken down the absolute top of tier 2, top of sort of tier 1.5 as well. So, yeah, even map number 1 could instantly bring that sort of high octane CS that we even wanted to see before even moving on to map number 2, before even potentially getting to that third and final map. So, yeah, certainly a lot of action between these two teams, and I think this is a perfect way to kick off day 2 of the playoffs here.
Yeah, definitely. My favorite thing about this Veto that we didn't really get to see, so we can bring up the Veto again for people only just tuning in. But the really exciting thing is both these teams instabans Inferno, and we didn't really touch upon it because we're kind of more interested about what was going to happen with the match. Both teams instabans straight from the get-go. Neither team's willing to ban it. They want to be the team that win the Veto. I would have loved to see CYBERSHOKE just go, yeah, you know what? Let's have it as the third. Let's have it as the side. A bit of chaos here. And I feel like, do you think BetClick have got an advantage because they didn't have to ban it? Obviously, they got rid of Train. That's a map that they've looked pretty weak on, and CYBERSHOKE have played quite a lot. Do you think that helps them massively, or do you think it's kind of more a, I guess, not kind of a massive impacting factor?
I mean, honestly, look, you see a lot of teams when there are sort of both rosters have the same insta ban. It is kind of a bit of a sort of hot potato scenario in terms of when are you going to be the one to ban it? It feels like it's going to be banned, but who's going to do it? I do remember we ended up seeing a team pick Inferno when both teams insta-bans, was it? I believe it was
Monty. Yeah, it was Monty.
I don't remember if they ended up winning that game.
Oh, they smashed them. They absolutely smashed them.
But it's I do like the idea of that. The issue is, it does feel like if you are the underdogs, you can look at it in two ways. Sure, we can pick it as a final map, and if we get there, we do have a chance. But like, if they're not quite there individually, and you don't at least have that to back up, where you might not necessarily have to stretch, you might not have the sort of contingencies, you might not have the protocols. That's where you could fall a bit short. But I would love if sort of CYBERSHOKE did a little bit of work on Inferno, maybe looking to bring it into their map selection and then picked it. But yeah, I mean, look, that's the risk. Apogee are more than happy just to leave Inferno in there and kind of try to strong arm CYBERSHOKE, sort of saying, yeah, you're the weaker team. You've got to play your own game here. We're going to make you waste an extra ban. We're not banning our Inferno. Yeah, it's always an interesting one when both teams do share that insta ban, but I wouldn't have minded seeing it. I think it would have been a huge, huge risk, and I think it always will be when both teams one of them is going to pick their insta-ban. I do think that's always a very dangerous game. Don't get me wrong, at least some extremely entertaining CS. And I think if we did see Inferno as that decider, I think we both know our fingers are going to be crossed to hopefully get to that third and final map.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I feel like when you have the kind of the cojones to just go, yeah, you know what, let's give it a go. Honestly, if it happened, I'd be rooting for CYBERSHOKE so massively on the basis that they've got that kind of, I guess, risk aversion and just no care, thinking, well, we're the underdogs. Maybe they might have that slight feeling, but yeah, I think for both these teams, it's something to prove, it's something to show. For BetClick, it's to kind of seem, well, look, yeah, we have been a little bit out of things. We haven't been playing too many events at the moment. We've been kind of going back to the drawing board, but we want to prove that there's some fruit behind the fact that we were the invited team. There's definitely a reason behind that. And for CYBERSHOKE, I think it's more kind of just that seal of approval of, yes, okay, maybe we haven't had the best of times. Our consistency has been a little bit of a problem, especially within the last couple months, but they're back here to play. They're back to show that they are kind of, looking to make waves, looking to kind of maneuver into, I guess, the position that BetClick are in, where they are getting invites to these bigger events, where they are kind of making positive performances against the top tier teams. Obviously, Charlie, we do have a little bit more time, so we can bring up the bracket, maybe have a little bit of a chat about some of the games that have already happened, about kind of our expectations, and maybe some bold predictions. We could potentially have a little bit of a chat on maybe where we think this whole event's going. When we do that, we can bring up the bracket, have a little bit of a chat. So I'm going to go rogue shout for you. I'm going to bring up the bracket for me. And look, who's taking the whole event? There you go. That's the question to be asked.
Oh, that's such a difficult one. Even looking at the quarterfinals that haven't been played, and I don't even think there's a guaranteed winner in any of those, really. I think I'm going to say NIP. I'm liking NIP. I like where they're at. I think they're a very, very good roster. I think that they're knocking on the door of tier 1. It feels like they finally got this sort of NIP issues and sort of stigma of being this pretty the nature of it, but I think I'm going to go for NIP. But Fred, I think we're going to have to save your prediction for the whole event, as we are jumping into CYBERSHOKE versus BetClick Apogee as of now, and a quick 1-for-1 trade towards the B lanes that goes on to favour the polls.
Yeah, H4 secures a second, spots out Blixie, and this Blixie's got to be really cautious. Prism can take him down, but the swing from Glowing defending Blixie, and now man advantage going the way of CYBERSHOKE, but the bomb to be planted. Glowing, first responder here towards Cave. Hypex going to be flashing him in. Great flash there. Venom is a flank. And it's all going to be about timing, but Venom can take him down, and it's Demo in the clutch. 1 versus 3 now for Demo. Tapping away with the smoke and the kit, a near impossibility. And CYBERSHOKE victorious here. Nice pistol for the CTs. And a strong start there. I don't know whether you saw Demo's player camera. It's an upside down monitor. I'm thinking he's taped to the ceiling and he's playing. That's how I'm looking at it.
I mean, maybe that explains why he could win that one there. But huge response there from CYBERSHOKE to be able to win that pistol. Were disadvantaged, but 4 things backed, kept things interesting, and went on to win that one reasonably dominantly. We are having that second round forced by, of course. Haven't even spoken much about the open battle between Hypex and Venom. I think it's going to be an exciting one. Both Warpers do go for the occasional opening kill. It feels like Fenomen's a little bit more aggressive than Hypex is, but I think this could lead to some really good battles on the server between these two. But fast out towards AR BetClick. Undefended really for now, as Fenomen just retreated to keep himself alive rather than giving up a man advantage as well as the bomb site.
Nice find from Fenomen. Can't secure the second, but a lot of damage to Demo. And now it's all about dealing to Glowing. He's been chipped away at. And actually, ready for a response in Donut here are Apogee. Blixie can get the trade. It's going to be this play through CT. Glowing's got all this information. We'll find one here. Trade comes through, but Glowing does well to go 1-for-1. Now Lovicus trying to speedily make his way towards Shelf, get into Cave. Blixie has been chipped away at, but so has Demo and HFAR. Lovicus sat silent now. Slowly slinking his way down ramp. HFAR will get this early information. Lovicus is holding right now, but HFAR... Ooh, whether HFAR will know that they're both there. Well, steps are heard. Demo low HP. We'll find the first. Now needs to deal to Lovicus, but Lovicus not a point of damage taken, but Demo will find him. A ridiculous shot there from Demo, and he gives Apogee there first.
Yeah, and it's a very chaotic round. You got the full control of the A bomb site, and yet it still ends up being this B finish for the T side team. And it's great awareness that, okay, Glowing's low. Let's see if we can consult him. And as soon as the Donut player, the player holding Donut finds the contact, finds the first, gets info the 4 or 2 there, they look to swarm towards Glowing. Like you said, I'm really impressed that Glowing's even able to find one. He's 1 bullet from death. Not the greatest clear from the T side, but they get the trade. And Demo with the 1 versus 2 clutch to instantly level up the scoreboard and bring us onto a 4th by wall nice and early on Ancient.
Yeah, and we always know what this does to the finances. It forces CYBERSHOKE into an investment. There'll be an eco in the next if they lose. And this is where, when you've got pistols in play, no save rifle, it really takes some of the venom out of this second round reinvestment. HVAR clearing here towards Donuts. Oh, wow. Great shot onto Lovicus. Instant elimination. And now this is where the final 4 for CYBERSHOKE, surely just the save. A-bomb site completely taken, but BetClick, they're doing with it all the bells and whistles, not messing about with the utility. Molly towards Temple, smoke towards CT. They've taken Donut. They've got all the control, and now the digits punched in. So for CYBERSHOKE, it's going to be just about saving. BetClick won't look to hunt. There's no real need to. There's no real benefit for it.
No, there's no nice response. Give a sort of better weapon to the CYBERSHOKE side. So they are just going to respect this save. And obviously in the next round, well, I say a better weapon. We are having demos Mac 10. Actually want to have a bit of a look in.
I don't mind this.
Yeah, maybe
it's
not
just
from
slowly clearing.
Much. We'll be able to find Blix. Even just the one kill makes obviously the next round a little bit easier. Flashbang does come through. Glowing looks at the 5-7, but Demo is happy to call it quits there. So another kill found. Obviously the save came through because CYBERSHOKE, they fully invested that one. Can't get a buyout, can't really bring any other weapons out, so you may as well just try to see if you can win the force buy again, basically. Only thing I would have liked to see is sort of Phenomenon investing a little less, so he could have bought out the AWP in the last round, but he did fully buy down. So now sort of his chances of the AWP are going to rely on how many kills can he find.
G grenades in middle, the 5-7s can connect. That's Glowing getting on the score sheet early doors, down to 3 HP here, but control of middle goes the way of BetClick.
It costs one of their lives, though, so I'm going to have to play this one disadvantage. Of course, Glowing is low. They are still against pistols, and when two of them are fully ecoed USPs, unarmored, still a super good chance here for the T side, but Glowing again. Wow, what a second kill. 3 HP. Gets another AK, drops it over to his teammate.
This is the bomb. Glowing again.
More? He's one bullet from death, Fred.
It's ridiculous. It should never happen. And now Demo. Let's see if he can be the demolition man with this Mac 10. We'll find here. Down to this 2 versus 3. Already, regardless of how this round goes, even if Apogee find it, what a round from CYBERSHOKE, what a round from Glowing. It'd be devastating for it not to come through because this was a 2 versus what? 2 versus 5? 4 versus 2, something like that. It should never really be happening. But Glowing, ridiculous.
And questioning, are all of the T sides sort of
steps
jammed or something? I mean, Glowing will go down here. It breaks open this A-bomb site. Rotations can come through. None of these AKs are under the control of the CT so far. So might look to just see if they can retrieve one and save. Bring an AK into the next one because we've got an M4 right now.
They should know the Demo.
A bit more of a look in.
Yeah, they should know that Demo and Hypex have been chipped away at. This is confirmed damage. Honestly, for the CTs, you could look to save the weapon or you could give this round a go. Imagine winning this kind of 3 save 5-7s and a couple USBs rounds. Blixie's got to tap the bomb, though. He's got to give a reason to peek. There it is. Will come through, holding towards Brokey currently. They've jiggled the bomb, spotted him off of it. Demo confined, and now it's got to be an evacuation mission. Lovicus. Well, Lovicus is going to go down to the bomb, so no rifle saved into the next. It's still the 3-1 scoreline. It's still the extended lead here, but Glowing, how has he found 3 kills here?
I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Madness from him, but he's being brought down to 3 HP after the initial fight and still can find 2 more. So quick with that 5-7.
There's a Galil on Hypex.
Yeah, sadly that was the only weapon he had in the last round, so just forced to keep it. So he got enough money in the bank to be able to bring out an AWP if he does want in the next, but Molotov here towards cover B, Lovicus is going to be forced to drop that smoke grenade, but the flashbangs come out in middle, and Jacob still finds the first kill, and now the swings from the B lanes at the same time. Prism doubles up, and mid not only have Apogee taking it once again, but they've taken it with a 2-man advantage. Made that 1 man as Prism does go down.
Excellent stuff here from BetClick. Once again, they look to end towards the A-bomb site. Demo. Be sending the flash here. I like the idea of this push through the smoke from Glowing. He's just sat in it, though. Nice find. Demo denying. Do you now see what I mean with the upside down player count?
Yeah, I don't mind it, you know. It's look, it gives us something a bit different to look at.
Well, look, I think a lot of people were saying that sometimes the player cams are a little bit ahead of the stream because of I don't think they can do delay on it because it's coming directly from the players. Honestly, I don't know how you'd be able to tell what's happening from Demo's POV. All I can see, I can see the scoreboard. That's about it.
I can't exactly read that from upside down, but
do you think he's playing upside down?
I mean, I'd be super impressed. It's almost as bad as someone playing left-handed. Not quite as bad, but it is almost as bad. And it's coming from two left-handed people. Yeah, we would never do that.
We play right-handed. That's how
the way
computers
God created it to be played.
Exactly.
But what a start here from BetClick. We had that bit of a force by war attempt after CYBERSHOKE won that pistol round. But since then, although there's been a couple of closer rounds, BetClick, they still come out on top. The calling's been very good, especially that mid fight in there. Look, we see those 2 kills in middle. There is a kill brought back from CYBERSHOKE towards Prism in mid, but in the meantime, A-Side's been under the control of the T's, and I'm honestly surprised CYBERSHOKE even gave that a bit of a look in. Glowing kind of just gave away his life, went down before the save was being called. Look, I understand it's only a one-man disadvantage, and you think, let's give it a bit of a go. I do think the save probably should have been called from them, because there's still a decent bit of util on BetClick to be able to use, drop that out, and just delay that bomb timer as well. But we are going to have a bit of a half-buy around these 2 saved weapons, and we know that rounds like this certainly can spiral if BetClick aren't careful. We saw what Glow's 5-7 could do beforehand, so with a couple of rifles around it, that could be the difference maker that they need.
Yeah, most definitely. Certainly the possibility with this, but obviously they did struggle with the full buy, so what's to say they're going to find it here on this kind of half
Look at HFAR already. Lurk smoke drops. He's been sent up ramp. He's just waiting for someone to give him a chance here. But then
a lot of contact in middle.
Rotating in. HFAR does get caught out by that.
The bomb's on its own here. Venom can find it. This is such a silly round from Apogee. They've got contact in middle. But rotation from Demo looks good. Hypex now holding for Lovicus. We'll find him. And with Phenomen falling, it leaves all to Notineki. 1 versus 3 gone 1v2. Both these players are actually a bullet from death. Bomb's not been retrieved yet. We can see a swing come through. This could be an easy round, but the nade of Jacob will confirm it. How many of these half buys are going to come close? How many rounds are we going to be saying that CYBERSHOKE probably could and should have won?
I think this is going to be the even more disappointing thing for CYBERSHOKE is, yeah, there have been a lot of these close rounds, and yet BetClick still are financially fine. We're going to see an investment in this round for the T side, and there's still going to be a decent chunk of change in the reserve to be able to play with. Look, you've got everyone sitting on a decent amount of money. Only Prism's a little worse for wear in that regard, but a lot of money for Apogee as they do lead 5-1. Mid finally taking here from the CTs, uses a lot of utility and a lot of manpower to take it.
There's a reason we say that Apogee look pretty favored here, just on the basis that their Ancient looks so good. And the most scary thing here for CYBERSHOKE is the CT side is their preferred side, in fact. We'll see for Apogee, they prefer the T side, so it's kind of this first half, the one of excitement. The fact it's already 5-1. We've got 6 rounds remaining. I don't think BetClick are going to roll over. I don't think BetClick are going to go kind of winless out of these remaining 6. I like the off angle from Glowing. And the problem is there's going to be a lot of utility. Smoking window here from Jacob. Molly landing in Cubby as well. Hypex to be searching. Hypex now creeping out. All going to be about timing. Boost comes through. Not the greatest of fights there for HFAR, but still finds Notineki. Turning from flashes. Great from Notineki to turn from the util with Jacob. The lurk in middle. Notineki gets 3. And Jacob, all that remains. 26 seconds, and the Molotov should confirm that round.
Yeah, Notineki does it all by himself, basically. No need for anyone else. And Jacob, in a 1 versus 3, all the CTs now residing on this bomb site in CYBERSHOKE. They are going to find their second of the round. There's a nice opening kill initially from Lovicus, I believe it was. And then the A-hole from Notineki, despite Glowing going down. the triple kill. The first two are good enough because Ibex is going to have a tough time pushing out with the AWP, but Zero Tenacity wants to sort of push his light, wants to push that lead even further and takes down the AWP and any chance of that one going back the way of Apogee here. But obviously we said finances are pretty good for the T, so still no issues with a buy. Ibex just the one round with the AWP and he's now gone back to the rifle, fast up towards B, big change of pace, right click, flashbang from glowing to try to allow him to peek. He will find one, and the CTs are looking pretty good here, but not as good as the T's apparently.
I love this from HFAR as well. He's going to be progressing up the left-hand side. Trade comes through from HFAR. I don't actually know why Jacob's looking to push there. HFAR's got a great timing. He doesn't need to fight, but they are still in the advantage. They've still got mollies, nades, flashes. Apogee should win this one just based on utility. Prism's playing a really nice off angle as well.
But look, Venom smoked off. This is his first round with the AWP. He's going to want to play with it. There's a good chance it is just going to be the save with Lovkus, maybe looking for an exit or two. We'll find the first kill.
No second, though. Great trade from HFAR. Yeah, look, HFAR with a triple in that round. Really important. Fenneman can save the AWP. Obviously going to be huge for him. HFAR will go down to the bump.
Yeah, just about, but does get taken down. Still money in an okay spot for the T side, but looked like a really good round here from the CTs initially. We see Glow find the first kill. I thought the flashbang was good enough to allow the player to peek out from cave and find that frag, but apparently not, just slightly off in timing. And does get punished for it, but it's 6-2, and Beckley are doing a really good job at not allowing CYBERSHOKE to string rounds together. So even with a save like that from Fenneman, there is still going to be a buy coming out, but it is kind of scraps around it. It's Lovkus with an M4, got Pistol and Blixie and Glowing, in fact. And they've changed their mind because the loss bonus is still pretty good. It looked like they were going to fully invest. It is just going to be the partial buy now.
Honestly, I feel a little bit bad for CYBERSHOKE because you think of how many rounds have come close, how many clutches have gone the way of Apogee. You know, you think of that round where Glowing gets the triple with the 5-7, probably a round that CYBERSHOKE can take. I feel like right now, CYBERSHOKE, they're going to be a little bit disappointed with how this game's gone, but I don't think it's been luck-based. I don't think it's been just kind of fortune. I think in these clutches, in these rounds where Apogee needs someone to step up, they do have kind of really important moments. But I think now CYBERSHOKE, the fact they've won the pistol and won full buy, oh, I love it from Beckley again. They're just going to go for the exact same approach, the fast B play. Demo denies. Obviously, they know it's the saved AWP, so their game plan is, look, there's an AWP that we need to deal with. Instead of playing it slow, allowing the AWP to get into the round, let's just rush our way onto B. Brilliant.
And instantly, Fenneman's AWP again, without much impact in this round. Forced behind a smoke, forced out of the action, playing on the wrong side of the map. And
did he find a bullet with this AWP? Yeah.
Honestly, unless there's a pot shot through a smoke, I doubt actually being able to shoot it at an enemy, or at least a visible one, because the corner's been spot on. And this is the thing, it feels like Prism's done a really good job helping this team pick up the slack, as well as the calling of this roster has been really stable. And you do probably put a lot of that down to the experience of that Prism did have. Look, being led under sort of the in-game leadership of Taz previously, had Neo working with him as well, now coaching FaZe Clan. It feels like, yeah, of course, and it feels like, yeah, Prism's really taking those lessons to heart, and it feels like finally we're starting to see that next generation of the Polish scene. It's been a little while since they've really sort of been back at the top, and this Beckley team, look, it might be one for the future, it might be one that there's still a little bit of time needed, but even at the rest, they took very good results. But they almost made it there onto the playoffs. They took down some very heavy-hitting teams, and that felt like a very good first step for them. 3 rounds remaining, though, of this first half. Still, CYBERSHOKE can make this one look like a bit more of a respectable half. You highlighted it is their CT side. They found a lot of success, but it's so well timed. The boost of HFAR.
I love it.
You don't see it that much anymore, do you?
No, I don't know why, though, because I think it's such a good boost. Cave is always such a heavily sought out a bit of control from both the Ts and the CTs. An info jiggle play here from both Glowing and HVAR. Timing on the nade. Slightly soften up Glowing. Aggression in middle, but Jacob holding. This shot from Fenneman. Prism with a great trade, and now they know that Fenneman's on the back here of Donut. They shouldn't be giving him easy fights, though. Wait for Demo. Wait to crunch. HE grenade going to be landing. Fenneman steering clear of it. Great shot from Fenneman, but Demo will deny with his Glock. Glowing slowly going to be flanking his way through red. HVAR, though, could find. He could close this round down. Not the best of sprays from Glowing whatsoever. 8-2, though, now. This is where we're slowly saying things are getting a little bit out of control here for CYBERSHOKE. We know it's not their map selection, but we've said how strong they've looked on it in the past. And with their CT side being their preferred, get a bit scary.
Oh, I know we at least got to see that AWP shot from Fenneman. And I mean, he's looking pretty sharp here individually. You just want him to be in the action a little bit more. And this is honestly the difficulties of AWPing on the CT side of Ancient. It's really difficult to actually find that impact. So Nader, the smoke is how Fenneman finds the kill. We do see Glowing get a trade on the Prism. And in fact, Notineki finding Demo.
15 seconds into a round. Well. There's been 5 kills in like 10 seconds. Make it 6 in 30. It's a 1v3 for Hypex. And he will be found here. Posted up is Fenneman. CYBERSHOKE get themselves their third. I think 4 is a possibility. I think with 4 on the CT side, they can certainly get it done.
Yeah, going to be a bit of a shame for CYBERSHOKE that they've never really been able to reset the economy of BetClick. Even in this round, it's another full buy. Sure, they're at sort of their financial end, but it doesn't matter. They still got to buy out in this final round. They still be able to get weapons in play pretty much all of these gun rounds. But Fenneman having a lot more impact with the AWP in that one. Amongst the action, amongst the thick of it, so he's out towards mid, hoping to have a similar time of things here, but a missed AWP shot from him as he tries to scurry away to Donut. Both of his teammates towards mid have been found.
Jacob's been ridiculous here. When it comes to opening duels with the AK, he's been on hot form. Blixie's looking to take some space now. Glowing could find a bit of a timing. Not the best of sprays from Glowing. We see Blixie down to 1 bullet from Def, and Jacob finds another. Triple in this round from Jacob. Glowing will rotate in. Fenneman is low. Deep flashbang thrown, and Prism can find. Honestly, Apogee are so clinical here. They've looked incredible. And that will be 9 now secured. 9-3. Pistol round, a requirement for CYBERSHOKE. Without it, I think we all know where this one's going. But an impressive half here from Apogee. Jacob on the openers towards middle has been so vital here. There's a reason we highlight him. A performance like this just amplifying that note.
Yeah, everyone's had their moments. The only player who's not really quite been in this game for BetClick, it has been Hypex, but he's only got 5 deaths. He's certainly been alive in a lot of the rounds that they've won, just hasn't really found the impact. And again, a bit of the life of the AWP on Ancient sometimes. A lot of how the utility works, you can't necessarily be amongst most of the action out towards mid, out towards B lane. So you put yourself in a very dangerous situation if you are there. So it ended up just sort of having a bit of a boring game probably from Hypex so far, but on the CD side might be able to have a bit more impact. Prism just jiggling, gets this intel towards K, and a flashbang comes through. I love the call from BetClick, but the flash not quite blinding, so no kills found, but I love the idea at least.
Yeah, nice from HVAR to deal to Notineki. Blixie will confirm the kill onto Hypex. Low is Jacob. HVAR does have a kit though. They can take their time a little bit with this retake. Jacob falling. Demo does have a smoke. So much work done from Fenneman here. And now it's all on Demo. He's got a smoke, he's got a kit. He's got 5 HP to make it work. Great pistol from CYBERSHOKE. They needed it. And obviously found.
Both the pistols so far on this series going their way as well. And look, weren't able to convert the first one as that second round force buy, but if BetClick go for a similar investment, this is one that CYBERSHOKE have to make sure they do get over the line. It will allow this scoreline to be sort of closened up slightly and actually give CYBERSHOKE a bit of an opportunity to show us what they can do on their T side.
Yeah, if they find victory, it'll be 9-6, as it will be an eco from Apogee in round number 15. I like the idea of that pistol from Apogee. But the flash just not blinding. Blixie was kind of playing anti-flash there in preparation. Going silent here are BetClick, not wanting to show kind of that they've got the weaponry in play. All that's been heard here is a lone deagle towards B. HVAR tucked away. This could be a great setup. Into the meat grinder. HVAR and Jacob combine. And this is where Glowing feels like he might need to take a bit of a risk here. Blixie holding for this re-aggression. It shouldn't come through, but it might. It's going to be this triple re-aggress. Great there. They will get the trade. Oh, Hypex confined. And it is surely done in this round. Devastation for CYBERSHOKE. But it's that CT setup in Cave. The left-right MP9s. And they get absolutely mauled. Nothing you can do there. This triple swing comes through. And then Hypex, he finds Fenneman. He gets a kill on a player that he's not even shooting. Devastating.
I mean, just does well enough to justify one there from that deagle. Takes a lot of pressure away from the rest of his teams as they rotate in. Decent bit of damage to the final player as well. But it's the pistol round going the way of CYBERSHOKE, but losing the second round force by out towards middle. But Jacob fast up the B lane to spamming with his M4. Not quite connecting. But I mean, look at what the T's are playing with. Without that bomb plant, without many kills, only found one. Just got deagles and armor. No utility. They've got a Tech 9 on Blixie. I mean, this is a round where it's only won by individuals. There's no strategy it can be in a round with no utility or anything like that.
Problem with no head armor is the MP9s, the Galils, the M4s just going to be instant kills. Well, near enough. Flash comes through, but speaking of instant kills, Lovicus connects with the Deeg. Prism. He's going to jiggle here in Cave. Taken down by Fenneman. Five on three now. He said there's going to be a round of individual. CYBERSHOKE have shown that so far. Utility pretty poor here for Apogee as well. They've got a smoke and molly, 3 flashes. Right now, it's the MP9 of Demo kind of holding off both middle and A.
Yeah, surprised we actually saw that many chances given up from the CT side, but the smoke's well timed. It's going to leave this round very much down to the wire, and you obviously highlighted there is that Molotov as well from Hypex. 18
Mr.
seconds.
Staying silent. Hypex can get one, but that is all that is found. Jacob, only the one kill himself, and it's to Demo. He's just going to have to save. This is where you have to question, Apogee, why are we peeking towards top ramp? Why are we looking for a fight in Cave? It's Deagles, it's Tech 9s. They have no utility. You could sit 5 players in CT spawn and have such a strong chance of winning the round. It's not like there's going to be a smoke down. It's not like these players are going to have the kind of the utility to hold you off. I really don't know what BetClick are doing in this round. They're looking for kills. They're playing far too aggressive. And not only are they doing that, it's not so there's a flashbang coming their way to help them out. It's so unnecessary, and it's given CYBERSHOKE a 5th.
I mean, even just that Molotov being thrown from Hypex, but he's playing a really forward angle where when there's a lot of bodies coming out, there's no escape. It's you find them all or you do get taken down at some point. That's the thing, I wouldn't mind if Hypex just plays slightly deeper, drops out Molly towards ramp or cave, and allows him and his teammate in Jacob to be able to actually focus on one angle together as a unit. Because look, there was 17 seconds when they started to push out towards that bomb site. You throw a Molotov, they've even got to go through, or half of that attack is waiting out. Neither of which are ideal. Lovicus finds the first in middle. The pistol's not able to get the trade. Prism
Great nade.
eats that HE grenade, like you said. Drops on out of his own. A little bit of chip damage of it.
And Molly landing in Cave. Prism wanting nothing to do with that. Dixie making his way towards Cave now. Strong B setup. They will see a rotation here shortly. Blixie finding Prism. This will be the go call now, and Glowing finding HVAR. Hypex falling. That is the rifle taken down, and 1 versus 5 for Demo. So CYBERSHOKE will secure a 6th and a 7th, as it is just the half by the eco, sorry, from Apogee in the next.
Crucial from them though. After losing that second round force fight again,
Look, they had to win it. It would have been 12-4. It would have been game over.
Yeah, it really would have. And now, like you said, the fact that it's potentially going to be a 10-7. I mean, what a turnaround in terms of scoreline. From something that feels near impossible to make a comeback on to something that, yeah, feels reasonably respectable in a game that, for the most part, had been a little bit one-sided from BetClick. And I think you've got to give credit to CYBERSHOKE to be able to bring themselves to a position where, yeah, they can make this one even closer. But it is just going to be these USPs. Perhaps a stack somewhere, perhaps some aggression towards middle, but it is going to be that stack on A by the looks of things, and going to be an A main push.
They do this silently, it can work out quite nicely.
Not 100% convinced themselves yet.
The util's raining down towards both middle and B, and this will be their call to go through. Glowing. Is he going to realise? He's having a slight look behind every few seconds. And now just to join his teammates. So... Venom. He's holding for this full flank. I really like the kind of the game plan here from Venom. Making sure that there aren't 5 CTs slowly making their way closer. Very comfortable. Demo will get 1, but no real issues there. 10-7, 3 rounds in it. Obviously, CYBERSHOKE need 3 to bridge the gap. BetClick need 3 to close the game. But this could have all been averted if BetClick just had a little bit more discipline against those Deagles.
Yeah, it could have already been talking about map number 2 in a bit of a post game here, but CYBERSHOKE, look, they've done what they needed to do. They're still alive on Ancient, and with BetClick just sitting on double digits for now, things definitely are not out of control. Still all the room to be able to work with. Mid's being taken with no resistance from the CT side. Probably don't quite have the utility to fully battle for this portion of the map, so they're going to take the space towards ramp instead, and 1 flashbang of Blixie. Glowing gets the double. By BetClick, as the B side can be taken. There's no need for CYBERSHOKE to rush this.
Ipex here towards close ramp. Oh, he gets the double. He gives it a chance. He gives a bit of threat here, as it is 2 versus 3. Demo just spamming in the hopes and attempts of connecting through the smoke. Notaneki playing close to both smokes. Found here is Notaneki. Demo denying. Lovicus still here in cave. Smoke to land on his position. Smoke on the bomb. Lovicus found. Jacob, great kill there. How has this round had so much potency? How have we seen this retake come through? The double from Hypex gives BetClick the round, gives them that slight chance. Wow. We see the flash come through, this double kill from Glowing. In my opinion, the round is over. Well done. CYBERSHOKE, you've won it. But what a retake. A perfect example of how a retake should be played.
I mean, that's the thing. I thought there was no chance of that one. It felt like everyone was around B for the T side. They could have easily just looked to push their way up, and it felt like easily they get the trade on the Hypex, no issue. Hypex does find 2, but it's still a disadvantaged retake. It's the fact that the first player's caught with their pants down a bit, looking the wrong way.
The problem is they didn't have any control deeper there. CYBERSHOKE didn't send kind of deep utility out. Nice find from Phenomen. A bit of damage to Notaneki, but advantage still the way of CYBERSHOKE. But as I was saying, they didn't have any deep control. That was the real costly factor there for that post-plant position.
Still opening kill found here from CYBERSHOKE. Notaneki has been brought down to 2 points of health, but BetClick find themselves 2 rounds away from taking things on Ancient is, of course, their map selection. We know CYBERSHOKE do have a decent Ancient themselves. He's lining up towards A, and that is where Demo is lying in wait with this AK, playing towards this close angle. He's the first challenger, and even on 2 HP, he can find the frag on the Demo.
Look, Hypex was needed to get that double on the B-bomb site to give them that real chance. He's going to be needed again, but it's a 2 versus 5. Can find Phenomen. Hypex now with his specialist weapon. They're already hunting. Look how fast CYBERSHOKE are here. Lovicus outside elbow. We've already got Blixie making his way through T-spawn. And now he's kind of questioning, well, what if they do give this one a go? But steps heard, Blixie's got that information. Blixie can get the first. Hypex will trade. And now Hypex needs to try and hold on for this.
Glowing's being loud about this. Knows where the final 2 players are. We'll find the first. Can dodge Glowing. Post it up, and Hypex takes everyone down there.
He gets a quad kill. That's a real kind of boom for his confidence. As we said, Hypex had a bit of a kind of slow half. Wasn't really required. But now on the CT side, he's got the big green in hand. And a round like that's going to give him a lot of confidence. 4 kills.
Money's not actually great from CYBERSHOKE. So they have put themselves in a spot where, look, losing 1 round is kind of going to break them financially a decent bit. It shouldn't be this round, though. So if they can look to win this one cleaner, then maybe most of the danger is gone. But, I mean, if Hypex can sort of look for a couple of opening kills here, there's no reason why BetClick can't pull off a miracle round in this one. But it is going to be a tactical pause from the CT side. Maybe just discussing how they want to use this AWP.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's no real need to go for an investment here, and Hypex can get an AWP out in the next. Honestly, I wouldn't mind maybe like a quad donut setup from the pistols, and then you leave Hypex holding towards A main. Kind of bunker down on the bomb site, ensure that you keep the AWP alive. If they head towards A, it can work out really nicely, and it does look as though it's going to be this A play here from CYBERSHOKE. I think my drastic call of quad of 5A would have been perfect in this round.
Yeah, Hypex still around the action here. Misses the first shot though, and he's caught in between a really tricky position. Will connect the second, surely going to get taken down by the mid player. Hypex will find Lovicus before falling, so it's a 3 versus 3. Issue is these 3 weapons are just USB. Jacob's retrieved himself an AWP, but Glowing's nature is good enough to give man advantage back in. Jacob gets found, and it's all on HFAR. So CYBERSHOKE overcome that one. Hypex's AWP does find some impact, but other than that, as soon as the AWP goes down, most of the potency of this round disappears. Scoreline's looking very damn close now.
Yeah, very scary. If you're an Apogee fan currently, it was a 9-3 half. They lost the pistol, then won the force, and I think a lot of people then would be thinking, well, it's game over, right? But no, CYBERSHOKE, they were given a gift on that force buy response when they had deals, a Tech 9, no util, no head armor. Oh, Jacob, nice find here. We'll take down Phenomen, and with Demo dealing and Prism finding 12 surely secured here. Glowing and Notaneki in a 2 versus 5 within the first 15 seconds of the round. It's just 3 heads-up fights that go the way of Apogee. Jacob, great find onto Glowing. Notaneki 1v5. I'm not too sure what the finances are looking like for CYBERSHOKE, but
I mean, that's what we said, isn't it? Look, Hypex finding all those kills with the AWP did put themselves 1 spot from getting broken. He found a couple in the last.
yeah,
I think they will be able to get out a buy, but I think you will probably have some Galils, something similar to that, but not an Eki. What can he do here? Probably not a lot. He's got 1 minute to play with. Maybe could look for a save if he's not going to get a buyout in the next, but even then, you don't want to fear yourself going down after time.
yeah, it's a tough one for Notaneki because I think, with a shot like that, give it a go, mate. And I think that's what he's thought. You know what? He's gone from saving to going for it in a matter of seconds. I always watch moments like that, and it reminds me of how far off we are from the pros.
Well, maybe not that far. Molotov not great there. Shadow has been spotted. The wallbangs do come through. We'll find a second. He is getting flanked one, and Hypex is posted up. So Noteneki is going to go down here. It's just to who. And it is going to be Hypex's AWP. It all is going to come down to this now. CYBERSHOKE, they've done a good job to start off this comeback, to bring themselves close. But now, finally, Veto have found themselves on map point. 3 in a row needed from CYBERSHOKE just to bring us to overtime on their opponent's map pick. There is a chance of it. I'm not sure what this is. So
Glowing has a Glock right now.
He's dropped over something.
He's surely dropped over the AK to
or is there something
right?
on the floor? Maybe.
If it was any other map, I feel like we'd be able to see, but there's just water everywhere.
Yeah, it is very difficult. I mean, the amount of time someone drops something and you just can't seem to find anything exactly where.
I like how now you can pick stuff up through the buy menu. I think maybe they've done that just for Ancient.
Weapons.
Oh, mate, 100%. Good old game of reaction time. Glowing does still just have a Glock.
PT-50 now.
Oh, it's PT-50? Okay.
Yeah, so he sort of got the upgrade slightly. So yeah, must have dropped over that AK2 Noteneki.
He's had a really good game though, Glowing. Actually, I'd give him try and give him a 5-7, try and bring that from the CT side.
It's a good setup towards A though. This is a worrying one to try to break. Hypex posted up with the AWP early and Demo just to play off of his contact.
Yeah, not going to be easy. And the problem is as well, is CYBERSHOKE with limited utility. Blixie now to be peeking. Hypex finds one, and there's the setup. Played to perfection. Hypex can find another. Glowing could fall here as well. And now for Hypex, it's all about delaying. The HE grenade forces him out into the open. Lovicus can find him though. 2 versus 3, but Flashbang's heading over. Jacob in a great position. He gets the first, and H-Far secure in the second. So Apogee, they do find victory here on Ancient. A little later than we expected after they win the force fire on that CT side, but a victory nonetheless. And now they will be heading into map 2 with the advantage, as it is Anubis, the selection of CYBERSHOKE. A great performance from Jacob. Demo had big moments. Hypex as well. I feel like everyone within their own right had a really important game. I guess Prism maybe not the most impact in the kill department, but obviously they've got the victory. That's all he's worried about. Look, I think it was a close game at moments, and I think actually that first half, that 9-3, maybe a little bit more kind of outrageous than it looked, just on the basis that there were so many rounds that clutches were required for Apogee. There were so many rounds where it was a 5 versus 2. Yes, it was pistols, but it's still a 5v2. So actually, I think on another day, CYBERSHOKE really could have taken that. You think of that 3 versus 2 retake where I believe it was Demo and Jacob who just somehow win that 2 versus 3 with very little information, very little time, and kind of deny CYBERSHOKE creeping their way even closer. I feel like there was many instances where BetClick probably could have been, taken down in rounds. Obviously, there was rounds that CYBERSHOKE found. Think of that Deagle round, that third round of the second half, where they probably should have been taken down and probably losing the game off the back of it. But a great performance from Apogee. They will take their map pick, and I'll head to Anubis, which is CYBERSHOKE's. Any kind of closing remarks from you about that Ancient game, Charlie?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there. I think maybe you could look at the first half and say slightly inflated from BetClick Apogee there, ever so slightly at least. There was obviously that glowing pistol round, which ended up being a 5 versus 2 at some point. He finds 3 with that 5-7. The fact that they weren't able to convert sort of either of their pistol wins, I think it's been a bit difficult for them. That could have gave them a nice string around, particularly on that T side or that first half, where they did struggle a little bit. Only found 3 rounds in total there, and yeah, these things could have made the difference makers. That could have maybe just slightly tipped the scale in favor of bringing us to overtime. Like, you have to give credit to BetClick because there's a lot of rounds where they did dig their heels in. They really did dig deep to be able to just about clutch them out. Like you said, the double kill from Glowing, the fact they were able to win that round from a 5 versus 3 deficit. Yeah, there's a lot of moments like that from BetClick, not as many of them from CYBERSHOKE, and I think it was just that sort of clutch potential that Apogee had on display today, and that's what allowed them to take their map selection. But obviously, like we said, that does mean that we're moving on to CYBERSHOKE's map selection now. They've played a ton of Anubis, got a very good win rate on it. Apogee's still question marks around it, haven't seen it for a long time, only really seen like 3 maps of it in the last 3 months. So we've got a lot of questions as to what are they going to show us there on that. is there this chance of this 2-0? I said I think I'm going to give it to Apogee, but I do think it's going to go to a third map. So obviously, for me, that means I think CYBERSHOKE winning this one.
Yeah, look, I think it could.
toe with some of the individuals on the other side of things. So I think as long as they've got a good sort of cool, as long as they've got a good game plan, I think this could be heading to dust too for me.
Yeah, and I think when you look at CYBERSHOKE's recent games on Anubis, they've won 8 of their last 9, and their one loss being an overtime loss. Obviously, though, you look at their last 7 games, their most dominant victory is a 13-10. So it seems like for CYBERSHOKE here on Anubis, it's going to be a close game. It's going to be down to the wire. It is going to come down to the kind of the photo finish, as we sometimes like to say, for Anubis. But whether we'll see that, who knows? We could see CYBERSHOKE absolutely dominate here on map 2. We could see the absolute flip of it. We could see Apogee completely roll. So I think expectations are a little bit kind of questioning, and I think that has been the continuance throughout the majority of these playoff games so far. I feel like there is such a kind of a limited view and a limited expectation that there are going to be any 2-0s, there are going to be any dominant games, because it is the playoffs, it is excitement. And I like the idea of this mid play here from Beclick, very fast, just jumping backwards. I love that kind of movement. HFAR will find Lovicus aggressing towards B, and it is going to be a crunch here towards Temple, but Fenneman could be in an overlooked angle. How has he found 2 there? We will see Prism get a double. Fast flank, though, and that is the bomb. Things get really tough now as the bomb is under the control of CYBERSHOKE. Notaneki and Glowing holding for Demo here in the back lines. And this is where maybe Demo shouldn't have pushed, obviously, through to CT. Shoulder-to-shoulder approach. HFAR spots out 1. He's got information. They're both there. Needs to see some quick headshots. Obviously, we saw an incredible double headshot from the likes of Fenneman. So it can be done with this USP. Nice find from Notaneki. CYBERSHOKE, they will win that pistol.
Really good decision making from Glowing and Notaneki there in that 2 versus 3. Instantly taking down the bomb carrier, like you said, but ultimately not just to sort of stay stagnant and static on that bomb. Instead, look to take a fight somewhere else and take down Demo. But it was really quick flanks from those 2 CTs. As despite Fenneman finding a double, it still became a favorite round for Beclick Apogee just to get quickly flipped on its head.
Exactly.
And no second round force by here. I mean, look, this is likely just due to the fact that we do have Beclick on this T side of the map. They want to be able to show off what they can do on this favor side. They want to have weapons in play. And well, we'll find 2, but does eventually get taken down as that smoke fades, and the pistols can really get out onto him.
Lixie looking to get in the back lines. He's in a great position here. And the MP9, oh, Jacob can find. We'll need to reload here. 2 kills already, not bad at all. So the Deagle as well, realizing the MP9 without armor. Needs to hit this instant headshot if he wants a chance. Seems like Blixie might go searching. Fenneman's now by his side, holding here from window. Great information. Oh, what a shot from Jacob. That is disgusting. Will be found here by Blixie and Fenneman, but what a kill there. I'm always just so surprised when shots like that come through.
Yeah, I mean, that is an immense find there. And 3 kills on your sort of full eco, just a couple of pistols invested, and not even many of them at that. So I'm sure they do get their 2-0, but it's a reasonably damaging 2-0 for them.
Yeah, and it's all if Apogee can capitalize on this. Are we going to see them find round victory? Because without it, then the success of the last, somewhat unnecessary. Great from HFAR there, finding Fenneman. Holding for Glowing as HFAR. Timing goes against him a little bit. Great nade. HFAR, the only damage he's taken in this round is from HEs. Information gathered from Blixie, chipped away to 57 points of health. We'll send the smoke as well, and an HE grenade. He's playing close to this smoke. Oh, timing for HFAR's perfect. Glowing. Devastating there. HFAR's found 2. And he's going to keep some attention here in middle. We've got this double E-box push here from CYBERSHOKE now. The bomb's still outside B main. And Demo now might look and go back. Clearing A main now is Lovicus. The B-bomb site completely open. Not a Neki will be that first responder. And they've cleared out Con as well. Blixie and I want to say Prism have traded places.
Yeah, so deep control actually given up there from Blixie. He ended up joining his teammate towards the E-box instead, and the flashbang is so good. Jacob blinded as well, but he's able to just wait for Demo to take away all that control, wait for the vision to be regained, and he gets a double. And Notaneki's not going to be interested in this one. CYBERSHOKE fall to the first full investment from BetClick and really was kicked off thanks to H-Far's double. And the timing onto Glowing perfect. I think he pushed through the smoke. Probably the only place he could have without getting spotted as well. Low HP finds his second into the round, gives so much control up to the T's. Like you said, just an empty bomb site for the T side to walk into.
It was all because CYBERSHOKE felt that they couldn't really be too static there. If they wanted to try and win the round, they've got to try and, you know, deny an A play if possible. But look, honestly, this is where CYBERSHOKE, the cost of that kind of eco with the one Deagle is being seen. We've got a 5-7 on Glowing, an MP9 on Blixie, Lovicus with the pistol as well, and Fenneman joining Notaneki with the rifle, but it's the FAMAS, not the AK. It's a good opportunity for Apogee to find success. We have seen what these 5-7s can do in previous rounds. Playthrough A is a good call. At least you would think it is, but AAA setup. There is going to be a crunch onto the A-bomb site. Obviously, there are plenty of players here, but HE grenade to soften them up. This is where the players in the middle need to activate. Nice flashbang here. Oh, Molly to force them back. Prism's going to send a flashbang. Great find from Prism. Now Notaneki with a lot of work to do. It is going to be this crunch from camera as well, but the double from Hypex to confirm this round.
Yeah, H4 was holding, but I think just realized, look, there's no need for me to give up a 50-55. I'm just going to drop the smoke. Back off into the bomb site. Prism finds a great early kill and spray transfer from Hypex to get the next two. Will force just CYBERSHOKE back into a save here, and when they're saving a 5-7, an MP9, it's not the most heavy hitting weapons that you'd want to bring into the next round.
Yeah, we could see BetClick take the lead in this next one.
I'm obviously expecting them to have a good first half, though. They're on the T side. They're on the stronger side of this map.
Actually really struggle on the CT side. 30% win rate on that CT side. You know, we're looking at 3 rounds being the norm, which is always really scary.
Yeah, we'll see if that trend continues. Obviously, we don't have as many games to talk about for BetClick that we do for CYBERSHOKE. It's basically the difference between 4 maps and 24, and even their sort of 4th game that we have seen from BetClick, their oldest game now, in a matter of hours, that will be removed from their sort of most recent. So it's going to be interesting in terms of what work have they done in sort of the break that we've seen from them. Blixie here, getting this MP9 sent in, able to find one. Plenty of damage dealt to Jacob as well. I actually love the decision-making from CYBERSHOKE. Look, they don't have a lot to fight with in this round. Try to get the MP9 sent in. See if you can cause some chaos.
Crunch here onto Demo's position, but the problem is it's pistols, they're disjointed. So Demo can isolate the fights, now just holding for Notaneki. A late play through middle here from Apogee. Great decision. Obviously, with a flashbang coming through from B, they realise that there's a good chance there's a couple players still on this B bomb site. A lot of utility here for Apogee, so they're going to drop the smoke here towards Temple and just creep their way into camera. And a round victory will be seen. There is an AK outside B main, I believe. Or was it thrown out of the map?
Oh, there we go. It is in the hands of Fenneman now. It took a little while to find it, seemingly. That is BetClick finding the lead here. since losing the pistol, they've gone 3 in a row. We are going to see guns back in play for CYBERSHOKE. I do want to see the AWP on Phenomen. I don't know if they quite have the money for it. So probably is just going to need to be the AK in the hands for him, but he had a really good game on Anubis, actually, considering considering the scoreline, considering the result. We still saw Fedderman right up there with glowing 17 and 11 on a map that they lost. Wasn't far off from Jacob at the top of the server. And look, both AWPers are not far off one another in terms of the kill department on map number 1. 16 and 17 kills for both Hypex and Fedderman. So I think a map like Anubis, where you can have a lot more sort of success with the AWP, I'm very curious what we see from both guys.
It does seem as though there are some slight technical issues occurring. Hopefully all will be sorted shortly. But we know Anubis is a T-sided map, so I think for Apogee, and especially how much they kind of heavily perform and lean upon their T side. Honestly, I'm thinking 8 rounds is even still in a spot where it might be a little bit too far from them. And I know a lot of people might be thinking, well, yeah, but they've won the half by 4. They've got such a lead if they win the pistol. It's still a possibility for them to lose it, because you just have to look at some of the games that they have lost fairly recently. The amount of rounds they're getting on the CT side, very minimal. In their game against Nexus, they didn't get 1. They lost all 8 in a row. Obviously, in that overtime loss, they did get 6 against Aurora. So it just seems consistency is a big problem here for Apogee on their CT side.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if I'd say I don't think it's enough if they manage to find 8. Look, they haven't had the greatest of CT sides, but it's still a very short sample size for us to talk about. It's been a while since we've got to see a huge amount of games from them. Even their most recent game was still over 2 weeks ago, sort of pushing 3 weeks ago. They could have done work on this map. They could have sorted some things out. But look, this is sort of going to be probably one of their last, if not their last event before the play.
Venom to find both of them, though. Hypex might go overlooked. We will see Phenomen finding. Not messing about here. Already a lot of financial damage dealt from Apogee. H4 does have a smoke.
Difficult thing is Prism's got a lot of this information, but he's just sort of one bullet from death, unarmored on this Galil, that he just doesn't feel safe enough to actually go to push on out.
I would have loved to see H4 hit this smoke through one of those windows, try and guesswork where the bomb is, and I think all it would have done, it would have forced the T's to be kind of sticking around. I doubt they would have died to bomb, but maybe Prison could have rotated back towards CT. Either way, great damage. Huge damage. Yes, the MAC-10 and the Galil have been saved over here. I don't mind the idea of keeping it in play. It just means that for Hypex, he'll be able to get the AWP out and be dropped over by HVAR. What are we thinking? Are you still confident in this one-to-one? He's also playing close towards Temple because they're going to be assuming he's saving towards Beach, saving maybe in middle. Never expecting him to save from this position. He can live in this corner. Ops against it currently. Saves again. But it is just going to be the eco.
Probably can have some upgraded pistols. It's going to be...
Could be a hero rifle.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think it was HVAR that had a decent bit of cash in the reserve. You've obviously got a decent amount of money on Hypex, but he's probably not going to want to drop anything over as he wants to bring out that AWP again.
Honestly, I'd love to see Hypex. Yeah, if Hypex could have dropped an MP9, HVAR could have invested in an M4. Because the loss bonus is pretty high for them, or at least you'd assume so.
Isn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think money's great enough to really invest all too much. But you do have HVAR on that hero rifle that you did mention, alongside the AWP. So certainly chances in a round like this. The issue is, Beckley, yeah, they've not really shown us all too much in these last couple, at least. They've been pretty one-sided for CYBERSHOKE.
HVAR has 20 kills more than Demo currently. It is going to be this aggression, though, towards B main. Blixie doesn't need to do this. HVAR is here with a rifle. I like this rotation. CYBERSHOKE are going to feel like they have to go towards the A-bomb site now. Lovicus has been spotted as well. Sure.
And it feels like just this contact towards B main and E-box. I do feel like the only safe haven on this map is towards A, but realistically, that is where that AWP resides. It could be a real bloodbath here on B, but a smoke towards heaven could isolate Hypex's position with the big green.
I thought we were going to see a full rotation, a full gamble here from Betclick, but they opt against it. Hypex is rotating through CT now. Demo's made the call. Certainly not the right one, though. He's overlooked. No one's taking him down yet. Demo spots out so many. Demo! He gets a double hit with a 5-7. There's still that save rifle. There's still a defuse kit on Hypex. Surely they give this one a go. And Phenomen's been chipped away at as well. Rotating towards heaven. They have to give this one a chance, though. They've got the man advantage. They have the rifle. They have the defuse kit. Glowing's playing close here. The nade's going to chip him away massively. Prism, can he get that information? He might have spotted him here. Dropping down into the site is Glowing. First kill found by Blixie. Now Glowing holding for heaven. Will swing out. HVAR finding. It's all on Phenomen. Needs to hit this shot, but will connect onto Hypex. HVAR can retrieve the kit, but there's minimal time. Gonna have to be the full stick of the bomb. That is the 10-second timer going off. And Phenomen can take him down. A costly round, obviously, for CYBERSHOKE. Money's looking good, though. It's not going to be the biggest of issues.
I mean, great attempt to make this one possible, but I don't know what this part was here. Where is HVAR?
Aren't we swinging together? Yeah.
That's the only part of the round I'm not all too sure about, because it felt really good. Look, you had both the saved weapons in play. You had Hypex and HVAR both with the weapons still in hand, ready to utilize them, but it's just HVAR feels like... I mean, he's close enough to go for a swing. I don't know what it was. With HVAR going down through the smoke, this could be the last full buy we end up seeing from Betclick.
And Fenneman's playing a great angle. You'd assume that Betclic are going to look to go searching here towards E-Box, hoping to find something. Quick flick attempt there from Fenneman. Doesn't connect though. It's going to be this play through B. The bomb site hold is going to have to be huge. Prism can find Fenneman before the hit comes through, so it is back to this 4-on-4. The smoke landing outside Con as well will delay this. But as you mentioned, this could be the final kind of true full investment from Apogee. From what's gone from a 12 to 7, possibly a 12 to 11 with FAMAS's MP9s. It is going to be this play through B now. Jacob, he's fallen back to the back of the bomb site. He's had a bit of a quiet time here on the CT side and will be found by Glowing.
It's got to be a save now. The calling for rotations has been really off. Again, it's another round where Betclic rotate away from the site that's just about to be hit. You've got Prison and Jacob on the bomb site. Prison makes the call to leave. And as soon as he leaves, that's when you've got no utility Jacob on the back of the bomb site. Already tagged away a little bit, just sort of left to defend against 4. It's going to be another round as well where Hypex's AWP is on the wrong bomb site. All comes down to round number 24. We've had 5 opportunities for Betclic to close out this map, and it's going to come all the way down to the final one.
Yeah, look, for CYBERSHOKE, they made a real good effort, but now this is where the pressure will be at an all-time high for them. Same can be said for Betclic. We will see this investment. There might be a slight limiting factor regarding utility. H-Far falling though, the heavy hitter is getting taken down on the side of Betclic Apogee from the start from Glowing. Really changed that round. Well, they're 80% of the way there. They found these 4 rounds in a row, but the question is, can they find the 5th? And the tactical pause called from Betclic. They want some final words of wisdom from the in-game leader, from the coach, to steer them in the right direction.
So close to this finish line, and look, we're going to probably be talking about that 1 versus 3 from Fenneman there towards the end as well. He finds one, and then H4 and Hypex in the 2v1 onto Fenneman, just not really swinging off one another. Basically just give Fenneman a couple of 1v1s to play, and of course he's going to take that every day.
Yeah, very disjointed that in that clutch. Hypex wanting to play towards the B-bomb site this round. He's kind of said to these teammates, look, you put me towards mid, you put me towards A. There's nothing there. They head towards B 9 times out of 10. With him on the back of the bomb site, Hypex could thrive. The smoke coming through, CYBERSHOKE to maneuver away. Fenneman posted up towards middle in the hopes of some aggression. I think Betclic, quite a lot of the time, they've left someone in middle and realised, well, a lot of the time, we don't really see CYBERSHOKE look to take mid. And this is the 1 round that they will.
Yeah, just being defended by HFAR from around the camera position.
Problem is, Betclic have been very passive, very static on their CT side. They haven't looked to take space towards canals. They haven't looked to take these early fights, which has been a real cause for concern. Flashbang coming through now. Fenneman blinded. HFAR as well, fully blind. The molly's going to be landing at Demo's feet, and Demo taken down by Notaneki. HFAR information gathered. Glowing can find him, and looks like we're heading to overtime as CYBERSHOKE have a 2-man advantage. Fenneman posted up with the AWP as well. Jacob looking to be this quick rotation. Lovicus in a great position to trade here if Fenneman goes down. Flashbang coming through. Held here by Hypex. Great find. Glowing though, ready and waiting. Glowing again. A player who has had a really tough time. Will give his team the victory here and push to overtime. Prism 1 versus 4. So many flashes. It is done. We are going the distance here on Anubis. And Glowing, the quad killer in this round. Demo was 5-18. Really lost within this game, but a ridiculous way for this game to end. 12-7 was the scoreline. The CYBERSHOKE needed perfect CS for the remaining 5, and that is what we see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mind blown that we came here. BetClick, their CT side really just fell apart. Their site holds were very lackluster. Felt like trading was near non-existent for them, and no player could really even have just that big stand. I think the best site hold we saw was Demo with a 5-7 when players overlooked him. That was probably the best any individual did holding a site. Also, rotations were a bit off. We ended up seeing plays that were leaning gamble towards the other side of the map. And again, look, finally, we see a 3-man B hold from BetClick. Hit was A. Don't have any mid pressure, so there's no quick rotations, no one to delay the mid plays in terms of crunching onto the bomb site. But again, it feels like we see a player towards pillar. We see as standard as it gets on the T side, a Molotov thrown, players holding. And it's again, this pillar play just goes down for nothing. And I feel like we've seen that position from BetClick multiple times where they found absolutely nothing there almost every time.
My biggest issue with the triple B setup is I get it on the B bomb site. You want to drop smokes towards B main. You want to make sure that the T's don't have the chance to go in. It's the first round that Hypex is there. Just let him post up with the AWP. You can find such an easy kill. You don't force CYBERSHOKE away. I think it would have been a much better decision. They wanted to play a little defensive and a little restrictive, and it's cost them. Glowing now, very fast in middle. A lot of utility has been thrown here. It's not as though BetClick won't realize the timing on the nade is perfect. Notaneki finding Demo. Jacob now aggressing. Finally, we're seeing this control look to be taken. Jacob found by Blixie though. And with Phenomen taking down Prism, it is a 4 versus 2 scenario now. CYBERSHOKE, a lot of the time when you see these good comebacks and a real struggle for BetClick to secure that important 13, usually it takes that first round of overtime for them to get it when they kind of have that, I don't want to say the lack of pressure on them, but doesn't look like we'll be seeing that as it is this 4-on-2. A ridiculous comeback now from CYBERSHOKE, and you'd argue they'd have to take it now on Anubis. It'd be so tough to see them come back from 12-7 down, still to lose in overtime.
I mean, well, this is the perfect time to take it, BetClick. Just looking like a shell of their former selves, really, in this one. Even that aggression that we saw come through, it ends up just looking really disjointed. You sort of see the player pushing through canals. Jacob, I believe it was. You'd rather there be a mid player there to support, so he doesn't get taken down from bridge just that easily. But instead, we also have aggression towards B main at the exact same time, as well as towards A main. You can't fight everywhere across the map at the same time. You just end up having your players so split, and it means some positions you're not going to have util to send you in. So you're basically saying, I'm going to peek into positions where the T's are holding and just assume I can win the gunfight. Bit naive to think things like that. And yeah, it's not great aggression from BetClick, and you'd much rather them see just go for one sort of set play and actually put all the stock into that. But we have seen them go for a canals sort of split before between main and canals. It ends up being a 3v3 for them previously. For this one, with an A main push not working out, getting shut down instantly, and then a canals push about 10 seconds later, then with a B main push off of that, yeah, it's not quite the same. So 6 rounds in a row now from CYBERSHOKE as this streak continues for them, like you said.
Yeah, it's tough here for BetClick, and I think, don't get me wrong, we've had a huge game from HFAR, but if you split the difference between HFAR and Demo, still 15 kills apiece. It's nothing major. Demo's had a really, really difficult time. And look, you don't want to say, well, if Demo was kind of coming alive in the server, Apogee definitely would have won this game, because who knows? But I think we are within that kind of conversation. He has had a really tough game. An extra kill each round, or an extra kill every other round would really help.
The chip damage dealt on either side here in middle. Lone force back from the flames, but drops smoke towards the camera position, so it is just Hypex holding towards mid. CYBERSHOKE have looked to exploit a little bit more towards middle in these last few rounds. But it's a good change up. Don't rinse and repeat exactly what's going on. Keep BetClick guessing.
It is going to be the idea of progression through A. There's a double A main setup currently. Oh, Phenomen just spotting the evacuation of Connector. Will find Prism. Demo taken down. HFAR can't trade. Blixie finding. It looks like CYBERSHOKE will push for this 14. Glowing in middle.
And it's going to be 14. It's again just another round that just feels really weak for the holds. I mean, what do you do? Whatever they're not doing. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. Look, because that's the thing. They are looking to hold towards middle, but just not really contest Glowing in that position at all. He never felt at threat of getting taken down.
Not at all.
It's sort of just like, oh yeah, we're here, so be aware that you can't necessarily take this all, but don't worry, we're not actually ever going to fight you, so you'll be able to force us back with you till instead. And that's the thing, I feel like we need to see a stable bit of control somewhere from BetClick. They had a really great A main setup beforehand, but they got Demo playing close. Hypex lining up a flashbang to send him in.
When there was weaker weapons, it seems like when they've got these MP9s and maybe not the best of weapons, they've got these little gimmick strats and gimmick kind of plays. Yeah, when they're on the full buys, they kind of go into their generic setups and it just doesn't work at all. Could be seeing CYBERSHOKE now finding 15 here, where BetClick need a perfect performance. Yes, it's not spanning across 5 rounds, just the 3, but Apogee, they have fallen flat massively here. The second they got to 12, it just seems like all the threat, all the individual abilities fallen flat. HVAR seems like he's been on 25 kills for quite some time now.
It has. Yeah, it has been for a long, long time, actually. Well, at least since he was taken down through that smoke from Glowing multiple rounds ago. Still in regulation, of course. BetClick, he does feel like they need this. Going from a team of 5 map and series points to now potentially giving up 3 map points to CYBERSHOKE. They definitely do feel like they're going to need this round.
Obviously, as well, if CYBERSHOKE take things here on Anubis, it isn't the be-all and end-all for BetClick. We will head to Dust, and they certainly have the possibility of winning that. And honestly, on a different day, we could have seen Ancient go the way of CYBERSHOKE. There was far too many mistakes made from them. Obviously, there's been plenty of mistakes made from CYBERSHOKE here on Anubis, and the fact they're in the lead just really goes to show how strong their Anubis is.
Look how much usual has been used from BetClick, though. They've had these 3 pieces since the minute mark.
Yeah.
There's going to be no mollies to delay, barely any util. They are going to throw out a couple of HE grenades, but it's going to come down to gunfights and what these defenders can do. Finally, a man advantage goes the way of BetClick as HVAR takes a good time to push out towards A main, but the A bomb site's been taken through mid. It's been tested here. The flashbang is good enough, and this is just the things that we're missing. A bit of team play.
Yeah, exactly. And look, does HVAR need to press the issue that quickly? Does he need to look to fight? No, he could sit outside A main, just kind of canal side and wait. They've got man advantage, but he wants to be the hero. Might not be seeing Glowing. Glowing stepped up to a ridiculous kind of standpoint here. Hypex now 1 versus 3, but Fenneman's AWP can get the trade. 15 found for CYBERSHOKE now. Yeah, as I was saying, Glowing was kind of on a similar trend to Demo. Maybe not as bad, but I think when Demo had kind of 2 kills, Glowing was sat on about 7 or 8, something like that. Glowing has stepped up to a ridiculous standpoint, which is always what you want from your in-game leader.
The whole team has of CYBERSHOKE, though. It very much feels like they're on the same page, and this feels like everything that they have practiced is being paying off here. Setups are great, the executes are spot on, trading is perfect, and they just have a read of BetClick and everything that they're going to do. 1 round away from CYBERSHOKE taking things on Anubis now. They are moving on to that CT side where, of course, Red, they only found 2 full bar rounds. But I think with the momentum that's behind them, with the wind in their sails now, I really am favouring CYBERSHOKE to bring us to that 3rd and final.
Oh, massively. We've got so much confidence behind. Mid play here now from BetClick. Fenneman holding with the AWP. Shot from Fenneman. Flashbang into camera. Molly thrown here by Notineki. In the flames goes Prism. And now they have to just wait patiently. Notineki seems very isolated. Can find Demo. Jacob needs to find that shot. Hypex with the AWP. Great find here. HVAR dropping into the bomb site as well. 2 versus 2 now. Notineki's done a lot of work that we get to triple in this round. It's now on Lovicus and Belixi. Hypex searching here with the AWP. Great find. Nade landing onto both. Lovicus to send the Molotov on the back of the bomb site. HVAR can find those through the flames. And BetClick will secure 13. Now just 2 rounds away from heading to second overtime.
Yeah, live to fight another day here, but what a hold it was from Notineki, and it felt like that was the thing that was slightly missing from BetClick on their CT side. Players who were just able to sort of stop this onslaught just temporarily, and it did buy a lot of time for rotations. The issue is these rotating players just fell a little too quickly, maybe trying to help Notineki a bit too much, and in doing so gave up their life and gave BetClick a way back into that one. But still, 2 rounds needed just for BetClick to bring us to a second OT and keep things battling out on Anubis. So much damage has been dealt here from Lovicus, and with Prism going down, it leaves a low HP HFAR 2-man advantage. And it feels like this could be, unless Jacob can have a huge hold, and he does find a double.
Problem is, so does Venom. It now leaves Demo, the worst performing player here for Apogee, in the 1 versus 3, but he doubles. CYBERSHOKE, they're so hungry to close out the round, they force these fights. And Demo now spotting, chipped away at by Notineki. Molly landing to give Demo a little bit more time to work with. Notineki doesn't want to push through it, will send the flashbang through now. Another Molotov sent. Demo has another Molly as well.
IT grenade as well.
Drops the smoke. Notineki's going to push on through. He has got a nade that he can send in the smoke. But Demo will find it. The worst performing player in the whole server. He's had the toughest of times here on Anubis. And he wins a 1 versus 3 to keep his team alive once again. I thought it'd be Jacob after he gets this double to have the heroic moment. But it's Demo, the player who has been so vastly in the depths of this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good first, but it's a better second, and just the util that really forces Notineki into a tough spot. Having to nade the smoke, or Lovicus, sorry. Masterfully played there from Jacob. 5 kills before that round in almost 30 rounds of play. Moved his way up to 8. BetClick had 1 opportunity left. But Fred, how the CT side economy works in overtime like this is you don't have a lot of cash to play with. We've got MP9s in overtime.
Yeah, that's why we saw BetClick on their CT side looking to save so frequently. Just because of how punishing it can be. Look at the difference. CYBERSHOKE have already taken deep control towards B main. We're going to see this fight in middle as well. HFAR spotted. Blixie now backing away. Still the option and possibility for CYBERSHOKE to close this out here and now.
I mean, it is going to be cleared out towards B from Demo, but I love this from CYBERSHOKE. There's so much control, and they don't really want to give up all of it, so they do just have Blixie jiggling. Has been spotted out, and the man advantage goes the way of the T's. Still 2 MP9s in play in this one. A second overtime somehow feels possible.
Ollie landing towards Pillar, clearing that angle. We've now got Notineki on the back of the bomb site. He's kind of got to find 2, but the Molly's going to force him into the open, and he will be found by Prism. And it looks like it might just be one of those games today where neither team can close it out, but because a 2 versus 4...
Blixie peeks into his demise, and Fred, I cannot believe this from an 8-round streak from CYBERSHOKE. BetClick, they are not ready to give this one up. They fell really flat towards the end of regulation. 5 opportunities to close out this series.
If you saw that in the player cam there for Prism, but there was kind of a bit of a sigh of relief. I think it was Jacob actually, kind of hands behind head, hoping and praying that their T side in this kind of second OT can be just as good. I think if you give them 3 more opportunities for map and series point, they won't squander it again. They won't make those same mistakes.
And this could be some of the rust that we're talking about from BetClick, from a team that hasn't played a lot of events these last few months, especially recently. What was it? Only a couple of series since May and June, perhaps. Yeah, since June. So they haven't played a huge amount. Maybe this is some of the rust that they weren't able to close out the map, but they've just got another opportunity to do so here in second OT in Demo's opening kill. His man advantage, as it looks like it could be bit of a play from H5's position is so deep that Glowing could overlook this.
Blixie quite close by. Glowing will overlook. Blixie found as well. 5 versus 2. Surely they just make their way back towards B. There is no need for these players to peek here. Hypex just holding in middle. Fenneman, the same game plan. Don't get me wrong, Demis had a really tough game, and possibly one of the reasons that Apogee weren't able to close it out in regulation, but he stepped up here. He's got that 1 versus 3 for his team's survival. He's found an opening kill in this round. Honestly, if Demo can just get 1 kill in the odd round here, at least it will be something. And if BetClick can win it because of, obviously, Demo, although it's a poor performance, but they would have been out of this game. We would have been heading to dust without that 1 versus 3.
Oh, 100%. I think a round like that, not only is it good for Demo, it's good for the whole team. Look, they were off the back of losing 8 rounds in a row. This was a BetClick that couldn't find the solution to success on Anubis. And just a round like that, it can just spark and ignite the flame within BetClick again and say, yeah, okay, we're here for a reason. We bought ourselves to 15 in regulation, probably 12 in regulation now, not CSGO anymore. And yeah, a round like that could be key. Nice double here from Prism when he comes through the flank. No saved weapons for CYBERSHOKE. We saw what it did for them in the final round of OT in the first overtime where they were playing with MP9. So BetClick, if they can win 1 more, we're going to see a similar investment from the CT side.
Yeah, look, I think as well for individual performance, when you're 2-14, every time you die, every problem, every risk you take that doesn't go well, you're going to be pressing tab, looking at that scoreboard. And look, I know that every one of these players in the server will have had a bad game like this, but there is nothing that you can do where you've got that internal talk just thinking, God, I've really made this game tough for my team. So for Demo, a round like that's going to be so positive for personal confidence and performance.
First round of second OT, though. Obviously going the way of BetClick, gives them the slight lead. And yeah, it really is a game where the T side are ruling.
Yeah, look, we expected it.
A team that finds one CT side round is enough, perhaps.
Hypex though on the orb, searching towards middle. H4 looks as though he wants to go searching here. Glowing. Fenneman's been playing this temple angle before, holding towards doors, and 9 times out of 10 he kind of misses the shot, but let's see if he can hit it this time. Is that missed shot? Glowing massively baited in, but he goes to retrieve the AK. You've got an M4 in hand. Why are we picking weaponry up when we know there's going to be an onslaught of T's heading your way? Such a silly decision there. Smoke landing in camera, but the T's are in front of it. Great find from Blixie. Fenneman's all next to Jacob. 2 versus 4 now. But Hypex gets his first. And the second for Hypex. Surely not another 2v4.
Decent bit of util here, actually, for the T's remaining. Got a smoke grenade on Demo, Molly on Hypex, but he wants to step forward without throwing this Molotov. He wants to get posted up towards that heaven position.
Could be toast tough, though. Just sat in the smoke is Lovicus. Blixie now needs to be found by Demo, but he is. And now Lovicus just going to look to save. 17. Again. Oh, I know. Well, sometimes it's how the cookie crumbles. But it's another 2 versus 4. It should never be happening.
And it really cost CYBERSHOKE in the first map. It really cost CYBERSHOKE in the first half of Anubis. And the fact that it feels like when BetClick are out of their best and they are pulling off rounds like this, it makes you worried for CYBERSHOKE once again going into this final round of OT. But at least with that saved AK, we're going to see a slightly better buy. I'm not saying significantly better, but it's this double from Hypex.
Yeah, it's everything.
Position and so ready for the second and not an Eki.
The problem is, Glowing had a really tough regulation, or really tough CT side in regulation, then stepped up massively on the T side, was a pivotal part of that comeback. He gets that kill there, the opening kill, all baited in for his position. Why does he think that he's going to be able to pick up that AK and kind of get the gun out in time? I think it's such a silly decision. It's not as though he's got a 5.7 in hand. It's not as though he's playing with a pistol. He's still got an M4A4. It cost him that kind of early kill, and it created some caution, some problems. Yeah, click now. Judgment. Yeah, real lapse in judgment. Obviously, up by 2. If they find this third, they'll have 3 opportunities on their CT side to close out the series. Obviously, victorious on map number 1.
Now, what for Fenneman? Just the MP9 for him. And being one of the top performing players on CYBERSHOKE in this affair, without his big green, could really be a big downgrade. The T's will look like they want to explode out towards B, and it'd be a good call up against this MP9 of Blixie, who just jiggled. I want to say, I don't know if he's got that information himself, but it looks like he's aware of it.
Either way, though, gonna be easy. Peeking before the smoke lands. Lovicus now to 25 points of health. Weaponry switch here between Lovicus and Blixie. Aggression through A main, though, from CYBERSHOKE.
Now's at the same time that there's so much space here for the CTs.
Might be a lot of space, but might not find anyone from it. It could still just be this B play coming through, and BetClick, if anything, going to be facing against a weaker site hold. HFAR as well is in a great position to lurk. He could push through Temple. He's going to be smoking Temple, in fact. This could draw some rotations. Back to the bomb site.
When there's so much room already out towards Canal. They know it's not going to be this A play. But no! As the B defense gets ripped apart.
It's now on Glowing. Needs to find multiple. We have seen a team kill here from Demo. He's able to cross the plot on the bomb. There's going to be a molly that lands at his feet, so he has to hop round to the other side, but able to do so. HFAR in Temple confined, and it's all on Notaneki. 1 versus 3 now. Nade landing onto Hypex's position, but return fire HE falling at his feet. Jiggle coming through from Hypex, all to take attention away. Notaneki still trying to emerge, still trying to make his way out, but he can't find. It's so tough for Notaneki, and now BetClick Apogee with 3 more map and series points. Obviously, they've already had 5 on the CT side, unable to achieve. It went to overtime. And now, surely not to make that same mistake again.
It's the double from Prism, though. The in-game leader spearheads that attack towards B, finds the full HP Blixie towards E-Box, and then just flicks onto low HP Lovicus, takes down the double, and of course, Glowing in a world of hurt at that point, does manage to get the trade, but of course he's going to be traded out himself. Team kill makes me believe for a brief moment there's a chance for CYBERSHOKE. But yes, it's the same thing where the T-side team finds all 3 in this overtime. It does feel like it is a game where as soon as one of these 2 teams finds a single round on the CT side, that could be all they need. But 3 opportunities again for BetClick Apogee. Could be 8 in total for them.
Yeah, I think the round becomes so confirmed for Apogee when Demo's able to kind of get out of the Molotov while trapped in that corner and plant for CT. Still, though, such an important 3 rounds for CYBERSHOKE. This is for survival. There's no second chances. This isn't the Swiss stage anymore. A loss here, and they are eliminated. Notaneki here towards A main. He's got a teammate behind him. Molly, though, going to force Notaneki into the open, and HFAR will find him. Nade softening them up, but still man advantage seen. BetClick now with a great opportunity. So much utility's already been used from CYBERSHOKE. There's a minute on the clock. They've got 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and a flashbang. And Hypex posted up on the orb. This isn't the type of fight that Fenneman would shy away from, though. 45 seconds on the clock. Jacob's been spotted. Great find. Aware of Jacob in the simplest B-bomb site take that CYBERSHOKE will ever get.
Yeah, it doesn't get much easier than that with the opening kill going the way of BetClick as well. Hypex finally is on the bomb site where the action's going to come.
The biggest issue is they're playing such advanced angles that not only do they miss shots and not have opportunities, but let's say they were playing the AWP from Temple holding A main and just a rifle from that kind of CT cubby holding the run out here. I think they win that round. They utilize the advantage. They allow Prism, HFAR, Demo to have a chance at the retake. But CYBERSHOKE, although losing the opening kill, will win the round. 2 more opportunities now for BetClick Apogee.
No real need for HFAR to take that fight, to be honest. could be in a bit of a tough spot if he end up not able to be saving a weapon in this next round. But still, it is just that one round, so it might not matter. They might still be able to come out on top of the gunfight. The difficult thing for this B-hold is it was actually really solid initially, with Hypex playing very close towards Evox, posted with that AWP onto that contact play. You feel like that would be the early warning signs, the early kill found. But as soon as the smoke phase from B main, that's when Hypex isn't confident about playing there anymore.
Great opener from Glowing, takes down HFAR, the top performer falling. And Notaneki to go searching here towards B. Missed shot here from the AWP. They spotted both players. Hypex will find on the big green. Shot's not connecting for Lovicus, but we will see the rotation from Blixie. Hypex still alive on the back of the bomb site, and this is what the AWP can provide here as the B defender. Will send out the flash, but Fenneman dodging it. Found is Hypex, and Demo falling as well. Some great shots from the AWPers there, but now it's going to be weaker by from BetClick. Potentially squandering their two best chances.
And this is the thing, look, Glowing, like you said, he had a difficult time initially in this game. Still hasn't had a great game on the CT side, but it's been the T side where towards middle, he is causing so many problems from BetClick.
Yeah, definitely. Some real issues seen. The buy's not bad, though. We've got 4 rifles, an AWP in play, 1 defuse kit. Utility's not that poor either. And finally, it looks as though BetClick might look to take some space here. The problem is, CYBERSHOKE, are you going to be prepared for an AWP in this angle? I certainly wouldn't be if I were you. Notaneki will find Demo. Hypex takes down Lovicus, though, in the process, and he's going to be screaming to his teammate, get out of the way, mate. I'm worried they're going to be so fast here. Again, though, it's looking as though it's going to be this B play, and there is just one defender here, but with the drop down, Jacob will have been able to convey that info, so HFAR rotating as well. Molly onto the back of the bomb site. We are going to be seeing this execute coming off the back of this. Fenneman sends the molly. All going to be about timing. Jacob spamming through the smoke but doesn't connect. They can push out Temple though. There's no smoke for this angle. Missed shots from Fenneman's AWP. We will see HFAR get 1 before falling. It's a 2 versus 3 now, and the low HP's on Hypex. It's the AWP, but it's not the biggest of issues. Spams through the smokes in the hopes of winning this one. Prism advancing. Spots him in the corner. He's dead to right. It's a 1 versus 3 now for Blixie. And he will be found. BetClick. They put an end to the overtimes. They finally get that series victory here. It took them 8 opportunities, but they do it in the final. What a game. What a series.
Yeah, it's taken a long time for BetClick to be able to finally convert, to finally close this one out. Look, like you said, it took 8 mapping series points. They could have done so in regulation, but took them a couple of overtimes. It is going to be a heartbreak loss for CYBERSHOKE, as again, another map that they bring so close. But look, despite them getting eliminated here, despite them getting knocked out in the round of 16, I think there are a lot of positives for CYBERSHOKE to take from this event. Especially this game, look, the fact that they were able to push Apogee very far, the fact that they walked through the Swiss stage without any real issues, I think there are a lot of positives for CYBERSHOKE. But moving on to our victors, obviously, BetClick, look, they certainly have the clutch potential. They certainly have the ability to turn these rounds on their head. They definitely have the individuals that pop up. Calling on map number 1 was really solid. CT side calling was a little off today, I think, on Anubis at least. Just kind of had the wrong read of what was going to be made a lot of the time. But in general, the T side's pretty spot on.
Yeah, a lot of those gamble rotations kind of went against them. There was that round where they had the USPs going into it that saved, that invested M4 from HFAR and the saved AWP from Hypex. And then obviously we didn't really see them. They kind of gambled towards B, yet they knew B was open because they just pushed E-Box. They just pushed B main. There was little calls like that didn't really work. But look, they still won the series. They still did it in a 2-0 fashion. The first team here in the round of 16 to win in the 2-0 fashion. All the remaining games have been 2-1s. All of yesterday going the distance. Maybe today will be the game of 2-0s. Who knows? Obviously, though, with that game being a bit prolonged, we had some technical issues throughout. We did see, obviously, plenty of overtimes, and both the teams actually quite systematic on their T side, so a bit of a slower game. obviously that next match for Fnatic versus Zero Tenacity is coming up in about 10 minutes time. So although it's a 2-0 here, you guys aren't going to have to wait too long to see this next series. So look, Charlie, why don't we close this one out? We've already said quite a lot about this series and about how we've been very impressed with Apogee, and we're going to pass it over to M&J and World Deity, and they're going to bring the action through for this Fnatic Zero Tenacity game. So look, guys, hope you guys enjoy their broadcast. I'm sure it's going to be absolute amazing.
Tenacity facing up against Fnatic first. I think it's going to be an interesting game. We've seen just an absolute sweep of the playoffs invitees, making light work of our Swiss stage contenders. But this could be the difference maker. Z10 with the new addition of Mad coming over from Falcons. And yeah, some good results recently. I think maybe have what it takes. What are you thinking, Faraz?
Yeah, I'm honestly very excited to see this because Zero Tenacity is one of those teams where I genuinely wanted them to have changes. Like, I know that the old wisdom used to be that you would have to stick by a team, you would have to get a lot of reps in to eventually have like a superstar team. But I think in the more recent Counter-Strike, roster shuffles and quickly trying to get the right pieces has been the move. And I feel like Zero Tenacity just needed a little bit of extra oomph to get it done. Now, I'm not sure if Modern was the right addition, but we'll have to wait and see.
He's looked good since joining. It actually really surprised me when they made that change as well. They took Simca out. And I was thinking, you know, if they were going to make a change, it would almost definitely be AVN. He's just, you know, been the lowest rated player for a while. I said this on broadcast the other day, and I got a bit of slack, and people were like, no, AVN's IGLing. No, he's not. Nemanya's IGLing. So there's no excuse for the poor numbers, right? And I did think that would be sort of that replacement. But, you know, there's always deeper kind of meanings for these things, and you know, maybe role clashes or things like that. So yeah, it was that swap out for Simca. This is actually one of the longest standing rosters in this tier of Counter-Strike. In fact, it's one of the longest standing rosters in Counter-Strike full stop. The core of this team are approaching 4 years together, and prior to removing Simca, he was one of those core members as well that had been with this C10 lineup for for nearly 4 years now, going all the way back to 2021. So a little bit of a shame to kind of make those changes, but I really like it when you have a team at this kind of tier that has that level of tenure. I think it's very easy to, you know, constantly just like be chopping and changing and swapping players out and things like that. And I think that it shows a lot of sort of resilience to stick with the 5 and work through those issues rather than just trying to, you know, find these short-term patches and swap players out and things like that. That does mean, though, that we actually have sort of like repeat matchups for this game going back quite far. So the last time Z10 and Fnatic actually played against each other, the same core rosters was a year ago. Z10 won it really comfortably in a 2-0. I think, you know, it's old news, it's old data that we won't go off of, but I think it's an interesting storyline coming into this game.
Yeah, obviously, like, Fnatic is a completely different beast now. Maybe not having the results that they were hoping for with this kind of lineup, you know, when you've got superstars like Fear and Jambo in your team, you've got Blame F, Mattis. Like, I just feel like they haven't been going as far as they should have been. Now, of course, quickly taking a look at the playoffs brackets as well, and you're right, man. Like, it has really been that invitee squeeze, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've all been sort of making light work, haven't they? I had high hopes for Partizan after we came off yesterday. There was one more game that Charlie and Zola brought them through, and we were 3 for 3 when we went off. I had high hopes for Partizan to change that, but no, BC game, of course, emerged the victors. So it has been all of the playoffs invitees doing the damage. I actually genuinely think that'll change today, though. I think of the 3 remaining games that we have, one of them will change that. Whether it be Z10 beating Fnatic, I think that 500 Iberian Soul game a little bit later will be a really interesting one. Iberian Soul, throughout the entire Swiss stage, didn't drop a single map. They looked unbelievable. And we all know what Paravision are capable of on a good day. So a world that they could get that one done as well. I also had high hopes for CYBERSHOKE to give us something a little bit more adaptive, but that didn't happen either. So as much as, you know, it's nice to see our quarterfinals matchups shaping up to be as powerful as they can. It's always a shame for these, you know, play-in teams that have grinded out the whole tournament so far to get to this point. To sort of make an early exit out of the playoffs. It's disappointing, I guess, but we've still got more opportunities, as I say, 3 more as we work through the day. Winner of this will be playing up against OG as well in the quarterfinals, who I think showed some real vulnerabilities against Ruby in their opening game. They looked good and they got it over the line at the end, but they didn't look perfect, did they?
Yeah, I mean, you and I casted that game, and I feel like a team like Ruby, like I understand that Ruby has a lot of potential, right? But still, when you're playing against a team like OG that just came hot off the plane, off the Austin Major, you shouldn't be as comfortable as they were. In fact, there were for most of the game, it kind of felt like Ruby were gonna take control. I think there was also a very real chance that they might have closed map number 3. But it was just like forcefully pushed to overtime by Nikodas, and we ended up seeing a completely different result. Now, I'm very glad that we see that kind of precedent being set, because it also teases up for some really nice games for today. Obviously, Fnatic and Zero Tenacity, we are going to be quickly looking at the rosters. For Zero Tenacity, I do think we've already had the conversation about the roster. They stuck together for a very long time. Madden now being brought in instead of Simka. But for Fnatic, I feel like there's definitely a lot more burden on that roster to perform. Obviously, not making it through the MRQ was a pretty big deal for them.
Yeah, just whilst we've got them up on the screen, Madden coming into this roster hasn't been anything too crazy, has he? He's been all right. He's been a nice, consistent piece, and you have kind of got to remember that when he was on Falcons and when he had that stint in Tier 1, he wasn't anything crazy there either, right? He was just this sort of consistent support piece that would always be somewhere in the middle. So it's, I guess, sort of overshooting if you think he's going to come into a roster like this and just like smurf on everybody. But yeah, you know, he's just sort of slotted in. He's been okay. I would like to see a little bit more out of Madden as we get into.
I mean, he's got ring rust as well, right? Because he was bent since like, so in Falcons he was bent since November.
Yeah, I guess so.
Since then, he was just chilling on the bench until he got picked up by Zero Tenacity. So
I guess so.
Playing,
So
like,
there might be some teething issues. There might be some teething issues with that. But I am sort of looking forward to, now that they're playing against some of the high caliber rosters, we're getting into like these deeper playoffs, and you're against sides like Fnatic, who he would have had experience playing against sort of in more recent past. Yeah, maybe that's where he sort of comes into his element a little bit more, because we were talking yesterday about the stylistic differences when you jump between tiers of Counter-Strike, and going into a roster like Z10 playing a lot of, you know, tier 2, tier 3 opposition can be a little bit of a culture shock. So other side of things, yeah, Fnatic, got Crims, Blame Fear, Matties, and Jambo. Sort of your 2 newer additions. It's kind of, I guess, old news now, but still the most recent pieces coming into this roster being the 2 Ukrainians, Fear and Jambo. Obviously, the superstars from that Passion UA lineup. Fear taking the calling role away from Crim, so allowing him to just focus on that fragging ability a little bit more. He was just, you know, an unbelievable IGO on that Passion roster that took him to great heights and qualifying for a major and whatnot. And then, you know, as soon as they got rid of Astro and said, okay, we need a new AWPer, he said, yeah, you know, I know a guy. He's really good. Let's get him on board. They brought in Jambo, and he's been unbelievable. He's just 20 years old. I think he's still got a high ceiling here in his career, and he's rocking a 1.17 rating at the moment. He's been pretty insane. Now, it's wild that shade actually gets cast over him because the star of the show at the moment, which sort of, I think, adds like another element to this, that there's this 3 incredible players on this team that have been putting up some really good numbers recently, and any or all of them could shine today.
Yeah, that's the thing about Fnatic, right? And when you look at their lineup, you look at how star-studded it is, as you've already talked about. I feel like there were some big expectations that people had around them, and to not see them like on the big stages, it was very, very disappointing. And obviously, because of that, they were out of the limelight for a little while. Now we're getting to watch Fnatic again. So I do want to see like Fnatic's recovery, and I think they already have the pieces to eventually make it back to the limelight, but it is a little bit unfortunate that they miss out on the biggest tournament of the season, right? Feel like this is a perfect ramp to start their recovery, though. bigger tournaments coming up in the rest of the year, and I do think that they are going to be a big talking piece. But I do feel like playoffs like this give us a good yardstick to see how they're doing coming back into things. Like if you look at OG, for example, you could tell that they had a little bit of like they had some weaknesses against Ruby. You could tell that they weren't quite looking like the perfect team coming off the major, and I think some of those weaknesses are also what cost them a deeper run in the major. So I do think it's important to also be looking at these teams within the tier 2 circuit to see how they're eventually going to perform when they get a chance to play in those bigger stages.
Absolutely, yeah. Fnatic sort of fall into that bracket of some of the teams I was talking about yesterday, whereby they are playoffs invitees, and therefore they don't get so many reps in at a tier 2 level, but they're not quite there in the VRS rankings to get the tier 1 invites yet. So they're just in this weird little limbo period, or weird little limbo spot between, like, I'd say probably ranked like 32nd and maybe 50th in the VRS, where you're not getting you're getting like the playoffs invite. So there's just a lot of time off. Now that's a blessing and a curse, because it does mean that you get more time to sort of prepare for these games and things like that. As I say, you're not getting as many reps in. They are actually fresh off of winning Conquest of Prague, which was just a couple of weeks ago. Breezed through the online stage, went to the LAN, and yeah, looked really, really good. They had to beat 9 and ENT to actually make it through, and yeah, won the grand finals in a 2-1. So yeah, they're going to be sort of feeling pretty good about their place within this sort of tier 1.5, tier 2 space, where they can, come to tournaments like this and have the capability of winning them. I think the caliber that they were playing against the other day is very similar, if not a little bit better than the teams that we have left here in the tournament. So yeah, they're going to be looking at the rest of this playoffs run and saying, yeah, we're definitely one of the favorites here. We could absolutely take this. And I think that that's sort of the goal. And especially for a roster like this, talking about their place in the VRS system and whatnot, wins in tournaments like this get you a lot of points, and then they can start qualifying for some of those bigger things. And as more and more events are going solely off of the VRS rankings and not even kind of trickling down into qualifiers and things like that, especially with like the next major removing the MRQs and just saying we're going to invite the top 32 teams. It means that it's really, really important to get within that top 32. And as soon as you're there, you're going to get invites to Cologne. You're going to get invites to the major. You're going to get invites to some of these bigger PGL events. And yeah, that's where Fnatic want to be.
Yeah, and they've got the pieces, they've got the skill, they've got the skill set. I just hope that they're not going to have any more fumbles, because these are pieces that were quite heavily talked about. It's also just been really fun to follow the story of players like Jambo and Fear coming from Passion UA, right? And obviously, when you're talking about players like Blame F, Crims, they've got so much legacy behind them. So it would be nice to see them on the top echelons of CS again. That being said, though, I do think we should have the veto ready in just a moment. Yep, there it is. So we've got Anubis and Mirage as the first picks, and then we should have Inferno to close it out. Anubis has always been kind of a specialty for Zero Tenacity, which is what scares me a little bit for any team that goes up against them. Fnatic is no different. That thing you talked about where they don't get enough reps because they're not getting all those group stage invites. Instead, they're directly being put into playoffs. I do think that is going to come into play. Zero Tenacity, way more reps than Fnatic, but Fnatic, of course, a slightly different caliber. We're about to go right into the pistol round, though, as Fnatic start off on the T side and Zero Tenacity on the CT.
As you say, Z10, it's a bit of a specialty map for them here. Anubis, one that they can take down some big fish on, and they have done in recent history. However, Fnatic getting that T start, should be rubbing their hands together, trying to accumulate as many early rounds as possible. Great dink from Jambo. Nemanja down to 9 HP. Maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew here. No, he chews them all up. A tasty meal as he takes 3. Madden and Joffo will clean up the remainder. That is ridiculous out of Z10. And, you know, after taking the instant dink out of Jambo and thinking, well, Nemanja's dead to rights here, he holds his nerve and smashes 3 heads. That is unreal.
Looked incredibly composed as he was swallowing them whole. And now Fnatic, they're going to have to sit this one out for a moment. chill on those pistols. Let that money flow in. It's always nice to see, though, when teams have some kind of plan for even the eco rounds. Like over here, you can see that Blame F just bought a P250. But I would like that investment instead to be put into something like a flashbang.
Blame F around this corner. P250 in hand. Madden on the other side is just sticking with the jewellies. He said, yeah, it's very unlikely that they're going to go for a force here. So keep these pistols. Build a bit of money in the process. Stack up outside of the A site. Fnatic ready to pounce. It's going to be Nemanja on the other side once again. Rifle in hand. Light work for the first. 4 more about to come his way.
There's a flank coming with dualies, and I'm not sure if that's the best idea. Surely it's going to get overwhelmed, right? Oh, got in. They know he's got a weaker weapon, so they're going to try and buckle down on him. Deagle recovered. MP9 to try and help out. Jaffa becomes a part of the conversation and quickly taken apart by Crims. And although this is still next to undoable, it's still nice to see them being able to do some damage. Blue Monster creeping up with the MP9, and he'll quickly put him down. So, Zero Tenacity to a very good start against what should be a Goliath.
Yeah, this is that specialty of Anubis coming into play once again here. I mean, 2 casualties against a full eco. It's okay. It's sort of somewhere in the middle, isn't it? Where you shrug your shoulders and go, it's not great. Would have liked to have done that a little bit cleaner, but there was no prospect of losing the round, and we keep hold of the rifle as well. So 2 MP9s into the next, couple of M4s, Brute Monster upgrading into that AWP. On the other side of things, Fnatic with a decent buy, but one that doesn't come without contingencies. Lacking on the util, no sniper. Everybody on the AKs, and I'm interested to see what the call is around this weaponry, because you can't really call a normal round when you're lacking on util like this. You do have to kind of innovate a little bit and or something a little different, perhaps. Maybe something quicker. We will see. First, the technical pause, though. Everybody's still on the server, which is a good sign, but
I don't know if I'm misremembering, but wasn't Zero Tenacity trying to pivot away from Anubis for a little while? Because I remember they, I mean, I just vaguely remember them not playing Anubis for a small patch, even though like it was one of their most played maps. I think at some point they had like 50 of the map played in 3 months.
You are right. They have been so when you look at their 3-month history of it, right? They played it once in March, and then they didn't touch it for over a month. They played it a couple of times in actually, yeah, basically they play it once in March, and then they don't touch it for 5 weeks. And then from the end of April onwards, they are absolutely smashing it out. So actually, you know, talking about the amount of reps that they've had in, they've played this map 33 times in the last 3 months. However, 32 of those have only actually come in the last, 6 weeks, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty unbelievable.
Because then on that basis, you're saying that's, that's a month and a half. That's 32 maps in a month and a half. If they kept that up, they'd have played this 64 times in the last 3 months, which is just insane.
At that point, the only reason you wouldn't be playing is if it's getting banned against you or you're just not in enough tournaments.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. Anubis is just being floated by everyone at the moment, right? There are some teams that are sort of shying away from Train. There's no... What I like with the sort of ecosystem that we have going on in competitive Counter-Strike at the moment is that there's no, hard ban map that everybody has. You know, towards the tail end of Vertigo, everyone was just banning out Vertigo. It was so hated that it was actually sort of messing up Veto's a little bit because both teams would so consistently have it as a permaban that neither would really want to ban it. And then it meant that they could ban their opponent's best maps instead because they knew that the other were never going to take them to Vertigo. We don't really have that anymore. It's rare to see sort of two teams have the same permaban map. And when they do, it's normally just a coincidence. I think it's likely that we'll see map pool changes after the major. I think that there's a lot of people sort of saying that Mirage will go out, Cash will come in, some leaks, some rumors, but I don't really think that that's needed. I mean, I'm always, you know, especially when it's an old map being revamped and coming back, I'm always a fan. I used to love Cash, but I think that the place in which the map pool looks at the moment is actually sort of the most stable that we've seen it in quite a while. And yeah, I like that.
I think we could instantly make the game 10 times more watchable if we just got rid of Inferno and put Cash in there instead.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I hate Inferno, so that's good for me. But that doesn't mean that teams are banning Inferno. I think that Inferno is like a super terrible game to spectate because, you know, it's just saves all the time. And you don't, you know, when you actually compare the amount of like average kills that are found on Inferno versus every other map, it's wild because so many rounds are done after 2 frags because it's, entry onto the A site. Okay, we've got A. B players save. You know, your Archers player falls off. He goes and saves with the B players. Same goes the other way around. So, you know, so many of these rounds, it's literally like 2 or 3 casualties and that's it.
The watchability of a map can pretty much be predicted by looking at how encouraging it is to go for bad odds. When there is no situation in Inferno that actually encourages you to take like disadvantageous fights, try to go for retakes, try to go for late rotations. And maps like Mirage actually encourage it. Maps like Anubis definitely encourage it. And I think that's why these maps are a little bit more watchable than Inferno.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't take away from the fact that teams still continue to pick into it, and yeah, it's not the permaban of many sides. We'll see it again in this Veto here. Maybe we'll see it in play if we get to that third and final map. But yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, I'd be all for it if Inferno gets removed. Place it with Cash, that'd be cool. Cash is looking a little bit too green at the moment, but that's okay. We'll work on that. Going forward, it's Matties and Jambo taking a lot of space here in mid, but it won't be granted to them for free. They will take contact here on camera, and the swing out from Temple. AVN trades it right back in their favour. Pops out to the rifle. That'll be Fierce Q to swing. And punish him for making the sound cue, but
Good
still,
shot.
Numbers going their way. Good peek, good shot. Brute Monster puts him into a 3-on-2. It's Blameth and Fear to try and recover this sinking ship.
Monster, all too aware, watches for the smoke permeation, and is able to get another piece of lead in Fear's body. Zero Tenacity, a 3-0 start, and it certainly makes things a little tougher for Fnatic from here on out. They already played it a little bit conservatively, not having anything in the second round, saving entirely for the third. Now they should be back down to a very shoddy buy. The only player that got a little bit of damage done, Fear, will elect to have a Galil just to try and have some extra damage so those pistols can play around it. And that's a setup that works too many times for it to be reasonable, where you just have a Tech 9 surrounded by an AK-47 surrounded by multiple Tech 9s. And it's showing signs of life already in the early game. Fear with a headshot. Crim's already having found a kill with his Desert Eagle. And with Madden being as low as he is, this is an unreasonably doable round.
Yeah, you're right. Not one that they should be allowed, but as Blameth's just found himself a rifle as well, and a free kill onto Brute Monster who's looking the other way. Their equity massively increases. 4v2, and they've made the right call on the rotation as well. Leaning towards this B bomb site, Madden started to rotate off. He's got 2 HP with that AWP, so if he wasn't already posted on the angle, it makes it a whole lot harder. But creeping forward, does he expect this Deagle down below? Grims, yeah, will be cleared, dealt with. Does E10 want to go for this, though? That's the big question. I mean, Madden's already backing off. He's got such low HP in that AWP, but with confirmed damage onto BlameF and Fear, you do feel like you want to give it a go. Gonna happen that Fnatic get away with murder winning around like this. That is yeah, some big stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about at the outset. Just having the Galil surrounded by weapons, surrounded by pistols, works a few too many times. Not an orthodox way for Fnatic to be getting back on the scoreboard, but they'll be more than happy that it happens.
Well, they'll be back on a full buy here. That'll sort of boil them down to 0 cash, pretty much.
I mean, you say full buy, but there's also quite a few pieces missing. Look at how Nemanja... I know a couple of their players that didn't start with full util, and Brute Monster only had 1 piece of util to his name.
Yes, so. Firepower's still there, though. Rifles out, 3 kits. But you're right. If Fnatic can sort of wait them out a little bit here, flush out what little CT utility there is, have an advantage later in the round. Brute Monster scoped in. Little jiggle. Flashback and gets him off the angle. Gonna take a deeper approach, but on the repeat. Great shot. No trade opportunity for Jambo. He backs up. BlameF here in middle. Goes for a little prod. Doesn't want to repeat it. There's 3 waiting on the other side. Oh, but a massive shot. That'll just tie back up the numbers. He'll get out of there.
Pretty crazy that BlameF gets anything done there when all eyes are on him. Madden waiting to receive. He's got a teammate in the back pocket. Entrance onto the B bomb site. Mattis clears the way. A 3v3 retake. Oh no, BlameF's still alive. His health is so low that I thought he was already dead. Yeah, this is where I wouldn't hate it if Zero Tenacity instantly just made the decision to back off. No, they stick around, and Mattis will make sure they find out.
What happens when they don't? BlameF already on the hunt as well. Mattis, who was one of the harder hitters that we were talking about prior to this map. In fact, him and BlameF. Mattis had 0 kills before this round, but he's just found a huge 3k. BlameF was just on the 1. And ends up with the remaining 2 to convert things in their favour. Even despite the early advantage from Z10. Beaten to a pulp over towards that B site. Bad timings as well. Saw Madden pull out the incendiary and just get run down. Same issue with the second man emerging out of the Zemple as well. Awkward timings mean round losses. Full eco here. Said before, money's broken, so have to bite the bullet, allow things to tie up at 3 apiece. They've done well to take the early rounds on their CT side. You know, you're not expected to get as many here on the defense. You need to make sure when the guns do come back out, they give us a little bit more.
Oh, Fear digging deep into the back of the bomb site, finds a kill. BlameF continuing to go forward. And for once, I'm going to agree with the machine. 0% is right.
I don't know. About to get a free kill and then a rifle. Maybe it goes up to 2% now. I don't think this is one he's going to go for. It is all just about trying to hold on to this rifle. They'll be on a buy in the next, so maybe could justify some exit damage. Really not going to swing him here. They're all so close. No? Okay, lets him get away with the rifle. 3-3.
Fnatic's recovery has been really swift, and I feel like Zero Tenacity have been making a couple of mistakes. Obviously, not going for the save early on is going to have a trickle-down effect on their economy. But back to rifles we go. Everyone short of Brute Monster having to sacrifice their helmets. It's already getting a little chaotic in middle. Surely there's going to be an engagement here, but look at how Mattis is going forward. And Joffo's already out of business. Nemanja trying to get back onto the bomb site. 2 players already deep in. And with the utility having been deployed, this is an A site that has Fnatic's name written all over it.
Again, are they just pulling away from this? Yes, Z10. Scared to touch these rounds. Talking before about Inferno, about how so many situations don't encourage you to go for these disadvantageous retakes. Anubis is very different in that regard. Z10, when the guns are out, are calling otherwise. I think they're sort of learning from their mistakes. Remember last time when they were in that one-man disadvantage position when they lost Madden on the B bomb site and they were playing a 3v4. You said I wouldn't be opposed to them just backing away here, and they didn't. They stuck around for another 2 or 3 seconds and they lost everybody. Sort of realizing that, yeah, that call has to come in fast and decisive, and even if it does feel like it's a little early to pull the plug on a round, the economy is really important here on this CT side. They will lose the lead. Fnatic start to build up a bit of momentum and money to go with it as well. Fear, Jambo, and Blamef all above 5 figures post-buy. That'll do them a lot of favours going into the remaining rounds of this half. Z10 going to call a little bit of a pause first.
Want to see if they'll be able to iron out their issues quick enough. But I can't help but feel like right now they're getting outplayed on a bit of an individual level. You're constantly seeing the singular pieces of Fnatic go forward, try and take matters into their own hands, and it generally ends up working out. We saw Mattis with a crisp entry in the previous round that allowed them to do it. We've seen Blanev get really dirty on middle. I think beyond this point, Fnatic also being allowed to build up a monstrous economy means that Zero Tenacity are going to be in a bit of trouble, unless the likes of Brute Monster can do something about it. Opening kill is good.
All right, back the other way. It's into a 4-on-4. Blamef. Does he expect AVN sat behind this smoke? Not even going to matter. He's going to walk right through it. And AVN, it's kind of unfortunate that he has to take the fight because now they know his location. He could have been such a snake in the grass. Had they have gone for the bomb plant and that smoke fades, there's no world that they expect him in main. He could have been a true thorn in their side either way. Gonna pass this bomb over, get it planted on the site. Flick misses, and I think might just be the prospects of the round going with it. Joffo falls in the meantime. Brute Monster has to go and save that sniper. Fnatic will be on to 5. Another one that comes close in the early round, but quickly slips away.
Oh no. That's the AWP out of their hands once again. And you're right, it constantly does come close, but again, what ends up breaking down is just the individuals on certain positions. We saw Fear once again find some footing in middle. It's really hard to make a case for Zero Tenacity at the moment. They're somehow still able to just keep bringing those weapons out. Fnatic's been looking like the better team. Nice to see that Fnatic are able to get back on their feet, because barreling into the CT side with not many rounds to show for it, certainly a recipe for disaster. And this should also bolster the confidence of Fnatic quite a bit, because not only are, if they keep playing like this, they could be winning Zero Tenacity's map pick, and then they'd be going into a map that Zero Tenacity have proven through a large sample size that they're not very good at. Oh, look at this from Fear. He's just going to push right in. Are they going to expect this? Flashbang to usher him in. Blame F to help out. Beautiful shooting onto Nemanja. And the A-side player's completely left disabled.
When it's just perfection like that, it's so difficult to play against, you know? Absolutely dismantling the setup. They're not given any kind of little micro timing to isolate one of those fights, to not be crunched by all angles. Fnatic, just so well drilled. Joffo will at least be able to upgrade that MP9 into an AK. Whether or not he gets away with it is another question. Matt is in hot pursuit. Joffo's leading him right to the Orpha. A bit of trigger discipline. Finds the kill. Brute Monster now under pressure. They've let him save this AWP a few too many times. They don't want to allow it again, but it looks like he'll slip away. Kind of wild. They've lost 6 rounds. He's only died 3 times, just over and over. Having to back off with this sniper. The entry pathing is just so perfect from Fnatic. Z10 getting rolled here on their map pick.
Oh, good opening from Jambo. What?
Oh,
how does he expect the second one?
Yeah, that level of awareness is unbelievable. I mean, I can't believe that Z10 are just feeding like that, but yeah, the fact that he anticipates another to go through the smoke is actually pretty nuts. It's kind of one of those plays where it's like so dumb that you really think like, well, there's no way he's going to expect another player to walk through the smoke dry, right? Nope, he does. Nemanja left with the 1v3 again. I can almost guarantee what he's going to go for here. It's going to be another save with that AWP. But being chased down in the last round, he's very aware that Fnatic are kind of unwilling to let him keep it. So anybody's held on to it for a few rounds, built up a little bit of money in that time as well. Maybe have a stab at this. Problem is, he's called wrong. He's gone back over towards B. Now it will definitely be the call to save.
Such an elaborate way for Fnatic to go about it. They send out a couple of feelers just to try and clear out where the final player is. They don't want to run into an AWP like that. They find the empty bomb site. Big responsibility on Imani's shoulders. They failed to save the AWP, I would like to say 2, maybe 3 times. And a 3rd or 4th would be devastating. But I do feel like Fnatic is just playing like the better team. They are much more well-drilled on their entrances. The way they're consistently able to find space on B with a single piece of utility. They're consistently allowing a player to get super aggressive on middle with no punishment. And I feel like by now, Zero Tenacity should have already punished it, because there are multiple times where individual prongs are exposing themselves. And even this round started off with a solo peek. But the refragging from Fnatic, trading has been incredibly good later.
Okay, well, there's going to be another fall by Z10 was sort of on the weakened weapons in the last. I don't think the money and the buy itself has been the problem here. Plenty of rounds with the rifles and no success. Once again, pivoting towards this B-bomb site through the smoke, no respect. Not even any flashes. This time AVN is sat in the clouds, but got to make sure he doesn't get lost in the source. There's too many. And BlameF says it's a little too quiet. There's got to be someone close. Anticipates it, deals with it. Good spams for the 4v4. Fnatic once again have taken the bomb site, and in the next few moments we'll get that C4 down.
A little chaotic here in B, but coming out to the advantage of the T's, Brute Monster is still able to stay alive. And with a flashbang, wants to create some space for himself. Problem is, Jambo's already trained on the angle and will be taking care of him. Madden wanted to try and go around to pressure from a different angle, but by then his teammate has already fallen.
We'd have to readjust there, but it's a really nice shot. Madden now left with 2. As you say, 19 points of health. Surely no chance, only a matter of time, and BlameF will be the one to execute. So Fnatic onto an 8. I love the awareness from BlameF to anticipate AVN in that smoke. See it again. Just turns around, yeah. There's got to be someone lingering around here somewhere. There's no way we've been given all of this space for free. I can't believe how little damage that nade actually does onto Brute Monster as well. I thought it at the time. HE hits him, bounces off of him, and explodes inches away. That's 15 points of damage. Still, that force field around him that keeps him going. Not enough. Zero Tenacity's great start. Remember, they went 3-0 up. They won the pistol. They won the follow-ups. I thought that was going to be a catalyst to sort of a 4-5 round half at least. Really may not be the case. Fnatic have truly got the momentum here. Looking very good.
How does Avon die there? BlameF runs into a completely disadvantageous duel against 2, and he's still able to get away with murder. On the A site, 2 on B. Regardless of where Fnatic goes, they have to look down 2 barrels. But generally, they've been the better shooters. Utility being primed for an A site entrance. In the meantime, they're going to have a lurk to create problems on B as well. But they have to be pristine with their shooting. Jaffo up close. The wide swing becomes awkward. Mattis is able to get 1. Brute Monster in the meantime creates problems on mid. And Jambo is neutralized with the sidearm. 8-4. Not the worst of house for Zero Tenacity, but certainly a very strong showing from Fnatic, who started off losing the pistol round.
Bit of a fumble from Fnatic at the end from perfect Counter-Strike that we've seen throughout the entire half, and then just sort of treading on each other's toes a little bit there in that last. Either way, 8-4 is serviceable for the CT side. Z10, no. They're a hell of a lot better here on their attack, so they could certainly be something. But first step on this ladder is winning the pistol round. Once they've done that, they can start to have a conversation about what comes after. If they don't, then it's mentally check out of this one, focus on Mirage. Adam around this corner, 3-man stack on the A side. Look at this setup. Fnatic have completely given up B. We've got 3 close A, 2 getting aggressive on mid. And the Glock gets things started nicely.
What?
Madden, Choffo, wow. Easy work.
There's no way that Madden should have been allowed to get away with so much. With a single Glock, he peeked into 2 different players. And even up against the close-range dualies, nothing was done. And this is an excellent round for Zero Tenacity to be coming back into their own map pick. Anubis, of course, being their specialty. Hard to recover if you lose the pistol round after already having forfeited 8. But that silver lining could be exactly what the doctor ordered.
Absolutely wild. Fnatic going for this super heavy A-oriented strat. You know, Z10 could have just walked into B for free. They still end up walking into the stack, into that trap, and they make light work of it. That is not just a must-win round being converted, but quite a confidence-inspiring one as well. Firing on all cylinders as we go into the second. Jambo, of course, save those jewelries in the Kevlar from the last because they're on an eco. Certainly better than nothing. I can't imagine we'll see a whole lot here out of the defense. This time round, it's a full stack on B. Zero Tenacity say, well, A worked last time. Let's run it back. Rinse and repeat. They'll be executing a ghost site in the next few seconds. They'll realise it. They've got 2 Mac-10s here as well. They can send hunting and farm a bit of cash.
An opening from Nemanja. Mid space being taken. And this B-side stack from Fnatic isn't going to get any victims. It's all about the exits.
I don't think they're all too likely to get these exits as well. I mean, they stack up together as a world, but the rifles aren't going to press too hard. You can see 2 of which are just staying on the bomb site. It's these Mac-10s that want the frags, and well, yeah, there you go. Brute Monster, little peek, does confirm that they're close. Takes 1, but his teammate there with him does actually fall, but a bit of a blessing in disguise to lose one of the SMGs. They will be the ones to do all the heavy lifting. The manual swing and finish things off. That's 4 kills out of his Mac-10, so $6,000 in the bank. 2,400 of which coming off of the kill reward bonus there. Pretty perfect. So Fnatic will be on a buy in the next, but Z10 now snapping at their heels, 2 rounds away from tying up this scoreline. And they'll have good money to go for a buy here as well. Nemanja dropping the AWP over to Brute Monster, keeping the Mac-10. This is kind of interesting. Brute Monster's been absolutely popping off this map as well, so definitely one that you want to put on that sniper as early as possible. AVN having a bit of a stinker. I want to see him step up more here in this second half. However, on the other side of the coin, Crims is also having a poor game. So, got a clash of trash at the bottom of the scoreboard there. Always like, okay, so it's a little more forgivable when there's one on the other side as well. So, there's a fragging power you're sort of playing this 4v4. Number 15 is an important swing round, though.
Yeah, it is. Matters a little bit more for Fnatic. Chance to start building up their economy, but more importantly, make sure that it doesn't get destroyed in the first place. T is going to have a much easier time, though, because even with a minimal loss bonus, they can still afford weaponry because they do have about $2,000 apiece at least. Pushing right through B main. Oh, this push is going to be super telegraphed. I really love that Blame F goes for a lot of confidence plays where he'll just try and go for gunfights because he just feels like he's better. Often works. Flashbang, oh, a little bit too shallow, and Madden! A beautiful spray transfer that instantly connects onto Fear's head. Fnatic feeling a bit hard done by that. They did all the homework. They had the util, they had the double swing. and that should have worked on paper, but Zero Tenacity will have zero forgiveness. Molotov, perfectly lined, Crim's flushed out, and Zero Tenacity with a 7.
That is a huge round win, and a perfect fashion to take it as well. Keeping some of that money going. It's a good pause from Madden. Manages to avoid the flash without having to turn. He's just sort of tucked below the stairs. It needed to come a little bit higher. We are more than likely going to see things tie up at 8 apiece. Just the pistols here. Jambo's got himself a HE. There's actually another one as well. So I'll deploy both into middle, but a little bit premature. 10 haven't started to walk forward yet. There, Util. Definitely do a whole lot more damage. Fear would have been heard taking 6 in that molly. Flashbang in. Big swing. Easy kill. Nice straight back from Jambo. USP. Doing some damage.
I've got to remind you that Fnatic came back into the game with a swing round that came off of a 4 spot. Now, obviously, the resources do inhibit their ability to do that, but I'm still hopeful. Not in good timing. Jambo caught. Heroics from Mattis won't pay dividends.
Okay, eventually getting there is Crims. As the head on to AVN. It's a bit of a scrappy fight. Flamef's got himself a rifle. Certainly something for him to save. As for Crims, well, they're on a buy in the next, and he doesn't even have Kevlar around this Deagle. Doing a little bit of extra damage or grabbing himself a rifle on the exit. Certainly more impactful, and he will be looking for exactly that. Can't connect the head, though. Oh, does second time asking. Won't be able to get the gun and get out of there. He will just go down with the bomb, but a good bit of economic damage, forcing a couple of reinvestments. They're still tied up at 8 apiece, though. Z10 looking good on their map pick now. T-side really finding their form. They've got to do it again against the rifles now.
Eight to 8 and Zero Tenacity have now drawn things a lot closer. The issue for Fnatic is that they're always going to have to struggle a bit uphill. Need to fix this issue right now. And Blame F has been really quiet since the end of the T side. You've got to remember that he ended the first half with 12 kills, and now he has yet to furnish a single kill.
A lot of stuff there from Z10 this time round. In fact, you could argue that both teams sort of apply more of a passive approach to this one. Fnatic, who have been quite keen to contest this mid control, completely giving it up. No one even holding towards camera. It is going to be smoked. BlameF just here in Temple, ready to emerge. Good flash. Oh, AVN kills Madden, but does manage to find the flag. So, yeah, I guess so. Into a 4v4 though. They've got so much room. I mean, think of what you can do with this, right? Fnatic just kept guessing. They've lost control of their own spawn. Nemanya's going to come out from Temple. Both the B players confined into the connector. And the crunch, the 1-2 sucker punch from both sides will be a knockout blow. Crimson Jambo left to try and hold on to these rifles. Again, Z10 are on to 9.
And Z10 are playing in a very different way, where stylistically, Fnatic would constantly send out feelers. They would send out individual members of the team to try and poke and prod. We saw that consistently around middle, especially in the form of Fear, but Zero Tenacity aren't the same. They are more than happy to put 2 or 3 members in the same location and actually try and play the numbers advantage. I feel like Fnatic are struggling with that quite a bit.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot BlameF can do when he's the one player contesting that mid control. He calls for the flash. It's not like he's peeking dry or anything. He calls for the flash, but swings around the corner and there's 3 of them waiting for him. You know, even when 2 are blind, there is not a lot you can do when you just bite off a little bit more than you can chew like that. So they'll take the lead for the first time since, what, round number 5? Momentum through the roof. Been 5 in a row on this T side already. Fnatic yet to find a taste of success. The full wall of smokes here on B will isolate the connector player from the rest of his teammates. BlameF doing what he can to deploy the util. So's already there. Massive early entry. Blowing the smoke open. Does connect for 1. Flashbang over. And P9 doing damage as well. The numbers don't stay in Fnatic's favor for long.
Yeah, for a moment it looked good, but it can still be recovered. Fnatic brought down to just 2 members, but so is Z10. Crims nearly caught in the back, goes for the re-swing. Now Brute Monster's got a lot to do. Has to find BlameF, has to find Crims, but he does have the bomb. And he's inching ever closer. BlameF being quite clever about it and wants to just try and cut him off at the rotation. Quick tap on the bomb from Brute Monster to try and get back into action. Bait out some movement, but it's been long enough that now the full rotation's already happened. Brute Monster walking all the way. Crims thinking that Brute Monster wouldn't want to go for the rotation because that information's already been given up. Crims played this pretty smart. He showed himself in water so that Brute Monster would be less likely to rotate from there, and then he rotated off, but Brute Monster predicted that. BlameF, though, already in position, and is quickly able to put Brute Monster down. So Fnatic's first taste of success. They're still going to be a very rocky.
As you say, they're really, really well played at the end there from Fnatic. In situations like that, in those 1v2s, knowledge is really power. And when you don't have the information, and enough time passes that then they could be anywhere, it makes things very, very difficult. But yeah, lucky BlameF was able to slip away after his missed shot in CT. A 1v1 would have made that a lot more palatable for Nemanja. 9-9, we're tied back up though. Fnatic with a decent buy. Of course, Z10 after 5 in a row and 5 pretty convincing rounds in a row. They do still have money, but it will deplete a little bit quicker than you'd expect. Their AKs are out here, full util, AWP, Kevlar helmets. We won't see the same in the next if they're not able to convert now. Look at this from Fnatic. We haven't seen a setup like this yet. All 3 getting aggro here in mid. Might catch out 1. Yeah, freebie onto Brute Monster.
Zero Tenacity once again going for something a little bit faster over towards the B-bomb site, and they have gotten full control now. It is a retake that Fnatic do want to wager, though. Flashbang to go in from Crims. But they haven't quite committed to the cause just yet. They still need to wait for the flank to start brewing. It's Mattis in the back lines. Taking a little too long to pop on over. Pressure still being applied by Fnatic, but the time's already halfway taken down. Now those duels are going to be super haphazard. Crims to find the first blood. Joffo responding. Avin the same, is able to get a double and very quickly take down 3 to put Fnatic in the graveyard. And Zero Tenacity now should be firmly ahead of Fnatic, especially with the money having crashed and burned.
Don't know what more you can really ask for from the early round there out of Fnatic. You know, it's 3-man press into mid, they get the kill, and the information that it's going to be a B-site crunch, but still that's not enough. Retake, just uninspiring. Aggression into middle again. Spam is brilliant. Nemanja sends BlameF packing, deals tons of damage on Sophia as well. Just the pistols and armor in this round, but it's to prevent Z10 from pushing themselves onto 11. After being 8-3 down, and the masterclass that we saw out of Fnatic's T side, I really did think that this would be a 2-0 sweep, and Z10 were down and out of their own map pick, but showing a lot of resilience and looking very good here on their T side. Ooh, big double out of Crims. Still a 3v2. Still him and Vera low. But a fighting chance now.
Oh man, they're just so split apart. Are they straight up just retaking the wrong bomb site? Has the fake been successful, or are they just trying to go for the exit? I think they were just trying to hunt for the one member, but at the same time, like, I would have really liked to see them just quickly try and pivot towards A, just to find the lone member, because I think Brute Monster ended up giving off his info that he was on B, so it would suggest that there's only one player remaining on A. Well, Fnatic now getting a little bit desperate. AWP is being brought out twice over. BlameF and Jambo. Let's see if the secondary op can change anything. Fnatic have been a bit more individualistic in how they hold bomb sites and also in how they went about the T side, so it makes sense that you would need more stopping power in certain areas of the map. MF holding camera. Most of the team from Zero Tenacity postured towards A.
Surprised me that we didn't see some kind of attempt from Fnatic towards the end of that last one. It's an eco round, we would have had a buy in this next anyway. Success would have been massive, and dying wouldn't have been the end of the world, but holding on to those 2 guns does mean that we see a slight change in setup here. Double AWPs coming out. Could be the difference maker. BlameF, we know that he's a very capable sniper. Fnatic have got that luxury. Having a couple of players on the roster that really can make that big green work and do some damage. Towards main. Flashbang evaded by BlameF. Joffo's going to be the first to drop, and BlameF doesn't stick around. Find out what a trade tastes like. Drops the molly, flashbang in, Crims will swing off of it. This is perfect. This is a really good defense. Where has this been throughout the half so far? Brute Monster will have the last laugh, but might not even be able to escape with his life here. Jambo will catch him on the cross. That's a very fast shot. Fnatic are on to 10.
I think this is one of the first few times where we've seen them actually play cohesively like a unit. You see that flashbang to usher Crims into the fight. We see Fear holding the back lines just to disallow any flanks from middle. We have not seen them play like a unit on Anubis like that just yet. In fact, their entire T side was also coming off the back of individual heroics. I think Fnatic have been fine with throwing utility for each other, but most of their actual engagements have been just individual peaks.
Made things tricky. But great bit of cohesion in that last round, as you say, Jambo. Draw first blood in this one here. So far, very good with this double AWP. Maybe the answer to all their problems, but a flashbang, Jambo. Can't do a lot to fight back. Crims now the lone anchor on this A site, and he's trapped in main. Joffo seems to know that he's close. We're going to try and crunch in from both sides. Mac 10 swings, pre-fires, upgrades into the rifle. Man advantage now. The bomb site is theirs. Oh, wow. Fnatic are pulling away. They're going to play for OT. That's a shame.
I mean, Fnatic did a really good job on their terrorist side, right? But CT has looked very lackluster. We've seen Blame F, the prime fragger of the team, only furnished 3 frags since the end of the T half. Jambo's not been looking really crazy either. And what's surprising to me is that we've seen a big step up from the bottom fraggers of either squad. Avon had a really crispy 3K, even though hasn't done much other than that. But Crims certainly had a resurfacing of sorts. 13 kills now when he was sitting on like 2, 3, maybe up to 5 before. And a tactical pause from Fnatic is certainly in order. Overtime's the only option they've got now.
Yep.
And no mistakes will go unpunished.
Another sort of interesting talking point here is Brute Monster hasn't found a kill in ages. Remember, we pointed him out in the first half, having 11 frags, and that was after like 7 rounds or something, right? And then I think he found one more, and he's had very little impact on this T side. It really has been this trio of Joffo, Madden, and Nemanja that have been putting up these massive numbers, and yeah, been really, really key pieces in these rounds, frankly, because Brute Monster's gone incredibly quiet. Now, somewhat lucky for him, he had a lot of saved rounds in that first half, so the deaths haven't tallied up all too heavy just yet either, so he's still going positive. Be poetic for him to have a big round here to close it out. They don't want complications, they don't want OT, they've got 2 chances to seal the deal, and they'll kind of have enough money to see them through it as well. They'll have a full buy in this one. If they lose it, there'll be just about enough cash to invest into the next. Madden will struggle, but assuming they're still able to save one player or get a bomb plant or something, be a reasonable investment ahead. All boils down to this, though. The next minute will determine who wins this map. Potentially. Whether we're going to OT. The double sniper set up again in play for the CTs.
Blame F not quite being pushed off the angle, but he's tagged up quite severely. And Z10 certainly taking their sweet time. Blame F about to get a dry peek coming his way. Should be able to find the instant shot. Util to stop them. Crims doing a great job on middle as well. Nemanja has gone down. And Blame F is still being pressured. Stuck in the corner. Uses the sniper like a shotgun. And this is a crispy defense from Fnatic. Pulling out the knife. Goes punished. And Blame F with a second no-scope to end it all. What a sequence from the man.
Yeah, just going shotgun sniper there in connector. It's kind of a wild approach, isn't it? Because he's close with that AWP. But he's not taking the deep angles, so yeah, it was always going to be required to take some of those sort of flashy shots, and he does exactly that. I said that the buy wouldn't be too bad here from Z10. I was kind of anticipating that if they lost the round, they'd still get a little bit more out of it than that. Hardly any kills, no bomb plant, no saved weapons. Let's actually leave them. There's a lot to be desired here. 2 AKs, a Galil, and 2 Tech 9s to try and get this one done without the need for further rounds. Great HE over the top. Madden eats it. Almost does max damage. What is the plan now? I like the fact they've kept AVN outside of B main, so a beta site remains an option. You don't have to worry about someone having pushed through. It would be the right call. It is only Matty's here to defend.
Oh, good collection from Crims. Perfectly uses the flashbang to his advantage, keeps going for more, but I think triple dipping will certainly be his demise. In the meantime, though, they're trying to cook something up here on B. A crucial kill being missed. Fear finding Avon means that Maiden will be all alone. He's managed to find a headshot on Mattis, though, and that's an open bomb site. A real opportunity for Zero Tenacity to close it out before overtime. And there is no scurrying away now if you're Fnatic. You must try and pressure this.
Loads
Can't
of
slip
room
up.
granted.
Madden hits the shot. This could very well be over. Oh, this is a beautiful connection onto Jambo. Matt is being brought in for his firepower, and he's paying dividends. Blaymef switching over to the rifle, and he can't be fumbling with his Util now. He blocks himself out, and certainly this means that Zero Tenacity have made it all the way to 13, and Maiden will get the last laugh as Zero Tenacity deny overtime and push Fnatic onto a map deficit.
4 kills out of the newest edition in that final round as well. Bit of a mistake from Fear to switch off of his weapon. Not anticipating that second fight. Madden goes absolutely nuclear at the end. And a bit of a testament to the game that he had as a whole. 21-11. Fucking 81 ADR, doing some big damage. Fnatic kicking themselves. That not only were they not able to convert that final round and take it to OT, but not able to do just generally a little bit more there on their CT side. It was a disappointing showing after the side switch at halfway, but yeah, strong stuff. Very strong stuff from Z10. We said that their Anubis was their specialty map, and they deliver that again. I don't expect to see the same for their Mirage, but if they're able to give us a decent showing on Inferno, maybe there's still a world that they could be that first Swiss stage team to make it into the quarterfinals. Of course, Madden there, your MVP, 21 kills, 81 ADR, doing some big damage. And major player. A big part of their success is. So really good map win for Z10. I'm impressed.
Yeah, and with performances like that, I think he is going to diminish the doubts that Zero Tenacity might have had about switching up their roster. That was an incredible performance by Madden, and the reason that doesn't go into overtime is purely because Madden is not only able to find double entries onto the B-bomb site, but also single-handedly hold it down when it comes to the 2-on-2 retake. Now, obviously, that was also a little bit sloppy from Fnatic. Time and time again, we would see them get into individual engagements where they could have very easily been playing for the trade frags. I think that could have been a little bit better. And I think even down to the individual level, when we look at the CT side, the players that were performing on the T side were nowhere to be found. I think Blaymef being the prime example of that. 12 kills at the end of the first half, and then not really adding much more to that until the very end of the game. So a bit disappointed in Fnatic, but I want to see if they can push this to map 3.
Yeah, me too. I think they should be able to. Mirage is a map that they beat some pretty good teams on recently, but we'll see. We will absolutely have to wait and see. Z10 have had their struggles with it, but a big win like that, a confidence booster, a bit of momentum gained as well from their T side for
amount of reps recently on Mirage, right? And Zero Tenacity, although yes, they have a big sample size of not finding too much success on Mirage either, I feel like just based on pure volume, they might be able to find a victory here. They have gotten some decent results in the past. Maybe it's been more of a streak of red recently, but who knows? Maybe this is when they finally turn it around. Now, going straight into the pistol round, it's going to be Fnatic on the terrorist side. Zero Tenacity also getting to start off on the advantageous side, courtesy of them not having picked the map. And with one win under your belt, that brand spanking new lineup, Madden being part of the equation, I think they've got what it takes, Josh. I'm a believer. I was also a believer, but I was bullied for that in high school.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Oh my, look at this. Nemanja!
Oh.
What a showing! Shuts them down, and it's all a streak of one taps across the board.
That is unreal. I mean, look at this. It was Nemanja that pulled off the crazy 3K in the opening pistol round on that first map as well. I just don't know how he does it again. Mechanics on another level. Absolutely schooling the side of Fnatic on how to win a CT pistol round. Hopefully, for their sake, it yields a little bit more success. Follows into the gun rounds. But up against the Force here, making light work against the pistols. This was a bold call to go for the Force out of Fnatic.
Hang on.
I mean, 1v5, surely not.
He's already got a double. The ambitious individual intelligence that often shows up on our screens does give him a 6% chance. So maybe in some cases I am fine with outsourcing my brain to AI.
Not getting my hopes up. I'm sorry. I love you, Blame F. I think you're absolutely correct, but not
Dude,
today.
I was looking, like, while we're on the subject of like making fun of the AI intelligence bar on the top of our screens, right? I saw a post about how there's now like concrete research that relying on just large, just like language learning models, any GPT, whatever, on a daily basis. Like, you know how some people just use it like their therapist and their doctor and everything? Like, it genuinely makes you dumber.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. I use it to make silly pictures.
Good.
Yeah.
Like, I'll tell you something dumb I've been doing recently. So you know how it costs tokens to generate responses, right? So because there's like no limit to how much you can spam on Instagram, I just go on like the chat bots and I'm like, I'm wasting your tokens, because I hate the chat bots. Like, they have chat bots titled like McDonald's worker, Satan, friendly snail. Like, I don't want to talk to these chat bots, bro. Why is Meta trying to push that down my throat?
You know, I read an article the other day that it's costing OpenAI millions of dollars a year by people saying please and thank you when using ChatGPT. So now I say it every single time. I'm like,
I'm just being
every
polite.
time it does something, and I'm like, thank you, Mr. GPT. This looks really good. Take him down. Man beats machine. And all we got to do is be polite. All we got to do is say thank you.
Kill him with kindness.
Exactly. That's what wins the war. 3-0
You know,
though.
this is probably being put in a ledger somewhere, and the machines are gonna come for us first.
Maybe they've developed, you know, like a little bit of a love towards us. Because it's like, oh no, he's the nice, polite guy. Always says thank you.
He's a nice, polite guy that keeps wasting our money.
At least they feel appreciated.
Speaking of money, Fnatic have bought down completely to try and give themselves a chance in the 4th round. Beautiful opener from Mattis, but he will have to pay with quite a bit of HP for it. Nemanja, good connection, but Fear, oh, does Fear get a kill here?
Gosh.
Interesting approach from Nemanja. But there's quite a bit of HP missing on Fnatic as well. Mattis is going to have to go big. Fear tagged down quite heavily as well. Crim's dropping down. Or Ivan, rather. And he's left in a 1 versus 3. Switches over to the M4. And this is actually kind of doable. Mattis
Oh.
grazing shoulders with the man. He has no idea that Mattis is right behind him.
Well,
A good start from Z10, quickly punished.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a carbon copy of what we saw in the opening rounds of Anubis, however. You know, we saw that 3-0 start, and then they lost the bye round. They have got to make sure that this doesn't get too out of hand. But weird call there from the Mania to jump out of the window, right? That was yeah, big question mark for me as well. He did actually land an extra tag on Zephyr, so one more bullet would have done the job. Monster still with an AWP out. First blood drawn. Swing out from stairs. Palace player eliminated. Scrims will get a refrag, but still a man disadvantage. Smokes are up, but they'll be blown open. Not getting this plant yet. Brute Monster still picking them away.
I mean, if this is a standard that Z10 is setting for Mirage, which is allegedly one of their worst maps, then Fnatic might actually be the first invitee to be sent packing.
Got to do a little bit better here. Their map pick. Having lost the opening in the series, and yeah, just coming into this one a little bit stale. Brute Monsters had another monster start. He sat 8-1. I was sort of pointing out in that last map how hot he came into the game and then how quiet he truly went. Yeah, it was unreal. CT side, he went 10-5, and then the whole of the second half, we're talking 12 rounds played, found 2 kills. So, yeah, quite literally went from top of the scoreboard in the first half to rock bottom in the second. Went a huge portion of that game without finding any kills whatsoever. He's back with his foot on the gas. Try and keep up that consistency. Fnatic buying around the saved AWP. It's not the best of buys. A couple of Galils, a couple of AKs, not a lot of util. Could still suffice. They need somebody to go big here. Fear wants to be that hero.
Bit of a slow round here. Jambo wanting to lead the pack. AWP out, slowly scanning and prodding. Need to try and deflect the smoke. BlameF catches Pneumonia though. A very good connection there. And they're quickly going to try and get into the back lines as well. Already through the jungle. BlameF has quite a bit of space here. But he's got to watch out for the other player that has crept into jungle. Mattis in the meantime takes care of Joffo. It's a very crispy work being done by Fnatic. BlameF to get the entry, Mattis to get more. But I think BlameF creeping into jungle was pretty much what wrapped things up, Josh.
That's a better round back out of Fnatic. 4-2 will go. They'll keep a little bit of a lid on things early doors here on Mirage. You know, we have these like deeper, detailed statistics when it comes to these maps. And a lot of the time they're really irrelevant. You don't want to sort of start going down the route of like players cast and things like that. And it doesn't normally have all too much bearing. But sometimes I like to have a look at when you've got 2 very, very potent snipers on a server. You've got a game where, you know, this battle between Jambo and Brute Monster is going to be quite important. I like to look back at how many duels those two players took against each other and which way they're leaning. And actually, in that last map, Brute Monster and Jambo took a fight with each other 3 times. And every single occasion, Jambo won that duel. Every single AWP fight that they took, Jambo was a little bit quicker. And then, whilst on that little track and just having a look at it, it was like, okay, so how does that go for anybody else? Turns out that 60% of Brute Monster's kills that game were just him bullying Crims. Just killing him every round. It was just him bullying Crims. And didn't actually find all too many kills onto anybody else. So, yeah, my little head to head revealed some bullying in the pack here.
Yeah, you essentially just have a punching bag on the server that you go back and punch when you're getting a bit frustrated with the harder opposition.
Yeah,
it's
Died to Jambo again. That's it. I'm gonna go back to beating up Crims. Wild. It might even be more than that. If it's 12 kills, 8 of them were Crims. 8 of them were onto Crims. It's even more than 60%.
No wonder he was stuck at the bottom for so long. He did have a recovery though at the end. I like that.
Yeah, Crims gave us a little bit of something. A couple of decent moments. Remember that round where he was just trying to do exit damage with the Deagle. He found a couple of big shots as well. Brute Monster sees the fingers.
Oh, wow.
Rips him off for Jambo. Bit of payback for those jewels lost in the first map. Still trading back the other way. Fnatic will have the advantage. And Blame F, snake in the grass behind enemy lines. Catches off another. Oh, shows his cards. Yeah, he can't be alive for much longer here. Big 3k from Fear.
And I think the playstyle for Blame F here in Mirage has just been for him to consistently find some space in the back lines. He did it before in jungle a couple of times. Now he went all the way to market. And Zero Tenacity. Have to sit this one out for a little while. Essentially just have to wait to be farmed. Jaffa is going to be the crop that fights back. Alright, so Fnatic. Not quite in winning ways just yet. Certainly a big resurgence. I said that Zero Tenacity were setting a really good precedent for Mirage, but I want to see how far they can take this. You've got to remember that they're also playing the more favorable side. And a tactical pause does suggest that they're not feeling all too confident about their game plan anymore.
Yeah, you don't have this crutch to lean on anymore as well of that T half when it comes to Mirage or even, you know, the CT half here, to be honest. I mean, it's slightly favoured, but one of the most balanced maps, or one of the more balanced maps, I should say, in the pool right now. And when it came to Anubis, it was, you know, very acceptable to have to come into the game slow, to have a bad first half and kind of look pretty weak on their CT side because yeah, they knew that their win rate, once they switch over, would be massively increased. And yeah, that T side is just so powerful, but you don't have that crutch to lean on. You don't have that luxury anymore. You do need to continue putting on the pressure. That's a decent showing for this defense. Smokes and nades into middle. Firebombs carpet the floor, but nobody to be cooking within them. That's going to swing out. Ooh. Flash doesn't hit the flick. Both shots are millimeters away. A micro adjustment would have been the difference between a 5v5 and a 5v3 right here. As Jambo keeps creeping forward, Madden is in the ladder room, could catch a timing.
One of the first few times where we've seen Zero Tenacity actually... Oh, Grips! Heavy-footed, and Joffo gets a warning to turn around and find the fight. one of the first few times that they've pushed forward, and it actually ends up paying dividends. Fnatic huddled up in B apartments, and now with the pushes that happen from Zero Tenacity, it starts to become a little bit more telegraphed where Fnatic will eventually go. 30 seconds on the clock, a little bit of util available. 3 players already in position to start shutting them down. Alvin playing a bit of an unorthodox angle, and he's going to get support from short as well. Here it comes. The first player coming in, sloppy on the spray, but down. Mountain and Nemanja, both a kill apiece, and it's just Jambo remaining with nothing to do and all to save.
Another really good round back now. D10, I said about putting that pressure back on, or at least keeping it applied here. In a real importance. Lucky for Jambo, there's tons of cash for that T-half, so be able to save that all, but it won't really hurt the finances. Everyone else can still buy around him. He'll still have a decent chunk of change to fall back on for future rounds if needed as well. But they will lose the lead once again. A little 4-round streak comes to an end. Zero Tenacity finally come up with the answer. Rifles back out. Brute Monster, 9 and 3. With the sniper in play, a little bit of early presence into the apartments. I'm not sure they'll commit to an execution, but for now, that is once this entry.
Very consistently slow early rounds coming out from both teams. And Zero Tenacity, they're going to have to really put their heart and soul into it if they want to try and stifle the economy of Fnatic, because it's quite built up already. Gonna have to do it all with gun rounds. Middle control being taken. Fear wanted to push up short. His own Molotov becoming a bit of a problem. Tagged up. Oh, look at this. Swing. Mattis saving a teammate. Joffo down. Crim's entrance onto the A site. And an instant bomb plant should be available, which signals the alarms for Zero Tenacity to already start teeing up for a save. Wow, what a shot from Jambo. And a double! As he goes for the hunt. Can barely see the elbow. But I sincerely fear for Nemanja's life. Another kill from Jambo. And he's going to be on janitorial duties on the other side.
Really one-sided rounds back and forth. It's been quite bizarre. Sort of bouncing between these flawless affairs. 4 or 5 players staying afloat. Attack balls here from Z10, realizing that they don't really have much of a grasp of this CT side. They were able to build up a bit of momentum early and then lose control. They thought they found the answer. They realized that it was maybe just an anomaly. Now with Madden on that hero rifle, what do they buy around it? Not an easy call to make here. They've got to kind of own. Madden's actually going to sell that gun and drop down with everybody else on the pistols. I think that's the right decision.
The one time someone checks that angle.
Yeah. Bit of a shame. She get one back, so an AK recovered. Choffo takes a lot of damage and realizes that it's maybe best for him to just back off and try and survive here. The rest of his teammates will have a stab at doing some damage. And it tiptoes up, Molly into connector, and it's just about trying to get some exits here and feed them the kill reward bonus if you don't need to. Does mean Fnatic will be on to 6. They'll take the lead at the halfway. Or at least they'll be able to tie things up. It's not guaranteed that they'll have that lead just yet. They hit that benchmark of exactly where you want to be on your T side. Blamer goes down with the ship. As soon as he got dinked, he realized there's not even any point in trying to run away through CT. So it goes down with the bomb. And that's that.
Fnatic looking to attack the A bomb site once again. The final round of the first half for Zero Tenacity to make their mark, but Mattis and Crims have been doing God's work on the entries. Wow, what a flick. The only pushback coming through from Brute Monster to find BlameF through the triple box. They're quite low. This is still kind of doable, Josh. With Brute Monster finding a double onto Fear and Crims now, it's down to just 2 members. But the remaining 2 are quite healthy. Jambo with the tripwire to get Brute Monster. Instant connection. And Oven with all to do. Missed shot. Waiting for Jambo to peek. And the bomb is planted a little bit awkwardly.
Look at this. He's zooming around. He's going to grab the kit. He's going to get back on it.
What option does he have, right?
Oh. Wow. The headshot as well. Just to sort of rub salt in the wound there. It's pretty crazy. Right, well. Wildly close round. It was insane to just see like AVM running around, picking up pieces, but couldn't turn it into a victory. 7 of 5. Fnatic will pull away at the halfway point, but by no means an easy affair. It's once again this kind of early streak from Z10 that actually holds them together. If they didn't win the pistol round, I just don't even want to think about sort of where they'd be right now in terms of numbers within this game. It was very much the same in that last map as well, right? They took the pistol, they won the follow-up, so went 3-0 up. They ended up 8-4 down at the half. Heavily relying on those pistol round wins, but it keeps them within the game, so they can go with this.
It's a good shot. The A site's been pretty much granted to them because Fnatic are more than happy to play a retake setup. I'm not sure if that's going to pay dividends though. Madden, good little collection on the jump up. Jambo goes down. And BlameF is just waiting for them to try and poke through CT spawn. Won't show himself for so long that it becomes very difficult to clear him out. Uh-oh. Now they know where he is, but BlameF finds both. Is there going to be enough time, though? Trying to get him off the bomb. He has to go for the full 10-second defuse. And certainly, there isn't enough time remaining, even if BlameF gets this kill. Zero Tenacity. An awkward way to do it, but they'll get it regardless.
Wow. Alrighty. Not bad at all. Running that clock down low enough. Brute Monster. As soon as he denies that defuse, knows he's got all of the cards, and he keeps them close to his chest. Important round to pick up. They lose that, they're likely sat 9-5 down before they can get another buy back out. This keeps this game competitive. It keeps them in the runnings here. Mania out into top mid, especially now with a force bite out of Fnatic. C10 have got a real opportunity to tie things up and take the lead. Next few moments will decide if that's going to materialize. Oh, what a shot.
Oh, wow. Mattis. A beautiful double. But that still leaves them in a 3 versus 3. I feel like Mattis has already done all the heavy lifting needed here. Now it's up to his teammates to try and capitalize on this. BlameF, of course, has that M4. But Zero Tenacity, Madden's going crazy. He was responsible for their win on Anubis. And I think he might be doing it again. Avon taken care of. Crims has a selection of weapons, but doesn't have a rifle. Chases one down, still expecting there to be a second player in Palace now. Narrows down the positions of both. It'll be really difficult to actually find that final player. But because he can tuck himself in, he'll try and stick the defuse. Now he hears the footsteps coming. There's no reason for him to get off the bomb. And Zero Tenacity. Honestly, just unwinnable there if you're the diffuser.
Insane shots being hit early on, but
Crims didn't really have a choice there, did he? Like, he had to stick the bomb, even if he's getting peaked. Like, if he gets off it, gets the kill, guaranteed to lose the round. So, I mean, he did what he could.
No right answer in those situations. No right answer. You fall away, you feel like a fool for not giving it a go, but yeah, you're always going to get pressed, and even if he comes off on that defuse and finds a kill, he then wouldn't have time to get back on it. So he's just one of those. Well, Eco now. Got to try and do any kind of damage. They won't expect a third under the balcony, and BlameF is able to line up 3, so making things very, very expensive. Look at this. Doesn't even really need to adjust his crosshair all too much. It's going to be Zero Tenacity taking the lead, but as I say, I'm going to reinvest on 3 members there. Let's make things quite expensive.
There's a world where the economy just spirals out of control for Fnatic, and Zero Tenacity get it done on their opponent's map pick. A 2-0 to usher themselves in to the playoffs against, into the quarterfinals rather, against one of the playoffs invitees would be a fantastic way to start off the season for Zero Tenacity. Mania able to make it 4 for 4.
Should be able to. Through the smoke, anticipating that Matties would see that little gap and try to play through it, but the same mistake being made on the other end. Jambo punishes Brute Monster for exploring. Good clearance and a wide swing from BlameF will pay no dividend. It leaves it all down to Jambo. Wild from BlameF. He just heard him coming from a couple of different angles and said, I need to sort of take a bit of initiative, try and take this fight, and ends up getting his head blown off. So Jambo will grab the A gate, try and survive. Fnatic will allow Z10 onto 9. This is where it all gets a little bit worrying. Very similar to the Ruby game yesterday, right? Where OG were able to get it over the line at the end, but it did very much feel like it wasn't just this superficially close game. Sometimes when there's like a David and Goliath story, you've got like a clear underdog and they win a few rounds and they still end up losing. You sort of say, you know what, that was kind of winnable if a few different things went their way. It felt like that Ruby game. Like they literally had match points. Yeah, it was wildly winnable. And we're in the same boat here. Like Zero Tenacity are just a few rounds away from actually closing this out 2-0. Fnatic have got to lock in. Give us their everything now.
Yeah, good time for them to be taking a tactical pause. In fact, if it came in earlier, I wouldn't have hated it. Zero Tenacity on the cusp of getting not only double digits, but double map wins. This is a round that Fnatic are going to have to sit out as well. So if Zero Tenacity can get past just this hurdle, they only have to play for 3 rounds. Even then, only... I would like to think that they're only going to get like 1.5 gun round in there. It's certainly tough if you're a Fnatic fan right now. Oh, wow, what a position from him. And Mattis keeps adding salt to the wounds. And now that PlayMF has an AK-47, he can certainly do more damage. A devastating position. And I talked about how Zero Tenacity had to get over that hurdle. We get to see it in the replay before the round's even concluded. A double.
Maddie's getting that P250 kill as well is actually massive. Because although it's PlayMF that, you know, seals that round with the 2-piece, the Palace player is then able to comfortably trade out PlayMF as he falls away, unless that P250 deals with him. And he does. So instead of it then becoming this sort of 4-on-3 and still very, very winnable for Z10, it's just wildly against them. Yeah, a decent little stab at the end there from Brute Monster, but traded back by PlayMF. He's looking on the floor saying, where's the AWP? Brute Monster had already thrown it away. But yeah, not a round that Fnatic was supposed to be winning. They make it happen. And it hurts the finances here for the T side. A lot of tactical balls from Fnatic as well, just to try and evaluate how things are looking now. It's quite difficult to keep track of the money and whatnot when you are trading back and forth like that. Just a little sort of stop, think. Adding up the numbers. What's the buy going to look like, and what's the round going to look like as a result of it? What can we do to counter? Getting vocal. Experience of PlayMF and Crims maybe chipping in for a little bit. We're good to go again. Round number 18. Fnatic looking to tie up this score.
Oh no, Brute Monster's so disconnected.
Yikes.
Still be able to pull it back though. Quite a bit of damage being delivered onto Crims. Mattis being taken away. And Madden. You wind him up and you let him into a bomb site. We've seen what can happen on a map like Anubis.
Oh, I love the boost.
Oh yeah, it'll be really
They've
tough
got
to
this little
contend with.
setup where they've got one in connector and they've got the AWP holding from short. But now with the boost onto stairs, there's no way they'll expect Madden, so he doesn't even clear the corner. That is absolutely perfect, but trying to creep round, I don't know why that was the call. The wide plant might just cost them the round here. 3v2, it's a recovery mission for the C4. It has to be dealt with. Big kill.
Oh, this smoke might actually help them out, but never mind. Jambo. Fancy footwork to find the fight. Crims already set up in position to disallow any rotations. And Madden has maybe 10 seconds of allowance to get this bomb down, and he will do exactly that. As he crosses over, doesn't spot anything. Now has to allow entrance into jungle from the one player that he was trying to safeguard. Oh no, he's stuck in the ladder. Yep, this calls it. Oh no! No way! I thought he was done for
as well. HP somewhat negated by it. 22 points of health. Timing on the peak. Jambo fumbling around with nades. Oh man. It was a HE as well, so had he tossed it in the right position, it might have done the job, but as soon as Malin hears that sound cue, it's a big peak, an unbelievable clutch. And yeah, as you say, the adjustment, the readjustment after getting stuck on the ladder is unreal.
And this is one of those pauses that comes through after you've made a really big play, not when you want to discuss any issues.
Yeah, when you want to just cool off a little bit. It's just, yeah, well done. Pats on the back. Celebrate for a couple of seconds, give them the congratulations, and then we lock in again. A lot of adrenaline flows through you in moments like that. Heart starts racing, and it's important to just kind of bring you back down to a normal level again. Will be another buy from Fnatic, but now they'll be the ones strapped for cash. If they don't convert here, they'll have problems. Jambo's giving them problems as well. It's a lovely shot, and to be honest, the financial turmoil goes both ways. Whoever wins this round will start to feel the breeze on their face as they just sort of poke over those economic woes. Opponents will have a hard time with the money. Fear, in the ladder room, takes a dink, but deals the damage. Crims follows up. Fnatic making light work of this round. It's onto the Mania and AVN. Ooh, that's huge.
Yeah, sudden access being granted into the B bomb site, and Avin has quite a bit of HP to tank
Bomb's
a couple
going,
bullets as well. Uh-oh. Doesn't realize he's being crept up on. Forced out by the Molly.
1 HP.
What a difficult position to be in. BlameF eventually deals with him. But you're right, in the meantime, Nemania's already cooked up the plant, but he's being chased by an MP9, and he doesn't have quite the HP. Can Nemania do what his teammates did prior?
So low.
Disney takes him out.
Yeah. Good read. Bit of a shame there from Nemanja, but to be honest, the bomb plant will do them some favors when it comes to the money.
Yeah, they needed the money.
Yeah. Fnatic will take a 9th. I do like the call at the end there, though. An AVN just wide swung the AWPer with the Mac 10. Stayed alive in the apartments. Bomb goes A. I think if Nemanja had a bit more health, that could have been very winnable. Very important round from Fnatic.
I mean, the issue is that having the bomb plan in the previous round might have also instilled some false confidence to try and buy around it. I'm going to see if they can make this low buy work. Brute Monster positions himself perfectly to not get spotted when the smoke blows open.
It's an important kill. BlameF catching Madden, trying to get a little bit sneaky. Ends up the second as well. This is just a clean sweep out of the CT side. Very nice hunt from Brute Monster. Baits out the shot from the sniper. Fancies his chances at the 1v5, clearly. Clear tucked around the edge, though. Yeah, MP9, no trouble for that final. Pretty wild there. Good round, ultimately, from Fnatic. There's very little to fault in that one.
I mean, if we are going to find faults, it has to be within Zero Tenacity, right? Who kind of fumbled it. Like, I'm not sure what they're going for when they just disjointedly try and fight Blame F there. Avon with a Mac 10 in a very awkward position to try and take that duel. Comes out heavy-footed, making a ton of audio. This is where Zero Tenacity will start to lose their stronghold. Blame F wanted to go exploring.
Wow.
And yeah, just continuing to dominate. And, you know, we haven't really even talked about just the pure firepower, the pure kills being provided by the individuals, right? I mean, Blame F is on 29 kills. Every time you look at him, he's providing us with a highlight reel in this map.
He certainly has been. His impact has been felt across the server, especially for Z10. So often on the receiving end of his heroics. Window smoke misses as well. It's really awkward, a rookie mistake. Makes it tough as they work forward, just having to be worried about that position. No one really facing into it. Eventually they will re-smoke window, so a little bit of breathing room granted here towards mid. Gambo still on that sniper. No AWP on the other side to cause him any problems. Oh, what a nade that is. Jesus, you can't even avoid that.
Yeah, it's
boom as soon as it emerges.
Oh man, the timing on the peaks is so good. Mattis baits out the first couple of shots. Fear peeks in from short. They're not ready for him. Now Avon once again left in a 1vx. Awkward angle being played by Crim, so it's hard to clear. And Fnatic just a couple of kills away from 13. And that too against players that should be relatively unarmored. Well, not unarmored, but under-equipped for sure.
What a ridiculous sort of turnaround and resurgence this has truly been. Z10 with 10-8 up at a really, really good position, and Fnatic have just taken the reins back at the most crucial moment. Now, trying to fight map point. We've got pistols and 2 Mac 10s. All stacked up outside of the A site. There's 3 on the other side of it. It's going to be a brute force execution. They need to be crisp with their shots. Entry comes through. Mac 10. Gets a lot of ground here, to be fair. Smokes will give them some breathing space. And we'll be able to get this plant down, but it really doesn't favour them. The Fnatic have had to go or sort of set up for this retake. Zero Tenacity were really hoping they'd be able to get some early advantages before that fact. Now 5v5, and the spams are good.
Zero Tenacity desperately looking to extend play. Fnatic wanting to force themselves back into the bomb site. Bomb already halfway kicked down. Mattis finding a vertical angle. Oh, how the hell did he get that on the fadeaway? He's still making things chaotic. Mattis, spray transfer doesn't connect, but it's just Avon remaining. And Fnatic, in a last-ditch effort to get the retake, will be able to find 13 off of some brilliant shooting from Mattis.
That is ridiculous. Look at this again on the replay. A bit of luck on his side. You can see the wings, the angel falling off of the ticket booth. That should have, I mean, that was 100% wildly inaccurate. Luck on his side when it needs to come through, and my God. Surviving with 7 points of health and his teammate on 3. Blame F having a monster of a map. 31 and 13, 129 ADR. Nobody matching his freak. Even on the other side, Brute Monster there on 20 frags. Not even halving his average round damage. Look at that. Yeah, just a monster performance out of quite literally the big guns on that Fnatic side. It's going to tie things up at 1 apiece then. We go to another Decider map, and it's felt like that's been the theme for the playoffs so far. The invitees prevailing, but so often being tested in the process, having to go the distance. And that might be the case again here. Map 3 is completely up in the air now, isn't it? Remember, it's Inferno. It's one that both teams are all right with. It's a map that we were sort of criticizing a little bit earlier, saying we'd both be happy to see it go and Cash to be its replacement. But yeah, I'm gonna throw you under the bus a little bit here. Prediction for map 3 before we go for us. What are you thinking?
I do feel like Zero Tenacity might run out of gas here, dude. Like, there are definitely things that are going right for both teams, but there's so much going wrong on both sides. Like, it felt like Fnatic were essentially carried by Mattis and Blame F in that previous map, but then Zero Tenacity also looked incredibly disjointed in so many of their approaches. So this could honestly go either way. I mean, if I had to make a prediction, I would say Fnatic, but that's not even a prediction that comes with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I kind kind of level again. And I think that that's something that is always a little bit difficult. I've talked about this in the past, but you know, previous interviews, I had an interview with Prime a few years ago, and it was after a map where he had like this unbelievable performance, similar to Blame F there on map 2, where he dropped sort of 35, 40 kills, something like that. I said, how does that feel as a player when you're putting up those kind of numbers? Like, do you just sort of feel unstoppable? And he said, to be honest, it feels pretty rough because you feel like you have so much pressure every round to actually find a multi-kill. And if you die, you know that your odds are then massively decreased. So it sort of puts a lot of pressure on you to continue to play at that level and continue to deliver. And I think Blame F may be feeling that going into map 3. Good start from Jambo, though. Big headshot to get the ball rolling. And a smoke will come down off of the back of it, but still the numbers in their favour.
Jambo, first kill found, but Alvin is going to maintain his composure. A double for him to keep things competitive on the B-bomb site, but a 2v3 in order. Joffo, Brute Monster, lots to do, and the smoke is going to be impeding their progress in. Joffo finds a pot shot, Fear goes down, and as Brute Monster starts to creep up, the seeds of doubt will be sown. And Crims wants to try and peek out, try and get a shot preemptively in. There's the first shot. Beautiful shooting from Brute Monster. Swings out, but collected by Crims. And Fnatic, by a hair's breadth, will be getting their first round.
Okay, well, a little close for comfort, but yeah, round going their way, and the bomb plant was an unbelievable shot from Brute Monster at the end there, wasn't it? Unfortunate that he wasn't able to snap back and find another, but still. First on the board. Actually going to be the first opening pistol round that Fnatic have been able to win in this series so far. Bizarrely, they've started off all 3 maps on their T side. Isn't something you see all too often. Good start out of Brute Monster, though. Connects twice with the Scout Man. Advantage here for the Z10 Force Bite. He takes contact. Decides to fall away. Doesn't want to re-swing into that.
Shot from Crims. He's going to get support from apartments soon. Won't be too difficult to get onto the A side. Just one man remaining. Joffo got the MP9 and is able to deal with 2. This is an issue. Mattis takes a little while to clean up the mess, but when all is said and done, it is a 2 versus 3. Both players' positions known. Blame F, quick, head on a swivel, finds a double headshot. Oven and Nemanja both out of commission. And Modin, at least they've been softened up for him. There's the first shot. Blame F is going to have to recover this round with no HP to his name. Quick tap, and Blame F finds the final kill. And again, it's just going to be Blame F to protect them.
Yeah, you know, you sort of beg the question of how long can that really continue, but if it does, then it doesn't really matter as long as it gets them over the line. Another painstakingly close round out of Z10 that could force them into another bye, but they opt against it. I think that's definitely the right move. See teams sort of lose control. We did see it a little bit yesterday, actually, from OG against Ruby, the map that they lost. Dust 2 towards the end, just that second half continuing to force up after close affairs in the force buys. Lost them a lot of early rounds, so Z10 not wanting to make that same mistake. Dropping down to the eco. They'll have the full rifles in the next. That does more than likely mean that Fnatic will get a little bit of a freebie here for this third. It's Crims. It's contact. Mag 7. Wipes out. EDM on the bottom side. That should be good for 1. He will be. Oh, what? That came from his teammate. Doesn't matter. I think he would have been killed anyway.
So far, so comfortable for Fnatic. And a 3-0 start certainly inspires some confidence. But this is where the big guns come out. Z10, they need Brute Monster to be hitting heavy. We've talked about how the op versus op engagement has largely been in favor of Jambo. And I think it matters a little bit more on Inferno when you've got these tight angles, when you can essentially dominate Banana with just a sniper. They connect with Nemanja. Some util damage. Shouldn't be too significant, but matters in the long run. Ooh, Mattis. Takes a nade right to the face. And Zero Tenacity have been burning through utility very quickly. Problem is, it's actually been working quite well. Smoke deployed, and they're just going to try and permeate through it. Nemanja wants to do the same. He wants to go for the fight, and it's going to work out in his favor. 2 kills found. Crims will connect with Mattis. There's nobody even alive to kill there. Why is Crims not firing off bullets? Oven, does he push through the smoke? He does. Creeping forward. Rain check on that. Waits for his teammates instead. It's Crims down to Jaffo. And with just Blame F remaining and 3 sharks circling around him, this will be an exercise in impossibility. Brute Monster's making sure he can't escape, and this will work out beautifully. Zero Tenacity, a comfortable round.
Yeah, that's good stuff. AVN had his crosshair bang on the plant, so could have spanned to stop it, but I think it was the right call to wait for his teammates. It's that really late sort of trade attempt from Crims that ends up killing his teammate that it's just quite questionable, isn't it? It was a really slow reaction from him. Sometimes you see those moments when we saw the team kill on Anubis towards mid. There was no other option for AVN, right? It was either kill his teammate, but, you know, insta-trade, or they both die. Right there for Crims, it was just him being a little bit slow. There wasn't even anyone left to kill. Awkward little fumble that costs them what should have been the 3v3. End up just getting crunched and overwhelmed by the retake that was nice and quick, actually. They had the early rotations. They had the early info. It worked nicely. As we go into round number 5, they do just about have the money for the reinvestment. But remember, the 2 rounds that they were able to win were so desperately close. They have taken a lot of casualties. The reinvestments have been costly, and there's no extra money in the bank after this one. So if they lose it, Z10 should be able to take the reins. Be able to pull ahead. Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet.
Fnatic a little bit more scared of playing closer to Banana now, just trying to avoid the U-tilt. Because previously, Zero Tenacity had been quite hot-handed with it. "40 seconds on the clock, and now it's going to start to become obvious. Rotation being brought forward. Jambo and Mattis on the entry. And they're going to have to play these entries to perfection. Jambo, double kills. Do they think that the B-bomb site is clear? I think they might. They're going to forego checking for Oven, and he instantly interrupts the bomb plan. And now with 20 seconds remaining, they have to recover the bomb. They have to get it down. They've got to flush out Oven as well. Time against them. And in their haste, Crims will be found. Jambo, he did all that he could. But unfortunately for him, his teammates just didn't check for Oven. Big oversight.
You see that on the replay. You just can't get complacent there, right? You find 2 kills. You can't assume that the bomb site's empty. Hopefully they'll learn their lesson, not make that mistake in future rounds, but it'll cost them heavily there. Should be a third to come. 4Z10 now. Maybe I speak too soon. Nice start from Jambo. Hero rifle. Let's draw first blood. I'm going to start to try and lean back towards Banana, but there is a deep smoke and Madden on the other side of it.
Oh yeah, Madden gets to pad the stats a bit, but eventually caught by Blame F. I mean, isn't the worst position for Fnatic to be in? They've got an AK-47 in the hands of Jambo.
Those little moments where, remember we saw the P90 yesterday really thrive. A similar position on Banana on Dust 2. Not Dust 2, sorry, Inferno. Madden with that MP9 just sort of running out of bullets, getting overwhelmed. And he ends up with 2. Wow, yeah, overwhelming Joffo there. He needed one. He needed one, and he doesn't get it. So, an opportunity for Blame F to upgrade into the M4. Another kill following up. Jambo's going to make light work of this. They're about to win an eco round.
Nemanja last minute trying to get close to the bomb site, but will be caught by Jambo and Fnatic. Not only do they end up getting away with a weird round where they shouldn't have had too much stake, but they also destroy the money for Zero Tenacity. And that's going to have a much more dire consequence than just this round. I can't help but feel like it's still Blame F that is running the show.
Yeah, that's really not a round that you can afford to lose. Puts you in a pretty horrible position here. You're on the side of Z10. Madden maybe kicking himself that he only ends up with 2. Blame F again. Popping heads. It's actually been Jambo putting up some really big numbers here too. I think that most important kill onto Madden's hero weapon, which I'm not a big fan of in rounds like this. I think having a hero rifle on the T side can be quite potent. I think having one when you've got teammates next to you with Kevlar can also have its bearing, because then it can be passed along the bus if you die. But yeah, having a hero weapon and, you know, getting aggro, it not being retrievable at all, even if it is your teammates haven't got Kevlar, it just feels like a bit of a waste. It puts Madden in a pretty horrible economic position here. And they're now back onto the full buy. He's down to an MP9. I guess he'll be trying to play aggressive towards Banana again, but not ideal. It's a good start from Fnatic. 5-2 up. Starting to build that bank account a little bit as well. Something that neither team have really been able to establish until now. Here we go from here. Round number 8, important for Z10. It's a decent start from Nemanja.
Thanking his lucky stars he doesn't lose his head there. And Jambo's patience throughout the round is going to pay off. Brute Monster eventually gets curious and gets punished for it. And somehow makes that MP9 work like an AK. But access to the B site will be granted, and both Avon and Joffo, they're so far away. The potential of saving this op and a rifle just way more important than anything that they can throw at this round.
kind of Inferno in a nutshell for you. One that they just can't really touch it. I have to let it go the other way, but with that, Fnatic will take 6 rounds. On the somewhat unfavored side here on Inferno. I think that's sometimes debatable statement because, yeah, a lot of teams do sort of somewhat prefer this D side. I think it's quite difficult as we're seeing some of the difficulties for CT Inferno. His rotations being awkward. Retakes very tricky. Hunting down at the end. Jambo not going to press it too hard, but 6-2 Z10. On a pause here. What do they do? How do they patch this? 2 weapons being saved means they can drop over and give this another go with the rifles, but still a lot to do here. And they kind of need 3 or 4 of the remaining rounds here in the half. That feels ambitious.
So far, so good for Fnatic. Money's still not the best for Z10, so yeah, they're gonna have to forego this round. I mean, obviously they're still trying to have a crack at it because they have an AWP and M4 saved up from the previous ones, but just with those resources, they're gonna have to get pretty aggressive. Banana controls the name of the game for Fnatic. Zero Tenacity, a much more heavy A site setup. A single player is what stands in between them and an MTB bomb site. Rotation now being brought though. Oh, Alvin's not going to be checked. Blame F is down. Is there another kill on the chopping block? Yes, there is, good sir. Joffo takes care of Blame F. And suddenly, a round that I thought they didn't have too much stake in will be very, very doable. Now, 2 players to contend with on the B-bombs, and a rotation coming in hot as well, so they might have to beat the smoke. Smoke subsides, and Fear will be the first man to go in. Nemanja playing right around it.
Wow.
Not ready for Fear, but he still gets away with it, and it somehow keeps himself alive long enough to put Mattis in the graveyard as well.
That is ridiculous. When Nemanja sort of turned away, we saw this really awkward timing where he was able to be crept up on in the smoke. I thought that was it. I thought he was just done. Somehow manages to react. We'll see it on the replay again. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's a huge whiff from Fear. How do you found that kill? That round would have been very winnable, but instead, they create a monster. As soon as Nemanja picks up that AK, sweeps him under the rug. Brilliant ability being shown, but 2 or 3 more definitely needed here. The T sides have looked pretty good in this series so far. Inferno, a map that follows a very different blueprint. They have to wake up a little bit here. Root Monster with the AWP out. Jambo without one on the other side to contest with him. That's out of choice, not necessity. He had more than enough money for that sniper. It's just difficult to get that AWP going on the T side of Inferno. You'll find a big impact, though. Here we go, round number 10.
Successful start for Fnatic. I was gonna say Zero Tenacity, but it quickly turned around. It's a nice kill from Brute Monster, sure, but very good clearance of the B bomb site from Fnatic. Now free reign, and this is one of the things we were talking about earlier, Josh. This is exactly why we don't like Inferno. the saves that can immediately be called because you are 5 kilometers away from the other bomb site.
And a 4v3 that at a time like this, you'd quite like to have a go at as well. You know, the money is there, so it doesn't really matter if they lose it. They can still buy into the next. And, like, you know, it's not the end of the world, but it's just not viable at all. Time you go for that rotation. They've got kits, they've got util. Unfortunate ones have to gear up. It's one that Fnatic aren't going to press too hard for the hunts. They've got their own financial problems going on, so and hold on to what they have. It's going to be 7-3 Fnatic. Pulling away from the pack again. Z10 still with the money though. But when I said they need 2 or 3 rounds, it now just becomes 2, right? 3 will not suffice.
Fnatic have found so much success just being explosive on bomb sites late into the round. The only real fumble they had was when they didn't check for Oven. And if they can continue that trend, then Zero Tenacity might not have anything to fall back on by the time they have to play the T. These last 2 rounds, super important for the CTs. Good fight from Alvin, but blame F and Crims. They're doing so much work already.
Yeah, this is hard work. It's one that you surely kind of have to have a little bit of a go at now, but Nemanja nowhere to be seen. Madden starting to pull away. It's another painful one to have to give up. They will now be playing, for a best case scenario, 8 for half. It was painful. And they'll have to face Nemanja very nearly hunted. There we go. Bomb goes boom. Fnatic onto A.
Util exchanged in the favor of Zero Tenacity. Another nade falls forward. Blame F and Fear tagged up quite heavily. Nemanja, the one to receive on the other side. Molotov will provide the audio cue to know that there is some presence from Fnatic on Banana. I mean, they're constantly poking the bear, but Zero Tenacity are unwilling to let go of Banana. They left the bomb all the way back, so a real chance that they still pivot towards A. I think Jambo has a decent idea that Maiden stuck there. He swings out. Good collection.
Good trade.
Blame F There for the refrag, though. And now that they started picking up the bomb, in the meantime, the prongs that they left all the way over towards A will start to activate. Joffo is going to have to go big if he wants to stop them. Crims jumping through the smoke. Instant headshot. More to be done, and Brute Monster is buried.
Massive entries out again. Crims just doubling up when he needs to. He looks a little bit better this map. Fear's been dead quiet, but he's not been needed. Z10. Looking like they're about to bow out. This half at least. Then it's, you know, a mountain to climb on their T side. We've seen so many save calls. But of course, no time for one here. Around that Nemanja and AVN have to have a crack at 4v2. As AVN falls, Nemanja will trade it, but that's his position. Known, relayed, communicated, wide swing, and that is up top. Can't believe Nemanja actually expects that, but it doesn't matter. He loses the fight. It's 9-3. Fnatic looking very, very good. This has been one hell of a half. And, you know, we were talking about, like, one of the win conditions, I guess, is BlameF continuing to pop off or somebody stepping up in his absence. And we really do see that, you know. He's having an all right game, but yeah, some of the key pieces kind of waking up around him. You got Jambo having a good performance. You got Crims up there. A bit more of a team effort this time round. It's merited them 9 rounds here in the first half.
Honestly, dude, with a start like this, it really does feel like Fnatic are about to close it out, doesn't it?
It certainly does. The pistol round was kind of the one win condition here for Z10. You're not taking it. So this one looked like this one's a lost cause that just follows the same theme of really all of our opening playoffs games so far. The invitees being tested. By no means been a stomp. There's been some truly winnable moments. There were points in this series where I really did think Z10 were going to take this 2-0. All going quite quiet since then. Fnatic locked and loaded for double digits now. CT side. Looking confident for Nemanja. It's about trying to get a plant here, but oh, okay. He's given an opportunity. I thought Fear would wait until those digits were tapped in. He still wins the fight anyway. So no plant money. 10-3. Z10 just sort of scrambling now, aren't they? This is really awkward.
Yeah, it's so strange to see that after a very dominant showing, or at least a very convincing showing on both of the first 2 maps, Zero Tenacity have just completely fallen flat. And this time, it's not even like BlameF is having like a superstar performance or anything. That's the thing I was worried about. I said that they would need BlameF to just keep stepping up and that wouldn't be sustainable. But that has not been the case. They haven't needed him. So in that sense, my prediction has been defied. 3 rounds to go for Fnatic. And this commitment to the buy means that they might not even have to run into any gun rounds. Bomb plant is of the essence for Zero Tenacity at the very least. Based on where the bomb is, the fact that there's 3 players waiting for them on A, the chances aren't looking too likely. Arches is the way to go. They want to try and go for a 2-pronged approach towards B. BlameF, sprinkle some damage on. And by the time they start making their way through Arches, they've already been peppered with damage.
It's trade actually out of the P250. Felt like the MP9 was just going to clean up there. Didn't end up being the case at all. C4 is going to go down for Maddies and Crims. They will hold on to their guns. That actually means Zero Tenacity have still got a little bit of life in them, a little bit of equity here in this map, in this series. Still a long road ahead, but losing this round would have pushed Fnatic onto 11 and likely 12. This was truly a must-win, and they pull it off. So it's going to be a fourth. Shouldn't be too much cash behind Fnatic in the next either. It is one that they'll buy into. Chance for Z10 to maybe convert a fifth as well. Maybe. Glimmers of hope.
Got in. Oh, wow. Gets quite a bit of legwork done without any resources. Brute Monster still pushing forward. And one apiece on either bomb site for the defense. Unfortunately, the bomb site that they're going to is going to have the least equipped player here. Monster all too aware. Jambo intercepted. Should be a comfortable round for Zero Tenacity. It would really suck to be in Fnatic's position because it really did feel like they had almost gotten it over the line. They just had to win against a rough buy from Zero Tenacity. And then Z10 would just not have any money going forward. But with that little speed bump, Z10 have a real chance.
Maddies wants to hold on to this M4 as well. It seemed like he'll be allowed to. As you say, yeah, real chance now. A fifth round will come. We'll see. Not a lot of money on the Fnatic side, so likely a 6 to convert off of the back of it. And we're sort of back in a decent position. That 10-6 feels a whole lot more plausible than 10-3, that's for sure. We play staying alive as well. We'll do their money some favours. Here we go. Yeah, it'll just be that hero rifle. Looks like everyone else will eco around it.
Yeah, Z10 shouldn't have any trouble getting this one in the bag.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like every time I say that, there is... The universe offers some resistance, okay?
Yeah, we got to stop
And the problem is, by the time they get onto A, the rotation's already going to start to happen. Now they have to go for a 3 versus 3, so Z10 could be in a bit of trouble. Coming right out of the smoke, the M4 should become relevant. Mattis, another one in the grave, and Brute Monster... Or rather, Avin left all alone. 2 kills to find. Labored spray. But he's eventually caught by Jambo in the back lines. And Fnatic get away with an unlikely round. So, any chance that Z10 had to potentially build momentum off the back of it, that's gone.
That's a really bad one to lose as well. I think I'd been a little bit too certain, a little bit too optimistic that we'd see that guaranteed 6 there from Z10. The hero rifle doing a lot more than it was supposed to. Decent start from Nemanja here, though. Keeping the waning dream alive, at least for now. As they creep forward. Haven't. It's back the other way. Still into a 3-on-3. Put on some more pressure. Jambo. That's an important one. That's going to close out the round. 12 rounds here for Fnatic. And yeah, just back to winning ways very quickly after the little hiccup early doors in the second half. It doesn't feel like there's much more here for the boys on Z10.
Unfortunately, the Grim Reaper of taking just we've had this consistent theme, right? Like all the playoff invitees have just been the Grim Reaper, right? Mm-hmm. And it doesn't seem like that's going to change anytime soon. Fear landing one of the final nails in the coffin. A desperate effort to get onto B. Joffo does some damage, but by the time they've made it onto B, they've already lost most of Joffo and Nemanja's HB. Rotation coming in. BlameF wanted to get a head start. Joffo taken out. Bullets spraying across the server, mostly landing in the bodies of Zero Tenacity. We are inches away from Fnatic getting the 13th. And although Brute Monster's being annoying, chances next to nothing. Tap on the bomb. What?
Okay. All right, Brute Monster.
I had totally discounted any chances of him being able to get that done. To have 3 players coming to your position, having lost all your teammates.
Not giving him enough credit. Not giving him enough credit for us. That's the problem. Can't make that mistake. AWP will line up that first. Jambo. Easy pickings. So saying, well, we weren't able to close it in the last, but we'll do it right here. HE through. Sniper posted. Nice shot back. Choffo. Makes light work of Jambo's head. Madden starts to tiptoe forward as well. Problem is as soon as that sniper's down, everybody else on the weaker weaponry, but BlameF still firing. Pulls it back to a 3-on-3. Messy spray, it's laboured, but converts. Follows up for another as well. And it's now Nemanja that needs to bring some heroics, but the bomb is in no man's land. In fact, I'd argue it's in the trenches. Firmly. Enemy territory, arm spotted. Maddie's with the pre-fire, lines up the head at the end. Fnatic, just a little bump in the road. An anomaly for the round lost last time round, but 13-6. Convincing stuff for Inferno. And ultimately making light work of the Z10 boys. It had to go the distance. It's another one that sort of follows that theme of a hard-fought game. But ultimately, the favourites prevail. We do see Fnatic put up a strong, strong performance. It's BlameF, your MVP once again. I think no doubt the series MVP. We kind of knew that going into this game, he was more than likely going to be that hardest hitter, as he has been in so many matches as of recent. But playing above his average today. You know, he's normally putting up a 1.23. Today, he has gone well beyond that. He's had a monster performance. He's pushed Fnatic to the other side of the island. And, well, they're through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and it didn't even come down to what I thought it would come down to. It wasn't a case of BlameF just having to carry them into oblivion. No, it was a much better showing. And I think Fnatic looked a lot more stable on Inferno.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you, to be perfectly honest. That we saw both maps, map 1 and 2, looking, very scrappy, very contentious, especially Mirage. It didn't feel like a comfortable win at all from Fnatic. They had some brilliant moments, and of course, BlameF was popping off. But yeah, it was a map that absolutely could have gone the other way. But most of Inferno, that didn't really feel like the case. We saw small little flashes in the pan from Z10. But outside of that, it was definitely the Fnatic show. Much more of a team effort as well. BlameF played very well and he was the MVP, but yeah, wasn't above and beyond by 15, 20 kills. He was sort of, alongside everybody else. And yeah, definitely felt like more of a team performance, which is exactly what you want to see. Moving forward, they are going to have harder matches and they are going to need to band together as a unit rather than just relying on the firepower of the superstar. But that is going to wrap things up for our first series, and here at the Proving Ground, second series of the day. Fnatic, another one of the playoffs invitees, breezing through to the quarterfinals. We've got one more to take place today. It's going to be Big Paravision. I think that's going to be a really good game, to be honest. I'm excited to bring you through it. But first, we've got a short break. So, yeah, go grab yourself a drink and
roster for a little while, and I've always touted that Casilla would make it to like a bigger team. Because obviously, like, I mean, I'm not saying that Gun 5 is a bad team or anything, but compared to that, like the brand value and the names of players like Jame and Kickert, uh, Belchanok as well, are just on a completely different level, right? So for Casilla to now be playing with veterans, playing with the big dogs, I'm very excited to see what they can shape him up to be.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. I mean, I love Celta as an IGL, right? We've had the opportunity to interview him a couple of times, right? And he has a really, really cool, just like work ethic and sort of attitude towards the game and his teammates. They've picked up Texi recently, actually, from Rush B, who's been really, really good too. But yeah, Castillo coming into this roster is a really key piece, and he has actually slotted in very nicely, as you'd expect from a star player. He's rocked up. He's putting up some good numbers, and yeah, there's kind of been no culture shock to this transition for him at all. And I agree with the experience of players like Jamin Kicker and, yeah, under Kicker, Ty Gelling and leadership. They could shape him into a really, really talented player here. Obviously, winner of this one will face up against BC Game in the quarterfinals. So both teams hungry for it. We'll take a look at this Paravision roster first. Obviously, you've got Jame on that AWP. He's been putting up some really good numbers recently. Obviously, always a superstar player, but has finally been able to release some of the stress and the weight on his shoulders of IGLing. He's kind of handed that off to Kicker. He can now focus on just solely that role as the AWPer, and he's been doing a lot better for it. So yeah, I like that a lot, and I think that whilst the play style of this Paravision side is still quite heavily oriented around him AWPing and having that AWP as often as possible, I think that Kicker sometimes will sort of make calls that are a little bit more in the team's best interest than just, James saving all the time. So I do think we do see a little bit more out of this Paravision side and sort of some more interesting CS, some more retake attempts and things like that, which is quite a nice new dynamic. Over on the other side of things, Big, a team that we don't get to see a whole lot of. Yeah, sort of ranked 26th at the moment. They've come in as this playoffs invite side. I haven't covered them in a little while, to be honest. But yeah, some very key pieces here. Tabson, the man calling the shots. And I like the JDCs back in this roster. I know that, again, this is sort of old news, but after he left Mouse, was dropped from Mouse, and was sort of teamless for a long time, I'm really glad that he found his footing back in Tier 1. And he's been really good within this team and is a great player with some good work ethic.
Yeah, I think Big's definitely a really fun team to watch, but they have just had these extreme highs and lows. Like oftentimes you'll have no idea what version of Big is going to show up on the server. Like on their good days, you will suddenly see like players like Crimbo, JDC just popping off. Hyped is going to be hitting his shots, and they could beat like a top 12 team, I would say. Okay.
Yeah.
But on their bad days, like they are going to get pummeled by some very poor opposition. And I think if we look at the results, we can see examples of it. Like I'm not saying that TNL by any stretch of the imagination is a bad team, but they're definitely not on the caliber of Big. They've been defeated by TNL. They have had struggles against CYBERSHOKE, and then before that, it's mostly just losses against Tier 1, which is totally fine. But to see them find success against Tier 1 and losses against Tier 2 in the same breath is definitely an interesting thing to see. That being said, though, we're going to quickly take a look at the Veto, see where we're going to be headed. It is going to be in Ancient Inferno and Dust 2 as the decider. I think Ancient is one that is going to be relatively... I would say that it's relatively even, but by the time we go on to Inferno, I slightly favor Paravision's chances. I know that it's Big's map pick, but I feel like their pieces have generally looked good enough on Inferno where I slightly favor them.
And then when it boils down to that third and final map, you really do start to worry for Big. They kind of need to get this one done in 2 bites, otherwise they're in trouble. Because somehow this Veto has shaped up that decider map is actually Paravision's best in the pool. It's the one they so often pick into. It's their bread and butter. They've been putting up some fantastic wins against some really, really good teams as well. A crazy win rate, about 10 games in a row against some top sides as well. You're talking Ents, Partizan, Bait, some big teams within the midst there. Whereas Big, okay, again, caliber context important. They've played against some top sides, but they have definitely had their struggles on Dust too. And that is a little bit worrying. But yeah, important to sort of highlight the inconsistencies of Big recently. You look back to the last month and it's crazy to see just a week apart, a victory against a side like Aurora, who are like a top 6 team at the moment or something. And then, a loss against CYBERSHOKE a week later. It is just strange. So yeah, I think that we do have to just kind of wait and see what Big we do see on the server today. They are a team, and Tabson's style, and I think Tabson's experience as well. He spent most of his career at Tier 1 and at the upper level of Counter-Strike. And I think that therefore his style is very oriented to playing against a higher caliber of competition. And therefore sometimes when you do drop down a little bit, that's where you see some of those upsets shine through. It doesn't surprise me that they lost to a team like TNL that have like unbelievable mechanics and not necessarily the same fundamentals of a team like Big, but individually players that are just maybe a little bit quicker. For a match like Paravision, that maybe we'll actually see Big come into their element a little bit here, because even though Paravision are now sort of like a staple Tier 2 side, you've still got Kicker with that, again, sort of same Tier 1 calling style, that same experience of that upper echelons for most of his career. The same goes for Jame as well. So I think this could actually shape up to be a really interesting game. We are going to have to wait and see once we get into the server. And as you say, important to know sort of what Big we actually see today, because sometimes they're insane. Sometimes they can be a little bit quiet, and that can definitely go both ways.
I'm also going to say that the pieces that Paravision have right now are exactly the Titans you need to be getting underdog victories. Like, when you look at their lineup, it doesn't ever even feel like they're in an underdog matchup, right? Especially, I think, with the addition of Casillo, their firepower is going to be through the roof. You start to take a look at their ratings. I think it's good that their IGL has the lowest rating, right? And then even he's doing quite well. So other than that, like, I mean, you look at Belchanok is a heavy hitter. James sitting on that 1.2. Casillo as an entry fragger is sitting on almost 1.15. So,
and even Nota's putting up numbers as well. Yeah, this everybody's kind of popping off here on Paravision at the moment.
I think one of the things that was a little lacking for Paravision was perhaps their entry work, and that should no longer be an issue. Casillo is a masterful entry player, and I think when him and Tanir had a bit of a 1-2 combo going on in Gunfight, that team was incredibly potent because of that reason. And obviously, Tanir and Heroic, Casillo and Paravision, they've been split apart, but they should still be able to carry their potential to whatever team they go to. Now, Mr. Man underway, hyped up close and personal. Dooley's out, but labored, misses for a little while, collects a shot, and is quickly put 6 feet under. Now, starting to fight on the B bomb site. It's Kicker to find one, starts to close the gap in between him and the back of the bomb site. Waiting to the plant. The retake's already starting to brew. Crimbo's going to have to watch out, though. There could be a nasty timing from the player on ramp. If Belchanok dies here, then suddenly this opens up a whole new avenue, but that's not going to happen.
Tabson's just going to stick it
to the bomb.
Yeah, no one's really able
There's
to
no
deny
way this is going to work. That is such a dumb way to get around, but it works.
Wow. Yeah, not a lot that Paravision could really do with those post-bomb positions that they had. That is a ridiculous way to steal it, as you say at the end there. Just having the bodyguard saying, okay, well, we've established that there's one in cave, but 5 seconds passes so quickly, doesn't it? Especially on a pistol round where you're sort of scrapping for the headshot with the Glock. Really don't realize just how quickly that disappears. The kit comes into very good use.
One of the videos that French coach Evie made had this theory in it that you should just smoke the bomb if you have it on a retake, and I feel like that stands even truer for pistol rounds, because getting someone off the bomb with a pistol is honestly one of the hardest tasks in all of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, especially when you've got your head down and you're looking to the floor. It's actually really hard to hit the headshot, and the pistols just really don't do very much damage to the body when you've got the Kevlar. So, yeah, really, really difficult stuff. And I agree, we're seeing it in Pro CS way more now as well, aren't we? And even just sort of trickling down to a pug level too. Just on a retake. Yeah, smoke the bomb. Your opponent's got an AWP, a scout, a pistol. The round is pretty much yours. If they got the rifle, you've still got a decent shot at it. Let's start here for Big. MP9 connect for the first. Tabson doing a bit of damage to go with it. Of course, Paravision Force. You got the bomb plant in the last, and they actually kept 3 players alive as well. Not something you see very often at all. And trade it out though. Casillo will get that Galil. Let's try and spearhead this. Crimbo's around the corner. Ooh, 1 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit of damage extra as well. JDC to push in with the MP9, and it's easy pickings for Big. They definitely didn't get around the old-fashioned way on the first one, but now they're looking a lot better. Obviously a weird way to kick things off, but they can keep converting on it, then no harm, no foul. Paravision going to be left hanging out to dry. No money. Deagle's being brought out across the entirety of the team with the exception of Kicker.
Not able to find that. Second kill, but still a decent little 1 for 1 here in the eco round for Paravision. Looks like they're going to try and regroup, come and join Nota on the other side of this map here in A main. Opportunity to take some space out onto the site. Maybe get a bomb plant, which would be a bit of a jackpot here for just an eco round like this. Give them a little bit of cash into the next. James kept some extra money to get that AWP out as soon as possible. That'll allow him to have some util and Kevlar around it. Boils down to if Nota can crack ahead here. QB. Yeah, see you later. Dispatched off. Nota doesn't want to be the first one out now. He's low. Let somebody else do that lifting. In fact, no, he will. He'll be the bait. Sends it out. Trade won't come through, and enough time's been bought. They're just a little too slow on that. Felt like they needed to burst off of that contact with QB. Wasting those extra few seconds. Lets the rotate come in, and yeah, no chance for the plant. Good damage. 3 kills on a full eco. Not bad at all, but I think they were really hoping to get that C4 down. It just take a little too long.
Although this isn't Paravision's map pick, I would still be really worried if Paravision can't do any damage here. I know that, hang on. I mean, I rate Paravision's chances quite heavily on Inferno, despite the fact that Inferno's not their map pick, sorry. I misspoke earlier. It's just that if Big can set that precedent going into Ancient, I think things could definitely get tricky. You've already talked about how Paravision barely scraped by through to the playoffs. And Big could be finally that team where they meet their match.
Nota. Once again, the man trying to create a little bit of space in middle, but doesn't overstep. Alive and join his teammates. They'll lean over towards B. It's JDC and Tabson to try and defend this. They did a very good job in the opening couple of rounds, but now against the big fight. Ustova, Jane. Is he going to be quick enough? Doesn't matter. Casillo will be. He keeps pressing up. He'll follow up for another as well. Belchanot, a bit of fodder to go down in the process, but it's enough for Big to just pull away. They'll let the round go. Paravision will take their first. An opportunity to hunt here. I'm not sure they will. Yeah, that was all on Casillo. Nice and easy.
And I think that's going to continue to be a very big trend for Paravision, where they're often relying on Casillo to just get the heavy lifting done in the early stages of a round. Get a small trailer of what we're going to see on Inferno. The long-winded save.
And maybe the start of better things to come. AWP on Belchanok. I thought it was maybe spawn-based, but he's actually the one throwing the util. They're just going to full W out onto the B side. Jame leading the charge. It's an instant trade from Casillo. A lot of damage being taken. There's no smokes into short. They are just pressing for the fight. It's QB burning in the molly. Takes a lot of damage in the process. Does still find the kill. Having to delay the plant. Casillo gets off, finds the head. 3v3. While kick gets low. Belchanok has a freebie. The numbers will go back their way.
Big finally starting to struggle a bit. Is JDC going to get away with shenanigans once more? Smoke deployed on the bomb. Trying to bait out Belchanok. He's not going to fall for it. Oh, Crimbo. Oh, dude, if he gets on the bomb a little while earlier. Yeah. I think if he doesn't fumble around the pillar for a second, he gets it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. You kind of know as well when you go for it. As soon as you get on that bomb, it's like, yeah, I don't think I have time on this. After thousands of hours, your intuition, you just hear the beeps, you know exactly how many seconds you have. And at that point, it's a little too late to start running away. So you have just got to commit. 3-2 though, Paravision. Another round, one that doesn't come for free, but still should allow them to tie it up. 3 apiece. A bit of damage being dealt here. Hang on a minute.
Too bad the range is just too far away at that point. In the 2v2, rifles against pistols just doesn't work. But yeah, chunky amounts of damage on the outset. And we see a tactical pause from Big because their money is in a position where very reasonable for them to buy. Hyped has a weapon dropped over for him as well. I think they're just trying to talk out the tactics because suddenly things have gone downhill after the first 3 rounds. And you've got to remember that the first 2 of Big's rounds have come off the back of that insane attempt at a ninja defuse, which ended up working out.
Yeah.
And the conversion off the back of it. So far, they haven't actually shown us that they're the better team yet.
And has been quite a sort of shallow victory so far in the lead, hasn't it? And Paravision have found more consistency in those buy rounds. Mainly been towards the B side of things. In fact, their entire setup so far has been very oriented towards mid and B. It's only in that one eco round that they lent towards the A side of things. They did a lot of damage, but couldn't breach the site in its entirety. Good spam from Crimbo. There's the early advantage. No trade potential. Nota down early. Oh, it is going to be A on the menu. And they're kind of fully committed to this because they've got no one lurking on the B slow. Smoked off. It's a little tricky. They're going to blow it open. Big kill.
Good kill from Tabson to pop the smoke with some help from Crimbo. And before Paravision have gotten close to a bomb site, they've already had bullets be peppered onto them. We've got Belchanok on about half HP. At least the lowest health player is the Opper, so that's still fine. Casillo might be responsible for some heavy lifting here. Belchanok should be able to get away with a relatively free bomb plant. Jame sees him coming in. Donut thins the hedges. They know there's one coming in from CT as well, courtesy of the audio cue.
Falls back into a 3-on-3. Bomb out of the way. Gone. Flashback. Needs to be turned. Jame wiped out, but Belchanok here on the site. Shows his cards. Gets the kill. Oh, wow. Timing on that peak was perfect. Somehow Hype still wins the duel. HG will follow up. Comes a little too late, so won't get the kill, but it doesn't matter. Casillo has found JDC on the swing and is nice and easy onto the last. Played to perfection. Footwork brilliant. And it'll be Paravision taking 4 here despite the early deficit. They make this work.
That was such an interesting decision there from Hype to switch over to the M4, because if he just stays on the op, he retains all of his HP. Casillo obviously coming in clutch for Paravision. That's some incredible work. Look at this from JDC. Very quick, and that's going to force Paravision to start receding back inside the smoke. They don't want any of the heat from the 5.7s. It's a difficult weapon to play around with. Kicker just stays back, knows that there is no reason to try and recontest this. In the meantime, the rest of Paravision wants to poke their heads around mid and A.
Creeping up middle. Yubi. It's a good flash. It's not really needed. Nota's looking the other way. He does still manage to find one with a 5.7. Trying to go back, and it's quite comfortable. Man advantage here for Paravision. JDC just around the corner. Belchanok. Nice kill. Denies any opportunity. This going into a 3v3, making light work of it. And, you know, I kind of forgot to mention, we were talking about some of the kind of inconsistencies of Big and having days where they play on a tier 1 level and days where they fall well short of that. I kind of forgot that towards the, I think it was earlier this year, they played in the DAC Masters, right? Which is, you know, like the German National League. And they still play it. I think whether it was because it was VRS ranked or what, but even though they're like worlds above everybody else, they still play it and they just smurf it, right? And they win every season. And yeah, the last season they made it to the grand finals. They played against Arrow, who are like a middle of the road advanced team. Like, you know, normally to actually sort of bottom end of the SEA Advance, and they lost. They lost the grand finals, and I think they lost it 2-0 as well. So yeah, it is just sort of another example of, you know, this team that are some days, you know, tier 1 and you know, butting heads with some of the top 10 teams in the world, and others where they're struggling to beat a side that are, you know, barely in the top 150 kind of thing. Right now, it's been a little bit of a slow start after winning the pistol and follow-up. Paravision have taken the reins. They want a few more here before the half ends.
Most of Big success coming off of what could reasonably accurately be described as flukes. Well, Paravision, they've been fighting tooth and nail in these gun rounds. B site seems to be on the agenda already. All 5 players posturing up for the eventual push, and Big are making the wrong read here. They are focused on mid. They're focused on getting information on A. And if Paravision pull the trigger anytime soon, there won't be much of a defense to deal with. I think they were considering a 3-man boost.
I like it. I always like it. I like it a little bit more here on Ancient than some of the other 3-man boosts as well. It does sort of give Big that opportunity to then go and play for the cave control. They know no one's going to be in, but good timing on the peaks, decent trades. Not JDC right back the other way. They have the info. There's one long as well. Won't connect. Spams won't either. Gonna be QB and Crim both falling back. And yeah, I actually really like that triple boost. But as I say, the one sort of awkward symptom of it is you then ultimately, as soon as that contact's made, the CTs can then start to take a bit of room elsewhere, knowing that you've got 3 pieces committed, and it gives a lot of info, right? If somebody decides to like peak ramp, you know, even if you lose the fight, the info you get is one's ramp. You lose to the triple boost, you then know that they're very, very committed there to that B slope. But nice little hunts, Paravision, not showing any mercy anymore. We saw Big sort of allowed to save in some of those prior rounds because Paravision was still building up their economy, but they're at a point where the money's thriving. They'll have enough to buy out for the rest of the half, so no reason to allow them to carry those guns through. So it's going to be 6-3. A 7th should come here as well. Big really don't have a lot of money to work with.
Paravision have certainly been making their mark on their own map pick.
You want to know a fun storyline as well on my little like German National League tangent? So it's actually now, this was last season that what I said happened. It's now the next season, and the grand finals is actually in a week, and it's a rematch. It's Big playing against the same guys again, rematch in a week.
Is it?
Yeah, grand finals. Might see history repeat itself.
But they're under a new name, right?
Well, yeah, they went to Permitter, and then they left Permitter, so they're now under just ex-Permitter. It's the same roster.
I mean, I'm looking at HLTV, like...
June 28th.
I mean, it's under this, like, weird lineup that has a bear as a logo.
Oh, yeah, well, it's
Bear
those
and
guys.
Diaz. Yeah, okay. I'm going to assume that that has something to do with bears, the title. Don't speak German, but I have a hunch after looking at the logo. Oh, Crimbo, perfect weapon to have up close. Belchinok quick on the refrag, though. Still 3v4, so the numbers are favoring Big, but weaponry much better for Paravision. They're certainly going to be expecting someone to be inside A main because they didn't have to fight too hard for control here. Oh, wow, what the hell am I watching? Hyped up close.
Oh.
Taps in. Comes in from Donut. And the cleanup crew will quickly arrive. I really do have to commend how nicely they timed themselves because all of them pushing through at once made it very difficult to deal with.
That was pretty perfect. Nice little crunch. That's sort of the symptom as well of, you know, losing so many rounds, having that max loss bonus. You can then start to force up, and you do feel like you've got a little bit of equity in every single scenario. They step up quite nicely there. Find some big kills, make that happen. As you say, timing on everybody to push at the end, just making sure there is no chance for the clutch. So, yeah, tidy stuff. Now, according to Google Translate, Baron Dians means disservice. But like, maybe as a play on words, because it's like, sounds like bear, so they have a picture of a bear, but I don't know. I'm reaching.
I didn't know there was anything behind this hole.
Yeah, you know, we've had this a couple of times with the Observer sort of taking us on little sort of adventures.
Adventure.
Yeah. And like, there is so much unnecessary detail on Ancient. It's actually crazy. I mean, we see it on like a few maps at the moment, but like, oh my God. Really, on Ancient, there is so much unnecessary detail, like little waterfalls that are just off of the map. This is where my FPS is going. Unbelievable.
Also, like, I think Nuke is pretty egregious too. Like, there's so much detail under the bomb site. Because there's like water and stuff under it.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, there's that.
And then there's just like a bunch of cars and some random stuff in the background. Just like 5,000 extra silos. Like, come on.
That's all paramount to the ambience. Very important. The game would literally break if you deleted all the cars from the car park. They said, oh, we'll do it for optimization. Then they deleted them. Game broke. Let's put them all back.
That's why they had to make CS2.
Yeah,
And it still doesn't work. I think you could code CS3 in a couple hours.
Zero chance. My game dev days are over.
I didn't know you had game dev days.
Realsies?
Yeah.
That's what I did at school.
Mm.
Yeah. Used to make
Alright, so
Counter-Strike
you did
maps.
jack shit in school. Okay, great.
Pretty much.
Oh,
Ooh.
Casillo! Crispy as it comes, but hyped. Will provide some resistance. JDC 1-for-1 with Belchanok. And as they're trying to go over towards A, Kyubi is there to intercept. Problem is, now the bomb is in no man's land. Kicker needs to find this duel immediately. He needs to be able to isolate Hyped. Walks in. Yeah, Hyped's just too ready. And it's a good little recovery from Big.
It's actually been a brilliant recovery, isn't it? You think about the fact that this was 6-3. Paravision were against a low buy. I sort of teed them up for a guaranteed 7th and beyond. They very easily could have made this an 8-4 or even a 9-3 half. And Big are right back in the picture here. 7-5 worst case, 6-6 looking likely. Very, very plausible indeed. Molly will go into the corner. Nota's going to find a little bit of space where the fire doesn't stretch. Q's will have been heard. Just tons of damage taken early onto Elbow. I mean, look at that. They get very little out of it, and him and Belchanok just limping away. A regroup and hit towards B.
Oh, look at this. It's good. Really nice footwork from Casillo to bait out shots from Hyped. JDC is still a line of defense that's available, and they've already brought in 2 more rotations, so it's going to be hard to get on the B side, but if you add maximum prongs to it, it might still be doable. Kicker trying to fade the smoke, finds Stabson, and they expertly find each duel one by one. Crimbo still wanting to fight on the site, but he is kind of locked out visually. Another kill to the tally, a 2v3 possible with Belchanok and Nota being as low as they are.
And 4. Creeping forward. James here with them. Rifle in hand. Crimbo pokes around the corner, but a huge kill onto Belchanok. And a follow-up there. Nota so low on health, is 12 HP, but QB's going to full stick it. I'm not sure. Will Nota be there in time? No! Oh my god. Ends the round with his crosshair on the money, but just didn't pull the trigger. And 6-6 follows a pattern. 3 open and close for Big, and 6 in the middle out of Paravision. Wild stuff.
Big started and ended the half in the exact same way.
Yeah.
With the Ninja Defuse. And you can tell that overall the firepower from Paravision has been looking a lot better. Lopsided in their favor as far as the kills go, but a little bit more evenly distributed for Big, and obviously they've been getting rounds off of some cheeky shenanigans instead of just pure firepower or gun rounds. And I want to see if they can replicate some of that success on the T. Paravision, of course, now getting to play the more favorable side, so going to be a tad bit harder for Big.
Block. Looking its way forward. Flash into Donut. Belchanok on the other side. USP in hand. off a couple of shots. JDC tap in the digits. A 5v5 retake. There's a kit on kicker. There's no util. This is not going to be easy. They're all in the right places, but taking a long time to initiate contact. Now they'll burst out as a unit, and it just all falls flat. The Glocks connecting for everything. USPs eventually returning the favor with the headshots, but Kicker running out of bullets leaves it all down to James. Not a lot that he can do here. Best case, he gets a kill and slips out of there, but not going to be the case. Big will make it a 7th. And Paravision on their map pick, the place that they can't really afford to lose control. Things start to go wrong. I was saying before how it's a major luxury that the third map in this series is one that they're so good on, but they have to get there first.
Oh yeah, if they end up dropping the ball here and then Inferno is meant to be one of Big's bread and butter picks, a very real possibility that Paravision don't even get to flex their Dust 2 muscles. Note on the chopping block. KB takes him down. Molotov should certainly shiver some timbers in cave. Casillo, a kill on the fadeaway, but that is pretty much all that they can hope for. Pretty clean, honestly, from Big.
I guess that was expected, but that puts them in a really good position here. From 6-3 down to 8-6 up. They've found 5 in a row. They want to keep that streak alive, but they will be against a proper buy here. Casillo with that MP9, but the rest on the rifles. No kits and lacking on util a little bit. So at first glance, this looks like a strong buy for the CT side. When you peel back the layers, you realize there are some vulnerabilities. Not a util deployed into mid early. No one actually aggressing into elbow just yet. It'll be a late take. It'll be JDC and Cubic just to clear it out, but the main focus is here on to B. Big was soon. Oh, I thought they'd be going for the execution, but no, they're looking back. This is much slower.
Paravision's going exploring. Noda. Get some spoils for his trouble. Big onto A. Hype able to find 1 kill, but Noda is going to continue to dish out the damage. 2v4 by the time the bomb is planted. Nota in. And it shouldn't be too long before Crimbo is wrapped up and sent off. Paravision, as soon as they get their hands on weapons, they will be able to provide the firepower.
Big time to step back as well. Keeping all the rifles alive, only losing the 1 SMG. And just stopping Big in their tracks. 5 more is all they take for now. It will still have enough to rebuy into it. I said before, it was a little bit of a bonus in that last. They had those 2 MAC 10s. The investment here will be that little bit stronger. Tossing rifles around. QB still hasn't left the spawn. There we go. A little bit indecisive, but eventually they get out of there. Really good naked. Oh my god, Nota. Absolutely swamped by the HEs. Flash is good, but oh, what a mess. What a mess. Casillo being collateral damage there as well. Big end up with the numbers.
James could be the difference maker here. They're not going to check for him because show himself for the longest time. Big now in a 2-on-3. And I like the fact that they're really divvying up their resources. They're bringing in one from CT, one from A main. But the problem is, this is taking way too long, and this could come back to bite them. They're essentially relying on Noda to come in from A main quickly enough, and it just means that they're going for these 1v1 disjointed duels. Okay, there's a kill from James. Fortunately, Hype is too quick on the shot, and that doesn't leave them with any time on the defuse if they try and commit to the duel.
That's going to be 9 then. Going away a completely ridiculous little sequence at the start of the round that allows that conversion. Money's so weird again. Got Tabson down to a Mac 10. CYBERSHOKE on the MP9 on the other side. Really difficult to sort of stabilize an economy here. Stuff again from Big. Stacked up outside of B. 3 defenders on the other side of it. James sat in donut with the sniper. Deep sight line into middle. And incredibly consistent from Big. If you look at the kill count, Tabson's a tiny bit behind. He's the one calling. But everybody else on 11 and 12 frags, they're all pulling their weight. Nobody's going above and beyond. It's the polar opposite of what we saw out of Fnatic in that last series. Pushing for 10 rounds here.
Nice, James. Big with another, and very consistently, even in the 1v1 engagements, we're just seeing Big win out, which is the opposite of what I would expect from Paravision. When they're allowed individual duels, I thought that their brilliance would shine. A-side access gained and planted. Kicker, Casillo, forced to save. And with double digits on the horizon for Big, and potentially a chance to punch down with low money on Paravision, it means that they could be walking into their own map pick with their chests puffed out. As long as they can play their cards right, an 11th round is pretty much a guarantee. Pistols around 2 weapons is what they'll have to deal with.
Do they like properly commit here, or are they just going to give up 11 rounds? Seems like it should just be a full eco around these 2 safe weapons, but you never really know at this stage in the game. You got a couple of 5.7s, a little bit of Kevlar invested. They will still have enough money to go for the buy in the next, but number 18 left its weight in gold here for Paravision if they can somehow steal it away. It goes down, MP9 having a retreat, QB just clearing the corners, nobody's home. Big will group together, get ready for a hit here. What an opening.
I'm very surprised that Big has just been able to slow cook Paravision on the T side. Like, I thought that we would see much more resistance from Paravision.
Just sort of chipping away like this, though, isn't it? You see QB finding the opening kill and then doing so much damage through that wall. Talk about slow cooking Paravision. That's quite literally the definition of it. Paravision not really able to bring a whole lot into that round at all. Casillo on the MP9 here, the rest with the rifles out. He's been one of the harder hitters. It's been him and Belchanok leading the charge here with the numbers. But on a round like this, where it really counts, James doesn't have that AWP out. No tech getting aggro, trying to clear the corner, no one's home. He's just going to have to reel it in. Casillo, timing important. Oh, well, he gets handed it for free. Height. Walks out, not checking his angles.
There was an attempt to try and block retrieval of the AWP with a Molotov, but it doesn't work out. Casillo now has a much more potent weapon. Problem is, we've not actually ever seen him op, so gonna have to take that with a grain of salt until he pops off. Casillo getting aggressive in cave. Beautiful work onto Kyobi. Belchanok comes in from the side, and he will clean house with a 3K. Paravision still in it, but Big are flirting with success here on map 1. Just 2 rounds away, so the margin for error for Paravision is quite thin.
All right, very thin hit. Ready to go now. Right on the cusp of map point. A big James shuts it down for the first though. Massive kill out of the AWP from Long. Buying a little bit of space for Casillo to get into position as well. Follows up for a second. Kicker now tucked in the corner. He'll be able to zoom out, take both. Paravision make really light work of that round. And it really does boil down to just the space that James is able to buy there with those 2 AWP kills. The first allows Casillo to get into position for a kill, and the second allows Kicker to cross into the corner. Ends up with 2 more. There's still a bit of equity in this map, Paravision have. And Big actually have to drop down to an eco here.
Big obviously know that they don't have much equity in this round, but getting a bomb plant certainly bolsters their economy for the long run. Just a matter of Paravision cleaning house now. Double digits should be granted for them as well soon. It will be a late recovery, but a recovery at the very least for Paravision if they can get it done now. Big's D side has looked incredible. I really do appreciate that all the games we've seen have been fought tooth and nail. Like I don't think we've seen one-sided game. Like so far, you and I have covered 3 games. I mean, you've obviously been in the tournament a little bit longer, but for the playoffs, we've covered 3 games. All of them have gone the distance. 3 maps. We've seen overtimes as well, and I feel like this one is teed up to be the same.
It's certainly looking that way, isn't it? We're in a bit of a position now where... Yeah, Big have definitely still got the slight advantage. I'm desperate to see one of these contender teams go through, though. I do think with their current form and their form in the tournament so far, I am leaning towards Iberian Soul to be the ones to deliver us that in the... next game a little bit later on this evening, but we'll see. Still a chance for Paravision here as they're clawing back nicely. Double digits on the board, and 11th maybe to come. They've got money behind them as well, so cash won't be an issue about converting here. And they do certainly for the first, but good trade back. Heights Flash does a lot of favours. Nota blinded. Can't escape. 4v4. leans towards big a little bit here, especially if QB can win this fight, and he does. So a minute 20. A man advantage. Mid control taken. And they've got a lot of space here towards B, but it's going to be Tabson out onto A again.
I think it might be the beginning of the end for Paravision. Hyped and Tabson with a kill apiece will bring the 12th round on the board. Now, thankfully for Paravision, plenty of money in the tank. Like I said before, the margin of error was never going to be that big. And as for the favorites on the server, they desperately want to avoid overtime. 2 chances to do it. The threat of economic collapse obviously looming over big.
There you see. Oh, what an opening that is. Straight onto the head of Nota. Dispatches of him instantly. We'll see the second man towards Donut. Jay can't deny things here, but will stay alive. No saving in this round, though. Got to play for it, and his teammates are falling like flies. Casillo needs this one back. He does convert it. Little by little. Step by step. All the numbers back their way to make this round happen. Timing, not so good. JDC looked away for a second, but gets back on the angle. Casillo punished. Now it is just on to Belchanok and Jane. They've made the wrong call. They're on the wrong bomb site here. Losing this round means game over. I'm surprised they haven't started to rotate over yet. They're just dead set on praying that big are outside of A main. The second that C4 goes down, they'll realise their prospects at the round of this map are dead in the water. Big surely are about to take 13 here.
Half-hearted and limp-wristed is the only way I can describe whatever attempt is about to come through on this retake. It touches Tabson. Does feel like they're just walking the plank. Jame at least has a positive outcome opening things up. I think this might be one of those times where Paravision will have to take a page out of Big's book, just try and get on the bomb, maybe get a ninja, something of the sort. Whittled down to just 2 members, but Crimbo in the sidelines makes it impossible. No way you can get on the bomb now. And as it explodes, Big get away with 13. And Paravision will now have to fight uphill.
Oh, I've been talking for a while and I've had my mic muted. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, I mean, in terms of that uphill battle, that's definitely going to be the case, but maybe a couple of aids for them in that this second map is one that Paravision do still play. I think they were just really hoping to get Ancient done. It would guarantee that third map at the very least, and yeah, Dust 2, a map that they are very, very strong on. But your MVP there, QB, only marginally. Yeah, I pointed out earlier that everybody was putting up some good numbers there. It was actually a very, very consistent showing from everybody on Big. And yeah, that's sort of always something to be proud and impressed with, you know. Even Tabson sort of stepping up at the end. QB was the MVP with 16 kills, but everybody else was there with 15 and 14. So, you know, it's a team effort. Everybody steps up. There's nobody going above and beyond. There's nobody slacking behind. That's what you want to see out of a side like Big. And they're going to try and sort of bring that same performance into Inferno, a map that they do play on quite a high level. Paravision also have their results, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they've got it in the tank. I'm leaning towards another playoffs invitee making it through. However, if Paravision can bring us to Dust 2, then all of a sudden I start to lean in their favor again. So I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah, for sure. Of course.
the day. Paravision just falling short on their own pick of Ancient. Now we've got Inferno up next. No real change of scenery for us. We saw this one in the last series as well. But two fresh faces. And of course, a lot to be done here. Paravision having to get this series done on hard mode. They need to win Inferno and then convert Dust 2 to keep their tournament life alive. Do you think they've got what it takes for us?
I don't know, man. I think one of the conversations we had was about how they need to make it all the way to map number 3 because map 2 could be hard. But again, I don't particularly think their chances are bad on Inferno. I just think that they've now put themselves in a position where they can't use it as a crutch. They can't use it as a lifeline and then sort of stumble onto Dust 2, which could have been much worse for the side of Big. Paravision, of course, have one of the highest win rates on Dust 2 within the scene. And Big can't really say the same, not even too many reps. But starting off the pist round, we've got Big on the terrorist side, Paravision on the CT. And I want to see if Big can get it done in 2 bites. So far for us, this would be the first 2-0. Because all the games have been so competitive. And I wouldn't want this to go any other way.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Would feel anticlimactic if Paravision don't go down without a fight. And Kick pops the first head to get things going here. An advantage in the pistol for Inferno. But they have got to try and retake this site. So even if Big lose this round, getting that bomb planted will do them a lot of favours here. They've got to clear their corners, though, and they won't. Kick pounces for another. Actually, a third. Single-handedly doing everything here. It'll be Belchanok to finish off the job, but Paravision with their first on the board. Only the single casualty. Always difficult giving up the plant. It feels, yeah, like you win the pistol round, but in a weird way, you kind of don't win it because you know you're not in the clear just yet. You're going to have a force in the next. But still a very, very good start for the Paravision boys.
I think, obviously, Paravision, now that they're up against a wall, right, they need to be bringing out their A game. They can't really be making any mistakes. The problem is they're not really going to get too much room to breathe on the outset. 3 Galils and a couple Tech 9s, coupled with some utility. Big are still going to be bringing the firepower to the server. The Paravision's responsibility while they're on the favorable side is to stack up as many rounds as possible.
You're right, they'll be looking to do exactly that, but no freebie just yet. Boost over the top, JDC. Yeah, gets a little bit of a glimpse, and that's all he needs. Kicker taken care of. Perhaps an opportunity for one of these Tech 9s to work their way forward and grab that weapon. It does pull a rotate over from Jane, but doesn't last long. He falls back, and it's just Nota here on B.
Getting ready for the B side entrance. It's a single smoke to feign presence. But in the meantime, the rotation's been made towards A, so this could actually be the full 4-man save by the time Big get ready to pounce on the B site. In the meantime, UB finds such a good timing. Noda, as he's turning the corner, will be eviscerated. And look at how Paravision are already setting up. I mean, I know that Jane gets a bit of a bad rep for saving too much, but here you can't really blame him, right?
Yeah, this has to be the call that's made. It's just painful, though, isn't it? The epitome of Inferno, and expect a whole lot more of this over the next sort of 30-40 minutes or so. The team that like to save so much on the map that often leaves you no option but to save. We'll see Belcher not catching one. Big do go for the hunts. There's not a whole lot to lose for a couple of these players, but They're not going to press for it too hard. They'll be able to tie things up at one apiece. This is exactly what I was talking about with winning the pistol round, but kind of feeling like you haven't really won it when you got to play the retake, because pistol round win normally means a couple of rounds early, and that's not what comes here. It's almost the worst case for your CT side. You win the pistol, you lose the follow-up, leaves you economically in a horrible position where you're back down to minimum loss bonus. At least they're able to save 3 rifles, though, so still a bit of equity in this next round. We've got to try and make it work, otherwise Big will take the lead.
Immediately being able to bring yourself on the scoreboard offers a big opportunity to destroy the economy, build up some momentum, make that T side difficult to deal with later. Big aren't feeling too committed to any bomb site just yet, but as soon as they lose Kyubi, courtesy of Belchanok, they will try to bring their resources towards B, and Paravision still not too sure about where they want to eventually bunker down all of their resources, but based on the rotations, it is still going to be a 3-2 setup, so a more heavily defended B bomb site will rely on informational plays on A, and that informational play will go punished. Casillo, wanting to swing out, still has full control of apartments, and this is where they need to start scaling up short. They need to deal with Casillo. They need to get the bomb down.
That is easier said than done, but with 10 seconds left, safe plant will be the option, and Casillo's not going to be able to do a whole lot about it. Why is Kicker swapped to the Galil there? The fact that he gets away with a kill is criminal. The trades still come through. JDC and Hype hold the line, and Kicker down to 2 points of health. Had he stuck with the MP9, probably would have had a little bit more HP to work with here. Should be dispatched off in the next couple of moments. JDC with overkill, bullet to the skull. And Big onto 2, cutting that one really fine. A bold move from Kicker to swap out where he did, but he wasn't even the reason they lost that round. He did his part, everybody else falling short. They said that was a bit of a must-win for them. They don't. They're onto the eco. Big should be good for a third here.
Yeah, now empty wallets and a dream, and you also have an empty scoreboard when it comes to the grand scheme of things. Already having forfeited a map. And certainly a comfortable start if you are a fan of Big. This one's got to be simple, right? Just walk in, get those easy engagements done.
Start height. An advantage for Big. It is just against the eco, but I mean they're walking into the stacked site, so you've got to be careful here. You don't want to be needlessly losing players. CT, Belchanok. I have no idea how anyone can sort of stay that crisp with the USP at that kind of range whilst being spammed by an AK as well and having to deal with the aim punch. If they don't clear Jame here, he might actually be able to find one more, but yeah, Crimbo will. Love that little bit of due diligence. Back into CT again.
Yeah, just knowing that it was kind of a half stack, they were just being extra careful. They're wondering why a third player hasn't peeked into them yet, so Crimbo was extra careful. But now, This is where Paravision have a chance to make their mark once more. Weapons should be flowing in. Bells and whistles available. I think James the only one that's going to have to be a bit sacrificial so he can find that big green in his hands. There's a reason why Big have picked into Inferno. They feel confident.
WP on either
no,
side.
Going to get super aggressive.
Oh, wow. Yeah. But the problem is he wasn't able to beat the molly. So they're going to know he's getting aggressive here.
What?
Still, they end up with 2. Hyped through the smoke. But JDC re-aggressing.
No.
I don't know why Jameis just repeat that. That was wildly unnecessary. It was somewhat to aid Kickert's retreat, but Kickert had already got around the corner. Perhaps a little bit of greed there from James. Gets the better of him. Now back into a 3-on-3, and Big have got options.
A 3v2. An empty bomb site. Prime position for Big to be in. The plant should be comfortable in theory, but by the time they actually start to get on it, they've already started to come in closer. Smoke to allow Belchinok to go closer because he's already decided that he's either pushing through the smoke or going through coffins. No.
No.
Searching around. Oh, he's just looking for the op. That's that's sneaky. You can see him frantically press E.
They realise too. They start spamming as soon as they hear that sort of weapon drop, but he's out of that. It's still like, ooh, oh, a nasty surprise, and Tabson deals with it. Fast flick. You can see on his cams there as well. He says, "Oh my goodness, wasn't expecting that," but the jump scare does not get the better of him. 4-1, Big not only win the round, but they keep that money going. AWP will drop back over to Hyped, and you can see Tabson getting vocal on the cams and getting them fired up. This has been a very good start to their map pick.
Josh, I feel like we should petition to add a little commentator's rock, paper, scissor plugin to the game when we've got tactical or technical timeouts.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What will also have to do that in the CSTV, like a little plugin?
Mm-hmm. Or the commentators are just thrown into a 1v1.
Yeah, that'd be better. We could do better than rock, paper, scissors.
Mm-hmm. That'd be fun.
I was about to say, oh, I'd lose every time, but I don't think I would. I don't give myself enough credit. I think a 1v1s would be good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think people really underestimate how easy it is to get clocked on a 1v1. Like, you can just get really unlucky and get destroyed.
We'll pre-fire everything. Myself look crazy. Low buy here for Paravision. Enough money kept in the bank that they can buy into the next. But look at this. Tabson taking room into the CT spawn. He's going to hear kick it in the next couple of seconds. Should be a freebie kill for him. There you go. It's actually hiked to provide that sideline support. Jame will take out QB on short, but they'll realise that this is a B rat. They've got to try and route down Banana. Nobody going to be chasing from behind. They won't be there quick enough. Big will get the plant down. They should now be able to just focus on Banana, shoot fish in a barrel. Paravision are a little bit quicker to this than maybe the German side would expect.
I would call this a bloodbath so far, but we've seen saves. We've seen very uneventful rounds that have just comfortably gone the way of Big. So it almost feels like Paravision are just on the outside looking in.
Yeah, there really hasn't been too much bloodshed at all in these rounds, has there? I mean, you see... You know, we've now seen 6 rounds of play. You've got Belchanov, who's died twice. Silo and Jame only with 3 to their tally as well. So many save calls. So many comfortable rounds after Big take the early advantage. Five to 1. Stealing the show. Looking for more here as well. After the save in the last, there is still a little bit more to work with. The side of Paravision, they can get those weapons back out. James got the AWP and a bit of money behind it as well.
The game's been quite one-dimensional so far, and although we've seen a couple of moments where Paravision have tried to get a bit aggressive, they haven't quite played out in their favor. And I wouldn't say that those bouts of aggression have been bad, because I think an informational play in Apartments was fine. I think Noda getting super aggressive and Banana was fine. But what they do after it has been what's been coming back to bite them. We saw James go for a super greedy repeat, which ended up costing Paravision the round. And now it seems like they've gone back to default settings, where they're playing it a little bit more passively. 3 members waiting on the B site. Op trained on the angle. And Molotov to slow it down once more. Uh-oh. That's bad.
Absent. In for an angle over the smoke.
It looks like a fake now. Oh no, they're rotating their players off.
Oh, this is bad. They will hear that sound cue though. Kicker's going to hear one dropping off of the boost and think, hang on a minute. Maybe there's something here, but they're not going to pull the rotations over just yet. When the CT smoke comes in, that's where Jame and Nota start to get some wheels on. They're not going to be quick enough. Smoke will actually be blown open, and maybe they are. James bang on the money. Kick-up follows up for one of his own. The numbers will heavily lean in their favour. Yeah, fast flank from Banana. It's absolutely perfect. Jame will come in from the side, and second on the board, Paravision. That's a better round for sure. And even when we sort of had our worries, they went for that early rotation. They were back on it quick enough. That was a good call.
I appreciate that James saved that nade, kept it available so that he could come back onto the bomb site later. 5-2 now. Big still a pretty hefty lead, but one that can very quickly be diminished if Paravision can play their cards right. Nade goes deep, taps and gets struck. But this time around, it's a more mid-heavy play coming out of Big. Generally speaking, we've seen them get a slightly faster control of Banana. They've often been punished for it as well. But way quicker in Apartments this time. JDC still making sure he's got a finger on the pulse on the left side of the map. Can't let them get too comfortable.
Still money here for the T side. Have a buy in this one. They lose it. Probably have a buy in the next as well. Minute left on this clock. Yubi just trying to sell a little bit of a ruse here towards the A apartments. Keep them busy. Maintain a little bit of presence. If needed, they can then try and fall back on it. It does appear to be the case. Pressure on to B. Hoping Paravision scared from that last and pull one of these A players over. Instead, it's actually quite the opposite. Kicker. Let's walk away. CT smoke comes in. Now maybe Paravision start to second guess it with 30 seconds left. They're just going to commit. It's going to be James to draw first blood. It's a good start.
Very clean.
Yeah, that'll do, right?
Yeah, it's just been a relatively comfortable affair suddenly for Paravision, which makes no sense considering we saw so much resistance come out of Big earlier. But for Big, knowing that they're on the unfavorable side, just having a couple more rounds thrown into the bag, that will be good enough for them. Now, this is one of those rounds that I get super worried about when you throw in an aggressive team, give them a couple Tech 9s. That is how swing rounds are made. And I appreciate that Paravision are preemptively going for a tactical pause.
Should see a bit of a tempo switch here from Big. They've played these rounds very, very slow in the past, but now with the Tech 9s, what's the only real option here is to make this one a little bit quicker. Where do they go? How do they go about it? Only 4-man stack onto the B site. This is the read, right? This is where you take a step back. You say they're going to be on pistols. They're going to fly into B. We're going to put the pieces in the right places. Good start from Hype, but there's no way they expect more here. Not to the magnitude of a triple stack on the bomb site. Nota just shuts it down. Tidy stuff, and yeah, that's where that little preemptive timeout really, really comes into play, because they say, well, they're going to be on a Tech 9 bite. They're going to rush B. Let's put 4 there early and dump it with util. That's exactly what they do, and it's perfect.
Now, this is where Big can either break apart from the pack, have a very decisive end to the first half on their own map pick, or they can get overshadowed by a team they were effectively mogging for the first 7 rounds.
I would just say mogging.
I was hoping you'd let that slip by. I'm sorry, King. The reels are frying my brain.
For the best of us. Okay. 4v4 hit. Working his way forward. Crimbo with him. Nice shot from James again. Just holding this one down. Belchanaut's got a really good position. Knows that off of that contact to try and slip through CT. He's ready and waiting to catch him slacking. James follows up with one more. This has been brilliant out of his sniper. That is moments where he's been a little bit quiet in this series, but now turning up the volume into monster shots.
I'm not really sure how we went from Big playing this like super slow, elaborate style of play where they're slow cooking Paravision to just this mishmash, disjointed style.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't really know what was sort of the catalyst for that as well, because it doesn't feel like, other than James hitting some good shots, doesn't really feel like Paravision are doing anything all too different here, right?
Yeah, they're still playing kind of passively, and that kind of game plan where you're just holding angles, you're playing a pretty basic 3-2 setup. It works much better if the duels are just being given to you, right? If you're not being pressured at all, if you're not being forced to make weird rotations. And now Big are kind of playing directly to Paravision's hand, where they're playing a more one-dimensional playstyle that works well for Paravision.
Yeah, it is. ADC. Gonna try and work through this smoke. He's got a Tech 9 in hand. Over the top. Kicker. Boosted. Takes the jewels. Sightline over the smoke. Ends up with just the one. They're desperate to trade him, but he slips away. Doesn't have a lot of health, but still alive and kicking. Good start to the round. Man advantage it. Bigger about to hit A.
Kicker, big swing. Belchinok to hold. Cute couple of shots with the P250 from Hyped, but inconsequential. And although it started off very dominantly for Big, now we're suddenly seeing a resurgence for Paravision. Almost feeling like a more well-oiled machine.
They're actually pulling away and sort of taking the lead here as we go into the final round of this half. James got the AWP, rest on the rifles for Big. Exactly the same buy. .30 on this clock. Said about Big, sort of slow cooking in the past. We haven't seen so much of that in some of these later rounds.
Big were quite good at exploiting the B bomb site, which is where Paravision were often struggling to get a good read. They were... Hang on. Noda takes a big chunk of damage. Kicker the same. Kyubi catches a whiff of Belchinok. Immediately puts him down. And I like the fact that Big are willing to experiment on B again this time. Like, they started off there. You already know that that's been a sore spot for Paravision. And now that they've pivoted into A, they're going to find a relatively clean bomb site. Paravision might be under the impression that Big have generally been finding more success on the rounds that they've ended on B, so that's what Big are going to try to do again. Damien Apartments. First connection made, but instant recovery from Tapson. A swift response, and an A site that will be granted.
A massively important trade back. A big piece gone in the form of James. Paravision, of course, last out of the half, so they'll have a go at this, but slim chances on the retake with the man deficit. Kicker pulls it back into the 3-on-3, but all eyes on short. Two snipers ready, and the boost over the top. It's a 1-2 double up. Shot connects. HE finishes off the second. It's all on to Casillo. He knows he hasn't got time for this. Well, he goes in, wants to try and take one or two more to the grave with him, but he does know that that's where he's headed. It's going to be 6-6. Decent little recovery at the end there from Paravision. Seemingly such a good half from Big. They drop the ball at the end, don't they? Managed to tie things up.
Pissed around out of the way. Hype can hear all the footsteps in the world. He knows exactly where Paravision are going. And he's right behind them. Takes a sweet time. Makes the call for rotations. And he will be a massive problem for them as he takes down to JDC to find a headshot. Crimbo coming in akimbo with the dualies, and he finds both. Noda and Casillo out as Big back on the scoreboard.
Good start, big things to come here for this second half. Of course, they're the ones with the pressure off a little bit, but will still be looming over them. Dust 2 up next will be no easy task, so really wanting to just get this done on their own map pick. Fear in the eyes of Paravision as they could be just 6 rounds away from being knocked down of the tournament. Won't be this round here, it'll be a full eco, but definitely boils down to the next. What they're able to bring into it, they lose it, they'll give Big 9 rounds and beyond if they win it. A little bit of life left in them perhaps, but yeah, just easy stuff for the SMGs, right? Racking up a lot of money in the meantime.
All right, so it's back to winning ways for Big, but I'm not really sure how long that's going to last. Still don't have quite the benchmark for the T side of Paravision or how Big are going to play on the CT. I think one of the things that Big need to prioritize, though, is making sure that Hype gets his AWP as soon as possible. He's been overpowering Jame for most of the game. And on the CT side, the potential of that happening is even more. Oh, no, look at that entry work being done, but Tapson and Crimbo come out on top. Jame, tagged down to half. A 4-on-3 and a big advantage. Paravision now wanting to put all their eggs in one basket. Hype, surely he recognizes that he just grazed past something, right? Please take a look to the left. There we go. Jame caught, and while they're trying to figure out where Jame died from, a secondary peek from the bomb site will start to take care of another member, and Hyped will find the final kill with his recovered AK-47 as well. So, close to double digits, and Paravision lacking money.
Yeah, 9 and beyond really does start to materialize. Double digits just over this horizon. A little tactical pause before going into this next round. They know they haven't got a lot of cash to work with. They've got a lot to do here. Tough calls to be made. They really commit to a buy as deep as this. Tickets left himself with $100. Casillo with $850. They'll have the loss bonus, but still dangerous territory. Here we go. A lot riding on this round.
Paravision playing a very slow mid approach. A very deep nade is going to catch Noda. Now they've got to hand over that AK-47 to another hero. They just have one player poking around the extremity, just trying to get much more advanced information. And look at this. Now he's going to go back and pick up the utility that's been dropped for him for the retake. And they've gone back to a much more normal 2 and 3 configuration. In fact, a third player will be brought on over soon.
"30 seconds left to tick. Paravision definitely need to speed this up. And as you say, with a third coming to join the party here on the B-bomb site, this just got a fair bit harder. Comes in, Molly, well timed as well. They're going to try and play through this. They really don't have time to waste. A good flashbang, going to trade back. A bit of a whiff spray from JDC. He's Tabson at the back of the site. All he's got to do is deny the plant, and he'll do that. That's it. Round over. No one else even needs to fight, and they'll have the opportunity to get the kills after time as well. Belchanot just about survives. That was an awkward round, and Paravision just leaving it a little too late.
Yeah, as soon as Tabson interrupts the bomb there, they know that their round is in the bag, and that is all. That was basically his only objective there. 10 and 6. Big might be the first team make a game look this comfortable. So far, we've just been seeing 3 maps the whole distance. Good start from Casillo, though. That's the entry work he's been known for. Unfortunately, we haven't seen too much of it. Couple of pot shots for good measure. Just don't yield anything. With 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, Paravision already have the first advantage. Now, question is, how do Big want to play this? Based on how they've positioned themselves around the map, they are heavily relying on one player on B to just try and find information, play that jump spot. But as soon as he tries, but as soon as he gets info, he needs to pop his util.
An advantage. It would be the first team to take a 2-0, but it hasn't really felt like that. Paravision have had a fair bit of fight in them. They might still have some fight left. Good flash. Crimbo still takes one before falling. It just means that the spacing is a little bit off for Paravision, so being able to trade into the 3v3. JDC comes and joins the party from CT. They do decide to commit to this B site. Will somewhat be ready for it. Emerging through this smoke, Belchanot. You'd see the barrel for a second, doesn't react. Yeah. He hasn't realized this as he goes for the plant. JDC might have the chance to deny it. It's going to be Tabson to do so instead. The flash is perfect. JDC's already played right through the smoke. Tabson's just trying to buy time in the next second or so. This is where JDC will emerge. Catch out another. Casillo down. James Orr has to fight back, but there's no chance. And Big make it an 11th. That is so well played from Tabson and JDC.
One of the things that Big is really good at recognizing is that Paravision are playing those late rounds, and they really labor their efforts getting onto the bomb site. So by the time they're getting ready to go for the plant, it's a much better strategy to just try and interrupt, just try and be annoying as there's a player committed to the plant. 11 and 6. Money is going to be nowhere to be found for Paravision after this round, so needs to be flawless. At the very least, they need to give themselves some breathing room by winning a round. Get some money in the tank. And this is one of the more potent versions of Big that you're going to see on the server, because they do have hyped on a sniper once more.
Okay. Knows what's required of him here. He can't play through the molly. He has to tuck behind it. The flash comes over to accompany. Such an awkward buy here for Paravision. It's one that they're fully invested into, but yeah, 3 Galils around the 2 AKs. Another well-timed firebomb. Keeps them at an arm's length. She will follow up. Swing out from the M4. Ooh, met with resistance. Crimbo down. QB has to go big. And, oh, wow, he does. He goes massive. The numbers back their way.
Never feels like they can even make it to a bomb site with an advantage. I don't know if we've actually ever seen that outside of their round win. Chinook, caught by Hyped. A difficult flick to find, but he'll get it regardless. And with the 13th round right around the corner, I can't help but feel like Paravision's... I mean, days isn't accurate. Minutes are numbered.
Yeah, it could even be a matter of seconds as we go into what could be the final round of this series and the final round of Paravision's campaign here in the Proving Ground Season 1. Another buy that comes with Galil's Alaka Util, the 1 AK on Belchanok. Nade goes over. Decent chunk of damage onto Kicker early on as well. Flashes to accompany. Awkward. Tabson gets blinded by them, so Kicker gets a bit of a freebie. They're not able to trade it back, so better start out of Paravision, but they need to turn it into a victory. But now they're still sort of spread quite thin around this map. Casillo and Boiler just drop a smoke and pull it back, but more nade damage being dealt here on Banana.
Oh, Pig, I'm not sure why they're going for something ambitious. The game plan's been working so far, Kyubi. All he can hope to do now is hold Mouse 1, but Belchanok does it better. And before we see the 13 pop up, Paravision will certainly be extending play.
Surely no prospect for OT. I mean, Paravision are going to be praying for it. There's no other options here. A lot of the time I say, you know, coming back in a game like this is so much of the time just sort of building up the confidence a little bit for the next map in the series, but there is no next map in the series unless they get it done here. Just take it one step at a time. Win this round, you take 7. Win the one after that, it's 8. That's a break away at that CT money, and maybe you can make something happen. Hype should be able to stay alive for this. Or Nade takes a weird bounce, doesn't get around the corner, so yeah, it is going to be 12-7. Feels like it's off the back of a little mistake early on there. That team flash onto Tabson means that they don't get the early opportunity for the advantage. Still plenty of money here on the CT, so they'll rebuy it. Try and have another stab back at this.
Paravision actually do still have an olive branch back into the game. If you can push back against Big a little more. Money won't be an infinite luxury for Big. Unfortunately, some of the heavier hitters have not been activating on Paravision. One of the biggest win conditions I would have for Paravision is to see Casillo on the top of the leaderboard, but he's not been that. Instead, it's Kicker. It's Belchanok. I mean, makes sense for Belchanok, right? But for Kicker to be trailing right behind him almost feels a bit inexcusable. Here it comes, though. One last hurrah. Kyubi's gonna swing down. He's flashed out of his mind, but he still gets a triple. Noda eventually puts the Juggernaut 6 feet under, but by then it's too late. Another kill found. Belchanok dead. Noda with 4 kills to find and not a chance in the world as Big knock out Paravision in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, finally, we see a comfortable victory from one of these playoffs invitees. Yet to see a contender team make it through. As I say, I think maybe later on today, that may be where that changes. But my God, impressive stuff out of Big. Again, this one, another scoreboard that remains fairly consistent. Tabson slacking behind a tad, but you can cut him that slack. The rest putting up some good numbers. Right to point out, Belchanok and Kicker doing all the heavy lifting. Kicker calling and finding the frags. Casillo going very quiet. James struggling to find all too much impact with that AWP consistently throughout the map. He had a couple of really good rounds in the first half, but yeah, it did go very quiet. And there's your MVP, but only by a tiny margin. It's height, 17 kills, only 65 ADR, but a comfortable map. And it's difficult to sort of criticized in any way when you're able to take it in a fashion like that. So that's going to be your match winners. Big moving on to the next round. They'll be facing up against BC Game in the quarterfinals. And yeah, we're shaping up our playoffs bracket very nicely, I feel.
Yeah, it's honestly been an incredible run so far. We've seen some very close games, but problem is I'm still waiting to get a taste of someone winning in the playoffs against the invitees. So maybe that can still be satisfied. I don't know.
We've got one more chance. We have one more chance for it. If Iberian Soul are able to beat 500, then we see one of the contender teams beat the invitees. If 500 take that game, then the entire quarterfinals, the entire top 8 will be those 8 invite sides, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, may the best man win, I guess. That's Counter-Strike for you and the VRS system. Everybody is fighting tooth and nail for those victories. But yeah, really impressive stuff from Big. The only, sorry, not actually the only 2-0. We did see Apogee 2-0 CYBERSHOKE, but one of the only 2-0s in this round of 16 game. And yeah, actually a super comfortable one as well. That's going to wrap things up from me and Faraz, though. There is another game to come a little bit later. You've got about an hour before that one kicks off, though. So yeah, you've got a bit of time to kill. But keep that stream open. Join us back here for 500 Iberian Soul. It'll be our wonderful colleagues, Charlie and Zola.
panned out. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings as we head into this last matchup?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what we've been waiting for, isn't it? We've been having those teams already since yesterday, waiting in the other quarterfinal spots. We've been building up the storylines of who could be facing off against one another. And like you said, after this one series, we're going to have our quarterfinals fully set in stone, fully solidified. And yeah, I think we've got to see some really great games throughout this sort of round of 16. I think this final one that we're going to get to watch is going to be a banger as well. I know we were having a discussion earlier in the day as well, where we think this one might go. Yesterday, we were talking about it as well. And I know you had a slight favourite, which we can touch on in a bit. I'm still a bit more up in the air. I still think this one has 3 maps written all over it. And I will have to wait and see as to where it is going to go. But look, this round of 16 being great as it is, quarterfinals, I mean, look, they're really being set up for some great affairs there. And I think those semi-final spots are going to be so tough to achieve.
Yeah, just something that I think we both have to point out. We were a bit wrong with the Paravision prediction. They got bested 2-0. Second game wasn't even that close. 13-7. Great performance from Big. Look, I feel like a fair few of the invited teams have made their way through. Every single one has so far. But we're going to see that be the continual trend is the question, and obviously in about 3 hours' time, we'll have that answer. Okay, honestly, maybe. Look, I know you said that you wanted to wait for a little bit for me to kind of air my thoughts. I think this could be the one game where we won't see the invited team go through. This is where I could see 500 maybe get a little bit outclassed, but obviously there could be things that change. Maybe the vetoes might change my mind. I'm not too sure. But look, why don't we get into it? Why don't we talk about the teams? We have a little bit of a chat about the rosters and kind of our expectations from these sides. And I guess we can paint a better picture for those at home who are only just tuning in of where we think this one's going. But Charlie, 500 Iberian Soul, final round of 16 game, final game to determine which team makes it to the quarterfinals. We're looking at some of these quarterfinals already. We've got Big against BC Game, TNL to face BetClick, Fnatic OG, and then obviously the final one being, the victor today. Why don't we give our kind of 2 cents on these quarterfinal games as we've got a bit of time to talk?
Yeah, I think already the Fnatic OG is going to be a really exciting one. Fnatic, I mean, look, that game that they played against Zero Tenacity, they lost map number 1, but other than that, it felt like they really stabilized. On the flip side of OG, they had a pretty close? They had a really close affair against Ruby. I'd say that final map coming down to overtime. These are two teams that are sort of achieving and wanting to achieve a lot more. Obviously, look, we got to watch OG in the major not too long ago. They sadly disappointed themselves there. I think this is going to be their test. This is their proof to say that, yeah, look, the major was a fluke. Let's go on. Let's do even more. I think that one's going to be a great series. If I was going to give a sort of prediction for it, I'd probably give a slight edge to OG. But, I mean, that one feels like, for me, one of the marquee matchups. Yes. That one I'm really excited about. I do think Big have a really good chance to advance to the semi-finals there, but I mean, BC Game, look, we saw them really step up against Partisan towards the end. I think if they can actually hit the ground running, which it didn't feel like they did at all in that series, I mean, that could be the difference maker. And then with TNL BetClick, I mean, these are two teams that have been on pretty good form. Sadly, BetClick, like we said, haven't got to see a huge amount of them recently, but I think that one's really anyone's game to take.
Yeah, definitely. Look, why don't we dive deep into this final round of 16 game? We can bring up the teams. We can bring up the kind of the veto, see what we're thinking and expectations. So we can start with 500 and bring up their roster. Obviously, this 500 roster, we haven't seen all too much from them when it comes to recent form. And when I say all too much, I don't not only mean sample size, I also mean win rate. The last 3 months have been a tough one for them. They've got a 30% win rate here. Obviously, some of the opponents they've been facing have been tough ones, but they've been of a similar caliber to your opponents like, obviously, Iberian Soul. We've got teams like Nine, we've got Ents, we've got Rush B, Spirit Academy, Paravision, Ruby. These are all teams that they've been bested by in the last couple months. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to say 500 aren't a strong team, because they certainly are. They've got the individuals. You've got players like Oxygen, like Red Star, who's recently been recent addition, Cirque, obviously probably the biggest name here. So they definitely have the pieces, yet it just hasn't really gone well for them, has it?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking a little bit like James today, and honestly, he probably wouldn't mind feeling a bit of James' performances on the server, because, yeah, like you said, 500, form has been really tough. They've lost to teams, I mean, look, we've actually seen in this playoff bracket, and they lose a reasonable amount of times in sort of a 2-0 fashion. Even best of ones, they haven't exactly been faring better. Yeah, it's a team that I really like this 500 team. Like, we don't get to see a huge amount of Bulgarian Counter-Strike, but there's a lot of familiar names that we've seen throughout the scene for a long, long time. Spellan being one of them. I mean, all the way back on that sort of Wendigo team from that WESG victory many, many moons ago now. And this is a sort of 500 team that it felt like we did see them start to peak towards the end of last year, towards the start of this one. But things have been really tough in these last couple of months. And look, they brought in the addition of Red Star that hopefully tried to stabilize a bit. But I think the most obvious, the most notable thing that people are still going to be talking about today when it comes to this 500 team is Benjamin of Ships. He was their top performing player. He was a really key player in terms of just pure firepower. And without the ships, it feels like that firepower is sorely missed. And Red Star, look, he's a good player in his own right, and he's putting up some good numbers as well. But it feels like him fully getting integrated into the system has taken a bit of time. And I do think Red Star can 100% get to the levels and sort of play at the ability that Ships did. There's no reason why he can't. Red Star's a great player in his own right. But it definitely has sort of shifted the momentum of 500.
Yeah, speaking of momentum, though, Iberian Soul currently on very hot form. That's 7 best of 3s in a row that they are victorious upon, 6 of which are 2-0s. They've lost 1 map to Monty in the last 2 weeks. It was Nuke. It was a 13-11 loss as well. So right now, Iberian Soul are looking really, really good on paper. Obviously, the individuals are stepping up massively. Salzol's having some big moments. The Dodo and the Orb having a fair bit of consistency. I've got to say, I've been really impressed with what Alex has actually been churning out. I don't know whether it's kind of just Alex in general, or maybe it's because whenever I'm on the broadcast, it seems like every time I get to cast this guy, he just puts up crazy performances. Yeah, I look at his rating, it's the 1.06. I don't really know how. Maybe I'm his lucky charm. Whether that will be the truth today, I guess we'll get to see. But I've been really impressed with this Iberian Soul roster, and I actually think they've got a really good chance of taking this series. Whether it'll be 2, whether it'll be in 3, we're not too sure. I think the vetoes actually will dictate that, and we'll see that here. So no Train, no Anubis, kind of the expectations. 500 opt to pick Mirage, which I actually think is a huge risk, just on the basis that it's not been a great map for them. Obviously, they're picking to their opponent's weaknesses, but actually for Iberian Soul, in a lot of these Mirage games, even if they're losing them, they're coming close. And I feel like there's always an argument where you could say, you know what, Iberian Soul, if they didn't just mess up that one round or some slight mistakes, they really could have won that. So I'm excited to see how this goes. Inferno as that decider. Has the vetoes kind of, I guess, swayed your decision or kind of has made your decision, I guess?
I mean, that's the thing. I think you can look at the vetoes and say, oh yeah, 500. This feels difficult for them. This feels challenging. But I think we always knew in terms of their recent form, their map results, their map history is going to be poor. That goes without saying. There's only one map that they've got a positive win rate on, and that is going to be the third and final of Inferno. And it's actually a pretty decent map for them. Even recent form, it feels like the sort of one stable map that they do have to play. Yeah, I don't really think it's changed my decision. I always thought, on paper, sure, you can look at Iberian Soul as the team that probably coming in with, like you said, a bit more momentum. But 500 certainly are this roster that all we need is just them to be able to pick up the slack where they've just been missing the mark as of late. We have got to see them play a lot during May. It's been a couple of weeks for them before we've actually got to see them. I'm hoping that, as this is likely going to be probably their last event before they do move on to that player break, I'm hoping that we do just get to see them sort of actually show off what they can do. They've had a couple of weeks to work on their map board, a couple of weeks to work on their sort of protocols, their synergies. And look, this is about half the time that Red Star's been on the team, so it can be really good for just him to be able to get this extra practice with the roster. And I'm hoping it is going to make a difference today. I think always coming into this, look, I agree with you, Iberian Soul. The momentum they're on is really impressive for a team that we still don't exactly know what's going on with Davey G there. As he said a little while ago, that he is going to basically step down when they find a suitable replacement for him. That was a good couple of months ago now. So I do think Iberian Soul, yeah, they're on great form. But 500, hopefully these couple of weeks can bring them back to their best. And that's when I start to believe in 500. So that's, for me, why I still think it's a bit up in the air. Even with these vetoes, I don't particularly care what 500 pick as long as they feel comfortable on the map. I feel like both teams are going to have opportunities. Nuke, we have highlighted in the past how good this map is for them. And they are a very stable Nuke team. They're on really decent form. They've only lost like 3 games out of like their probably like last 12, 15, somewhere around that ballpark. But like you were talking about with momentum, 500 have half the win rate that Iberian Soul do, or Iberian Soul have double the win rate in these last 3 months that 500 do. 63.2% for Iberian Soul, 31.6 for 500. So yeah, it definitely has been a difficult time for the Bulgarians, but this is still a team that I believe in. This is still a core and a roster that I do have faith in. It's just going to be, are these 2 weeks off, these 2.5, 3 weeks off, going to make a difference for them? My money's on hopefully, but it's not a convincing hopefully.
Yeah, it's always a tough one. Obviously, as you mentioned, Davy G kind of did make that announcement saying that he might be stepping down with the team, maybe going a different way. And that was kind of when they were sat about 100th on HLTV and VRS. Seemed as maybe, I don't know, I don't want to say he might have thought to leave a sinking ship or, because the results were not going their way. But in the span of 2 months, they went from 40th on VRS to 100th. And I think he was thinking, well, this isn't really the project I want to be a part of. And then they've just hit their form. They've kind of finally got, synergized so perfectly. Everyone's stepping up in the server. So maybe it's a thing of him going, well, actually, we're doing really well now. It seems like everything is panning out. Why don't we actually stay together and stay as this roster? Because it's clear that now we finally kind of got things going. We're working as a unit how we really should do. And look, they're making waves. You just have to look at their last, couple weeks. It's been absolutely incredible. 7 series in a row going their way, only dropping 1 map to Monty, of which was their map pick. We were casting that game as well. We both said that it should have been a 2-0 for Iberian Soul. And in most of these series where they have been winning 2-0, it's been their opponents picking a map like Mirage in the last couple of weeks, picking a map that they're very strong on. But here we have it. Iberian Soul starting on the CT side of Mirage as expected. 500 looking to get quite aggressive here. Davy G's already been chipped away, and it's all a game of whether he can back away. Spamming through the smoke here in Con. Oxygen will get the trade, and now needing to deal to the back of the bomb site. The T's will continue this aggression. Mopos now drops the smoke. It's all an attempt to delay, but look how much damage has been dealt to some of these CTs. Salsol eventually found. Alex rotating in, but the kill's just going the way here for 500. Surely the round is found as well. And there it is, Oxygen to get second of the round and final. In that round, 500, they take the pistol and they begin how they mean to end here on Mirage.
Yeah, a couple of kills there from Sir, a couple of kills from Oxygen. They were big difference makers, and Alex always left in a difficult 1 versus 3. So 500 with the pistol success on their map selection of Mirage. I'm going to see Iberian Soul, the Spaniard core, going for this second round eco. And interestingly, a couple of scouts in play.
You say second round eco, they're fully invested.
Second round 4, sorry, not second round eco. Second
round
four.
I like the double scouts. I really do. I think it could work out well. I think their big issue is that we do have 2 Mac 10s in play for 500. Oh, Mopos. I think if he took half a second longer, he would have been able to find that kill. It didn't seem like the MP9 of Red Star was too aware of that. Tags now come through to Red Star. Space is given up here to Iberian Soul. Obviously, 500 do have control of middle. Flashbang into Con. So Dodo wouldn't have been blinded from it, but it did seem like he jiggled away. Let's have an HE grenade. This is all going to be about timing. And the timing looks good. HE there. We'll get the tag onto Spellant. Trying to confirm the kill. There's a player towards lower Con as well. Swamming through is the Dodo. Mopos now on the back of the bomb site. It's going to be acceleration towards shore. Mopos can get 1. Alex tucked away with the Deagle. Complete neglect for his angle. Davy G finds Red Star. And we see... Oh, I thought that was the collide with Salvo.
It looked like it.
It felt like it should have been, but... What a round there. The big issue is I don't think they actually have enough time to retrieve many of these weapons, but what a round from Iberian Soul. A great response there. Yeah, I just assumed that was the scout double.
I mean, bro, we talk about these double scouts a lot, and we talk about these scouts in general. A scout is a really good weapon if given the time to use it. And that's something that a lot of teams don't allow for that time. You see a scout fire off 1 shot, instant kill. That's them going down. But it starts off with the tag from Mopos into apartments onto Red Star. And then up through short. I mean, Stadota gets all of this information, gets another tag as well. And there's no reason for Mopos to move from bench to back of site. He's just jiggling around, playing off of his teammates. Gets so much impact with that. Fully baits in that Deagle of Alex, as well as the player in apartments as well. It's a great call, it's a great read, and Iberian Soul in this one. The MP9 of Mopos is setting the B-bomb site on fire. He's on for the ace. The M4 of Salso is going to steal it away, but look, what a couple of rounds from Mopos. 6 kills in the last 2.
I really like how he disengages as well. Drops the smoke, sends the flash above apartment, so if anyone is close to him, they'll be fully blinded. I really like what we see there from Mopos.
I mean, it's fundamentals of the B bomb site, how to defend it. So fundamentals
Exactly.
101 over there. Even if he does go down, he's delayed time for players to be able to rotate in, but obviously he's doing far better than just delaying. Finds a huge ton of kills and big turnaround here from Iberian Soul, despite losing the pistol round.
If Iberian Soul can win this with 3 survivors, the finances are going to be ridiculous. Already Dodo sitting around 5k. Mopos has dropped over an M4, I believe. The money's looking really good.
Big round with the MP9 in the last, and he wants to have an even bigger one here as well.
They should know it's this eco. They should know it's this weaker investment. I wouldn't actually mind the idea of these Mac 10s MP9 saving. Or saving hunting, sorry. Just looking for these frags, trying to make some money. I guess there is the risk factor around it on the basis that, look, let's say they are just holding passively. You do have the chance for loss of life. I love this call from 500. They realize chance of winning this round is probably quite slim. Let's try and get a bomb plant. But depends how much they find. If they get shut down so instantly, I doubt we'll see Mopos rotate off and Spellin will probably get taken down. Salzol now. Going to be under pressure. Great find from Salzol. Lovely triple. Max 10
finds. Is rotating, but it's fine. They've killed them all. And like you said, it depends on how cleanly they find these kills. And the bomb gets denied. They find the kills clean enough. And as soon as Mopos is like, is the final one there? And they're like, no idea. Haven't even spotted the bomb yet. It becomes a little too obvious. Not far off getting that bomb down more, Spellin.
I actually thought when Mopos kind of missed his movement there out the window, I was thinking, okay, well, you've opted to go for a bit of a B hop. You've now just jumped up in the air. Still finds the kill. No issues there. And still there's these MP9s. There's still this scout in play. A lot of teams might look to upgrade in a scenario like this, especially without amount of money. But if anything, we could just see so much more made. If Iberian Soul can win this, even if they only have 1 survivor, they're going to get a better buy than they had in the next. And what a setup. Davy and Window shouldered is his scouting Dodo. Great HE grenade there onto Rainwaker. Mopos jiggling from the back of the bomb site.
Yeah, Scout becomes a bit of an AWP here, so Rainwaker just needs to back away.
Oh, timing there couldn't have been worse. Just as the T's crossed. I don't have this information, but he's repositioned. He spotted one. Call is now made. Great find from Mopos. Worried about more, and he spots out Red Star. 1 bullet of damage taken. Quick change in positioning now. Navi G to take contact.
I mean, it's perfect, isn't it? This is as good as it gets, and the nade finds just the MP9 of Mopos falling. Navi G and Mopos just playing off one another there. Absolutely excellently. I mean, look, even after Davy G finds the first player out of apartments, look at the attention that's drawn. Still, players aren't looking towards him. Cirque still wanted to find Mopos. It just allows Davy G to find so much success there with the M4. You spoke about the money for Iberian Soul. Look at it now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Salzol 5 and 1. Davy G with 5 himself. Alex
Still
as well. Mopos with 8. Stododo still has the scout. Because he died on the pistol. Well. That's it. Yeah. Why upgrade? You don't need to. Just keep your money as high as possible. Obviously, if we do see one of these types of rounds going the way of 500, I guess we could say, well, you have the AWP there. But the way in which they're playing, I don't think they feel much resistance or much worry. Oxygen just above this smoke can find Davy G. Now tapping through systematically. Spellin going to be searching here in middle. We'll be able to isolate. Alex is wary of his position, though. Alex, he's got to be clinical here. Could just be a playthrough B. There isn't actually a defender here. Towards ladder here, though, is Oxygen. Could get caught off guard. Alex out of the flames. Plant now on B. The problem is there's still a T player towards ramp. Yes, they can operate as a flank, but Iberian Soul might be able to get the retake kind of confirmed before it's even needed. The flashbang actually there is going to be really tough. Tech 9, missed shots onto Salzol. Now they realize one's towards stop con. Let's hurry things along. Oh, Salzol can find. Surely not another with the Mac 10. Bomb's being stuck. Round is 1. And Alex can find as well. Iberian Soul, they are continuing here. Still the scout is on Stododo. It's 14k. Finally, he drops it. There we go.
Yeah, sadly, Salso as well. I don't know if he retrieved that M4 towards the end. Sadly, both players really far away from where the other teammates actually died. But I think Salso might have been able to just get that upgrade. Maybe, maybe not. Oh boy, Money's in a really great spot. You got Alex on 12k. You got Stonodo, even after dropping the scout barn and Orp, sitting on 8k as well. Yeah, honestly, around like that with 3 players surviving. Oh, he dropped over the Mac 10 to Mopod, so we still doing that gun and play actually. But
he did drop the scout and spawn as well. Yeah, he had that at the start of this round.
But
I like Mopod's on an SMG.
Mac 10. Yeah, I mean, look, we could even see some aggression here if Iberian Soul wanted. You could. I know Mopod's playing towards B, but you could look to sort of send him towards ramp. See if you can look for a fight there early. 500 setting up towards A.
You could have
just Mac 10 in there.
You could just have Stonodo posted up towards B apartments. You know, teammate can help him get there, and then you can just leave that side of the map. Go for a AAA, one towards middle. You've got things pretty confirmed. Not opting for that approach. It is a solo B, but it is that Mac 10. An excellent start here. 500 actually prefer the T side here on this map by quite a large percentage. Really a 10% difference between their T and CT performances. And that's where you kind of are getting close to saying, well, for 500, if they don't get themselves 5 at least, that's where things could get a little bit out of hand. But obviously, Charlie, the only round they have won is that pistol. Alex creeping into middle. Oh,
no.
Oxygen! That has gone so wrong.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Alex peeks into mid in a bit of a strange way, going for the crouch there, but there's still Oxygen's able to fire a good few shots beforehand. That's really rough. Felt like a good setup to get the early kill. Stonodo does get chipped away with, so he's brought down reasonably low. But like you said, yeah, Mopos with so much intel now. This is the bomb carrier.
Oh no.
Spellan.
Oh, watch out, he's low HP.
Low HP as well.
Mopos could just peek, and there it is, round's done. It's over. The closest responder being Cirque. It's 25 seconds. Not only do they have to try and recover this bomb, but Mopos has already maneuvered. Here's the steps, finds Rainwaker. There is nothing 500 could do.
So well played. Mopos doesn't just sit on the bomb and wait for sort of fights to come his way. Advances towards ramp, takes down the second player in Rainwaker, and look, these guys, the remaining teams, they have to save. There's no choice.
The thing is as well is, if Mopos decides to sit around the bomb, okay, yes, it means he can defend it for longer, I guess, but the issue is they can't retrieve the bomb from middle. Cirque can't go back and get it and then head back to con because there's still 3 players towards A. There's nothing that 500 really can do. So it has to be the ramp player. Brilliant there. Absolutely excellent. Iberian Soul now securing 6. No signs of slowing down here for Iberian Soul. Oh, the idea here from Davy G.
Setup baiting these players in. Stonodo finds the first. You've got Mopos.
Oh, this is going to go so wrong.
Yeah, we don't even need Davy G to stick around. He's already found the kill. They already know the setup, what the game plan was. It was this mid to B split, but being absolutely annihilated. He's still 1 minute 20 on the clock. 500 of time to play within this round, but Iberian Soul, I mean, wow. What a start to this game.
And obviously all this information has been gathered about Cirque's position. Stomping through under. It's going to be this play through con. That's why Stonodo's rotated. That's why Alex is holding. There's nothing that 500 are going to show in this round that Iberian Soul aren't ready for. Cirque. He's got the bomb on his back. Could be next to fall. Okay. AVG not with the best of shots. Switches to the USP. That's a level of confidence that I didn't think we'd see. Bombs dropped in
Coming in
window,
6-1 and Money's so strong. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if all these guys are confident. Look, Salsoul, they know where he is. They want to take this fight. They want to take this duel and do come out on top. 3 players survive. And again, Money's slowly going to be growing. But when the money's already this good, we're probably not far off of Iberian Soul having full buys till the end of the half. Not quite there yet, but probably not far off.
$7-1. Jeez. It's a scary one as well for 500, but this is what I said. Like, this is the risk of picking a map like Mirage. every game that I've seen from Iberian Soul and Mirage recently, I've been thoroughly impressed with how they played. And okay, yes, there has been some bad results here for them. You know, there's been a couple 13-5 losses, 13-4s, but I still feel like you just have to see how they played against Monty and CYBERSHOKE. It was a complete different look.
In a sense, I agree. Look, it was a good game against Monty and CYBERSHOKE, but that Monty game, if you do remember, they were 10-2 up, and it went all the way to 24 rounds. So, look, it's a rough scoreline right now for 500, but the T side we saw recently for Iberian Soul gave me a lot of worry about what they provided. The T sides in recent history actually have disappointed me slightly, but they are on a upwards trend of 4. Maybe they sorted out some of their T sides since I've last watched them. But if they can continue here on the CT side, surely we're not going to see a repeat of that.
Yeah, honestly, that CYBERSHOKE game kind of confirmed everything for me. They went 6-1 up there. T side, you know, the end of the game was 6, so I was very impressed. Nice finds here, but Salzol. Salzol's a player that we always talk about, we always highlight in these pre-shows for Iberian Soul, and a moment like that kind of amplifies the reason. Not as though he was facing difficult kills, but
yeah, I mean, look, still sharp aim, still looks snappy with it and clean. I think I also want to, while we do have Mopos, WG, Salto, and Alex all on the same sort of kills, all having that same level of impact, do want to also credit Stadodo for his level of discipline this game.
Yeah.
To not sort of just see the rest of his team getting all these frags and being like, maybe I'll just start looking for a few more kills. Maybe I'll go for a few more peaks and things like that. Because right now, there's no need for it. Nice couple at the end there from Red Star. Exactly. Look, I mean, he's been playing a very disciplined game, sort of just posted up towards the ramp, waiting for bodies to come at him that haven't come.
Do you want anything else from your Europa? When your team are thriving so well on the rifles, you don't need kind of heroic plays. Look, you're 8-1 up.
I mean, that's the thing. It would have to be changing the game plan, changing how he's playing. And that, at that point, you're saying we haven't dropped around since the pistol.
Honestly, though, in some of these rounds for Iberian Soul, I know Stadodo has been playing towards A a little more, but there's been a lot of rounds where we've seen Iberian Soul just leave Stadodo to stay posted up, you know, from bout to apartments and have a little look towards short, and it means that Iberian Soul can be a little bit more creative in middle. Great utility damage onto Rainwaker. Spelland's been chipped away at as well. Spelland not securing that kill. That was a bit of an opportunity for him. Looking to accelerate here. 2 players still in positions in window. Will be a resmoke now from Oxygen. And a flashbang lined up. Ooh.
And that perfectly sums up how this game's gone so far for 500. But they have taken mid without losing any bodies. Rainwaker's taking a lot of space here as well out towards A. Sure, a couple of plays have been softened up, but they still have an even man advantage. Stadodo pushing through the smoke will get caught out here. Rainwaker's so close.
Salzol eventually finds him in said smoke. Limited utility now for 500. They've just got that 1 molly remaining. There is a smoke, 2 flashes, and a Molotov here for Iberian Soul's retake. But they've lost control of CT, and there's going to be a late flank here from Spelland. Making its way through market. Flashbang coming over. Great find from Oxygen. Spelland finds Davy G. 4 versus 2 now. Alex and Salzol. Salzol will find. The bomb's still half ticked. There's a molly now picked up on Alex. A smoke that can land on the bomb. The molly's going to land to Firebox. It's going to force him out. Oh, surely not. There could be a smoke on the bomb. There's going to be a defuse kit. Red Star could just be held. Finally shows his cards, shows his hand. I don't know whether there's enough time for the defuse. I guess we'll find out. Right down to the wire. No. The round's got massively costly, though, for the T's.
I mean, yeah, it definitely...
Can buy his own more. Salzol can drop a rifle over. 8-2 though, 500. I think an 8-4 is doable, but not easy.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that we did actually see the round won by that bomb detonation, just giving a bit of extra cash for that win bonus instead of just being won on eliminations, could have been the reason why we sort of got a reasonably decent buyout for 500. We could have probably had a good few more Galils otherwise.
Great flash, great kill. This is where Stododo's discipline will be valued as he finds that pick onto Oxygen. Rainwaker might take a timing out of the smoke, and Salzar is currently holding. Smoke towards ramp, of which a player is already in front of. Salzar's got to be cautious here. How has he not been spotted? Eventually found by Red Star. Salzar's going to feel a little bit hard done by. I think he thought Stododo was still holding towards ramp. We'll see this rotation coming through from Iberian Soul now. Davigi still holding from short. Tap of the bomb now from Red Star. Opos is pushing out. Stododo finds with the AWP. And that's the problem with planting and smoking a bomb. Seems easy, seems obvious. But Stododo getting a triple in this round. Finally, his discipline on the AWP has seen its true value. And 500 silence in that one. We could be seeing double digits found here from Iberian Soul on the CT side of their opponent's map pick. And obviously, to mention once again, this is 500's preferred side. They fare better on their T side.
Yeah, it certainly does feel like that's going to be the case in this game. Or at least you're hoping not. And with the fact that it wasn't the full loss bonus, the fact that there was no bomb plant, just the 2.9k, this is the investment that they've got. And Stododo again with another early find. Oxygen eliminated towards Midwest. 500 have looked to put a lot of stock in this portion of the map early onto these rounds, but not quite working out until Cirque does find that trade eventually onto Davy G this time.
Thought the last round was must win for 500. This one, even more weight. Mopos is aggressing towards apartments, so this could fare quite nicely. Mopos needs to just back away, and he can escape. Great stuff there from Mopos. Spellan slipped the net. Oh, this could be horror timing. Dodo seemed like he had a slight inkling. Oh, Spellan will finally pull the trigger there, take him down. 4 versus 3. Mopos holding. Mopos to be found here, though. Spellan's AWP connecting. Alex needing to cross. Will find down. Oh, the missed movement there from Alex. Hits his head there on the ceiling. Honestly, I didn't even know that that was possible.
Well,
Round will go with 500. Yeah, an important round for them to secure, but still trailing by 6. It's around a necessity. The gap there, though, that's what gives 500 this round. Spellan's made cheeky plays like that, which I think always can be so valuable. Maybe it hasn't made the most of them. Obviously, the 2 rounds that they have won have been from kind of a flank from Spellan, but yeah, slight lapse in control from Iberian Soul in window has given 500 the round, but still 6-round lead, 4 rounds needed. Iberian Soul then move to such a strong map of Nuke. You look at Alex, 14 kills, Salzar with 13. Not far behind in Mopos with 11. This is an excellent game here from Iberian Soul. Alex looking to aggress here. Looking to be the tip of the spear. Going to be jumping his way out window, surely. Can look to isolate Cirque. Surely overlooked, though. Cirque can get one. Trying to deal with him here is Alex. Mopos late out of apps, but Cirque's still alive. Mopos sitting, waiting patiently in the smoke. Avicii will have heard this reposition now from Cirque. Spellan needing to hurry up and rotate in. They will eventually deal with Cirque, and it's all on Spellan. First shot connecting. So sure of himself that the last player is towards the van area. Finally, Mopos gives up his position. Stick of the bomb. Mopos, 4 kills needed in this round. 1 versus 1. Spellan, all going to be about timing. Mopos swinging and Mopos finding. Iberian Soul with double digits. We say that that pistol round was a requirement for 500. Without it, Surely we see a force.
That was actually really unlucky timing there from Spellan. He knew the peak that Mopos was going to sort of show him. And then he sort of just jiggling, nothing, takes a step back while waiting a second before peeking out again. And just in that brief time in, Mopos is able to cross towards Empty Pillar and just catch Spellan off in a position he wasn't ready for. And I'm super surprised with the second round eco from 500. I mean, you understand it in terms of they want to play for the weapons. They want to get guns out and actually be able to have weapons on their CT side. The issue is it is going to be this 11-3 scoreline, and you are basically saying one mistake and we're giving Iberian Soul at least map point.
Fair bit of damage dealt there. Yeah, Spellan dealing 80 damage through that smoke.
An easy cleanup here. Salsal gets the triple. And it is all on an 8 HP Cirque with a P250 in hand. Would love to get a cheeky kill. But there's no real need for Iberian Soul to press this issue at all. And Salsal gets the quad. It's all on this though, Fred, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I think... Honestly, I don't mind the idea of the eco. I think sometimes when you're trailing by 7, you might as well be trailing by 8 and have rifles in hand. But yeah, all on this. They lose this round. It's done. Honestly, I think it's probably already in that question already, as they have an 8-round lead, only need 2 to secure. And I don't think the individuals for Iberian Soul will slow up anytime soon. Salzar with 17, Alex 1 behind, Mopos 1 behind him.
It's not saying Davy G instead. Odo have had a bad game, just not necessarily been needed as much as the other 3. They really just have been hoarding a lot of these frags, but a bit of a tech pause as Mopos has just been disconnected. So we're going to be left in suspense before seeing round number 15. I mean, round number 15 and already we're talking about this game almost being all said and done. You already think it is. Yeah, I'm probably not far behind you on that. And the fact that 500 really need to impress us on this CT side. Like I said, I've been a little bit concerned about certain Iberian Soul T sides on certain maps. I don't think they've been great normally when it comes to the offensive side. But when you're only 2 rounds away, when you're so close to just walk away with a map victory after moving on to your map pick of Nuke, which you already highlighted how strong a map it is for Iberian Soul. It's been very much their home turf, and not many teams have been able to take them down on it.
Yeah, it's been a real difficulty for most of the opponents. Funnily, it's the one map that they have lost in the last 7 that was their selection of Nuke. Look, I think if Iberian Soul are able to close this game out very dominantly, if it's kind of that, that 13-5, let's say, for Iberian Soul, it negates 500's individuals getting into the server, getting kind of warmed up, getting prepped. And I think that's where they could, look to dominate on Nuke as well. It was the fact that in that Monty game that they capitulated on their T side. It was the fact that it took them the full 24 after winning the half 10-2. I doubt we'll see that. I really don't think we will. Iberian Soul, I don't really know what you're going to do to put a muzzle on players like Salzo, like Alex, like Mopos within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue. I honestly think the only thing that 500 have going for them here is sort of hoping that this technical pause might take a bit of the momentum away from Iberian Soul. But even that, it feels like you're sort of clutching at straws slightly. But round number 15 is going to be underway. 500, their first and maybe only full buy coming out here on this CT side, as mid is looking to be tested with 4 of the Ts emerging out into this position, and the utility's good. The need of the smoke breaks open. 1 kill for Cirque, but Red Star does take down Mopos. Important kill from Red Star, and Red Star goes back for more Rainwaker, this time.
Yeah, obviously the bomb dropping makes things quite difficult. Salzo will eventually emerge out of ramp. Sends the molly, so kind of indicates the 500 positioning of these remaining two. Smoke dropped in Con. Oxygen creeping out though. Salzo caught off guard, and Davy G now 1 versus 4, taken down by Rainwaker through the smoke. 4th found here. Important round.
Yeah, not necessarily actually the mid aggression that we saw being the issue there for Iberian Soul. Look, they went even in terms of the trades. It was mainly just that re-aggression from 500 that really tore Iberian Soul apart, just getting caught off by Rainwaker's peak and then by Red Stars from window, and just those two sort of re-aggressive plays completely caught off the tees and just weren't necessarily ready for that. I think particularly considering it's this late in the game and 500 are so close to being knocked down. I think maybe just hoping that they would play a little bit more cautiously, not wanting to be the team to make the mistake. But no, still, they're the ones with the initiative, and they do find the round thanks to it.
All the investment though seen from Iberian Soul. There is limitation with this MAC-10, the Galil on Alex, but we've seen what these weaker weapons can do for Iberian Soul. We saw, what, 7 rounds of it, 6 rounds of it with players with MP9, still MAC-10, Scouts, and obviously they could have invested more.
WG might look to push through this smoke here. He's just going to get deeper into middle. And sort of play in underpass now as the A hit comes through.
I mean, can be better
defended
for it.
Just by 1 as well. It's just Spelling. If you force back by the Molotov, this bomb can get planted. It's going to be how long do the T's wait to do this? Plant towards triple box. Tagging them, he has been heard, and Spelling goes down. 4 kills away from finding map point.
Davy G still so late here. Great flashbang. Rainwaker completely caught off guard, and now Davy G can activate. In Palace is Salzol to find Oxygen, and it's all on Cirque. We'll get the first. Reload needed. Alex still tucked away now. Elevates on top of Ticket. Alex has got all this information. He could look to peek, but he realizes, you know what? I'm 43 points of health. I've got this round in the palm of my hand. I don't need to go for a risk. Wait for him to come to me, and we will see it work. Iberian Soul, they've shown a lot of discipline, and a round like that, it was what, 4 versus 1 at one point? There was no overfighting. There's no hunting for kills, especially from Alex, which I'm very happy with. 500. They now need 8 in a row if they want to bring it to overtime.
Yeah, I have to say, look, they found the man advantage, taking down Spellan towards CT, but still, Iberian Soul are not ready to sort of rest on their laurels. They want to push, they want to help out in other places, take this real estate, flashing Mopods and his MAC-10 towards jungle and just finding that rotating player is so smart, really well done, and it just allows Davy G and Mopods to sort of crunch onto that connector player. Now, in middle again are the T's, and a bit fortunately, I suppose, is 500 in the round that they did win here on the CT side. They won it reasonably comfortably, so they have been able to get some decent weapons out. It's not as bad by as you would necessarily expect, but there's only 3 pieces of utility remaining, so if Iberian Soul honestly do just slow this round down, 500 can have a tough time.
Great find from Alex, though. Cirque. Smoke fades, and he does find. Red Star rotating as well. Worried about the lack of B. Just quite rightly, as Salzor's finally emerging.
Galan tapping away. The rotating Red Star finds Starodo as well. Still 3 players here, but 2 of which have been tagged away slightly.
Davy G, 1 versus
HP
3
on Davy G.
Going quiet. Should be an easy fight for Cirque. Simple stuff. Good round, really important round for 500. Obviously, all of these just as vital as the next.
Yes, the rotations though that made a difference. Having 3 players in market already before anyone was out towards B, that was the difference maker. And you could see the T side weren't quite playing as much of a unit as they probably could have. We might have been able to see some slightly better trading from them if they did. But we kind of just saw players getting picked apart one by one there, as it is going to be this tactical pause from Iberian Soul. Interesting choice for the Force. I'm not sure, is this a necessary buy? Do they have to? Are the finances sort of not really allowing for the eco? Is that the case? I mean, it doesn't necessarily look like it, considering Alex does have a Tech 9 full armor and a couple of pieces of util, but he certainly could have been dropped those those bits of util perhaps. But I think they could have technically gone for an eco, depending on
maybe
if that util was dropped.
I think it might be because they know that there's still going to be MP9s in play for players like Oxygen, like Spellan.
Got the round to play with, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. I guess we'll see what happens. Still 7 in a row needed for 500 and a fast B play. And the reason they called it is because of how much confrontation they had. Obviously in the last round towards both middle and A. They're just going to go for a fast B play. Timing on this can be perfect. Cirque will find Davichi, though that is a disgusting fight. Oxygen will get one here on the bomb site. Salzo, great find. Alex deals to Oxygen as well. Chipped away all 3. Cirque has an HE grenade that will find Alex. No bomb plant now. Instead, Odo has to find Spellan. Retrieves a rifle, looking to accelerate. So much damage there from Spellan. Still a possible 2 versus 2. Red Star repositioning.
Yeah, concerned exactly where Staroto's gone. He could have been in ladder room. He could be waiting for them. So they are going to see this boost up and clear out this position. Not in here, though, and the bomb's still yet to be planted. Double rotation right now towards short. The bomb's not even been retrieved. Finally has and will be planted.
Iberian Soul are going to be so confused here, surely.
They have to consider it. They've had no contact towards market at all. Salsal does spot.
I don't know why Salzal's fighting so heavily there. He should have just tried to play for a trade off of Stadodo. And now it's the 10 HP player in the 1 versus 2. Red Star found. Stadodo now realizing that it could be Mark, it could be Apps. Cirque can take him down. There's no defuse kit on Cirque. Oh,
I think there is time. I think there's time. And not far off. A little bit worrying there, but it is still a round victory for 500. And look, got to give credit to Cirque for being that disciplined towards market. Very silent, very slow, and it just makes the Dodo start to second guess exactly where this final player could be. And timing goes in favor of Cirque. And Iberian Soul still denied that map victory that they so desperately want, but with plenty of chances. Certainly, all they need is just that singular one. But it is just going to be this eco here. Iberian Soul not going to press their luck by going for another force bite.
Spellan now on the ladder. Spellan can get one, realizing there's probably more to come. And Salzo's timing of this push is good. Through the smoke now. Needed the smoke now from Cirque as well. Will spot out plenty. Rainwaker rotating from stairs, all on Stadodo. 1 versus 4.
And will be pretty quickly found there. As the fast hit towards A, not particularly successful. They needed a smoke, giving up the game plan, finding this first kill, and then just baiting Rainwaker towards stairs to find the double and eventually that triple from him. But now the weapons are in play as the scoreline looks a little bit closer, but still 5 in a row needed from 500 to be able to make this one even possible for a map victory in their favor. It's obviously overtime and a bare minimum waiting for them. From Red Star out in mid, but Stadodo's called the timing a bit and slipped the net, able to find Rainwaker, who's not ready for that. And onto stairs, Dabby G spots 2, finds 1.
Oh, Salzo's got information. He's going to send the Molotov here. Spellan is safe from it, though. What a spam from Spellan. Salzo will find it back, though. Stadodo now holding. Great find from Oxygen. Possibility in the clutch, turning from the flashes. Salzol, and Salzol will find him out in the open. And there it is. First map going the way of Iberian Soul. And 500. That was their map selection. Certainly didn't feel like it, though. The whole game they were playing chase, playing catch-up. Iberian Soul thoroughly in control throughout. And you can tell why. Alex with 21 kills, Salzol with 22. Mopos not too far behind. And with Davichi and Stadodo, yeah, they had 10 kills, but they had neutral KDs. Did they do anything wrong? I wouldn't have said so. I feel like they just let the other 3 play perfect CS, just kind of play Counter-Strike and have their own freedom and ability to back it. So that's why we have seen this first map go the way of Obviously, I was heavily back in Iberian Soul. Are you going to be joining me over here? It feels nice and warm in the sun of in the sunny.
And it's been a map that a lot of teams have sort of looked to test them on in multiple series, look to try to catch them out with a Mirage, because it's not going to be a map that Iberian Soul necessarily ban. They're into ban stars too. So that's normally where a lot of teams can find some success against the Iberian Soul. But look, they've had some decent results on it recently, and that one by far for me is the best one. I even think the scoreline's a little bit inflated for Iberian Soul. It was a bit of a humiliation, really. It's 500 just could not get going. Bested in every department. In the calling department, it felt. The CT read were really spot on for Iberian Soul. But most importantly, the firepower was there. Everyone was having a great first half. And look, sure, you look at it and say Sododo, Davigi, neutral KDs, like you said, but who cares? The other guys are absolutely popping off. Look, we had Salsol as the MVP for map number 1. You could have chose any of the top 3. They all had so much impact. Every player chimed in at a certain point. Felt like a real team performance there for Iberian Soul. And now moving on to Nuke, a map that they have had a ton of success on. This is where 500 are going to feel very much like their backs against the wall. And your prediction of, this might be the only team that isn't invited that advances through, it feels like that could be where we're going.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Nuke, the selection of Iberian Soul, it's one of their best. It's one of 500's worst. The storyline is seeming like a of Iberian Soul, but do you think, Charlie, you're a very optimistic person, do you think 500 can do it?
I do think they can. Whether I think they will is a different question, though. As map number 1 is difficult to draw much inspiration from in their regard, isn't it? It was a really tough showing from them. It wasn't a great display, and this has to be a huge turnaround. They have to properly mentally reset in the break and deliver us something that we just have not seen. Fighting towards outside has actually yielded Circuit kill, but we have also had Stododo make his way down towards Secret.
Yeah, they're going to re-wrap through ramp and head their way down to B. I love this call from Iberian Soul. There is going to be a triple hell setup from the CTs, and Cirque can secure his second of the round. Alex now holding. Bomb just needs to cross. There's all 4 players here now for 500. They spotted the bomb, realize he's trapped. 3 versus 2 now. Salzburg has to connect. Look, I don't mind the pistol here from Iberian Soul, but the fact that 500 just instantly know what to do. Let's group together. Let's hunt down this bomb carrier. Let's win the round. One versus 2 now for Stododo. Jump spotting to gain information. Red Star elevated above the box. Stododo feels an impossible task. And Red Star will find 500, take the pistol. Iberian Soul somewhat stuttering there. Seemed like they had about 4 different ideas of what they wanted to achieve and didn't really go their way.
Yeah, not quite worked out for them on this regard. And 500, a necessary pistol round for them, I think, just to sort of get off on the right foot on this map. Had tough times, plenty of tough times on Mirage. So with a pistol round victory, look, not only is it a round on the board, it's maybe a bit of a way to sort of wipe the slate clean.
Yeah, look, I think for 500 as well, seeing as this is the force buy from Iberian Soul, if they can find success here, this is where we can say they've got a real chance at it. And what a spam from Spellan! Gets a double through the smoke. Alex has been chipped away at as well. The bomb has made its way down towards B. Avicii now just holding, waiting, but so is Red Star. It's going to be a game of discipline. Avicii will get 1. No double, though, is Oxygen trading.
Alex's work cut out for him here, that's for sure. Flashbang comes over, Alex fully blinded by it. Gets taken down, it's all on Salsoul and this 1 Tech 9.
No defuse kit. Just the tap of the bomb to gain information. What a round from Spellan, though. Not only 3 kills, but the damage onto Alex as well.
Honestly, Oxygen played that super perfectly there towards the upper bomb site. Drops the flashbang towards Vent, never drops. But it just draws that attention from Salsoul and his Tech 9 for so long. So Alex is isolated here. We finally do see Salsoul start to realise I've got to find a kill elsewhere. There's 3 plays towards round. The event plays never come in, but excellent stuff from Oxygen just to keep those 2 remaining players split. But the 2-0 start, the force buy is going to continue here, in fact, as the bomb plant is being enough to spur Iberian Soul on here.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. Do I think 500 are going to be aware of it? They might have slight intentions and ideas, but it's a far better buy.
And the smoke Spellan gives up his life there, not ready for 2 Galils to be waiting on the other side of it. And into garage they go. Cirque has heard all of this. Shots from main could be enough just to bait Cirque in. Might not be expecting there to be a player in Spellan dead towards main, a second player in main, and Cirque outside. They might not be ready for this. Great damage there onto Red Star, brings him down solo. Cirque finally pushes. Only gets 1 though. Cirque is going to go down here towards outside. Has been found. Still that player in main. Low HP on Red Star. Difficult things here for the CTs as they're getting picked apart across the map. Seemingly so many kills coming through when their backs are turned and they're not quite ready for it. When Red Star is still alive on low HP, it's all going to be about timing.
Both Red Star and Davigi don't really want to overstep. The realization that they hold so much control, so much in the balance. With Oxygen spotted, Red Star has to maneuver away, and Daviji can find now. Iberian Soul, look, the force buy works out nicely.
Yeah, look, it's a risk, isn't it? Going for another force buy after just losing the one on the second round. The danger that you do give up is if you lose it again, this time maybe you don't get a bomb plant, you're probably going to be packing it in and saying, sure, we'll finally take our eco. And in doing so, you give 500 a 4-round lead, which doesn't sound like a crazy amount on the CT side Nuke, but I think for a team like 500, after the display of Mirage, that 4 rounds could be a real change of tempo for them and a real change of mentality even. But forced onto these weaker weapons, Spellan on a AWP here.
Yeah, he was the one player with money. Cannon. Look, I think it could work. It could look silly. And I guess in about 2 minutes' time, we'll find out.
Now towards A, and the bomb site is undefended. Players are towards heaven and hell. But with the bomb site taken 500, honestly, with no defuse kit, with a singular flashbang, I think he's safe.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. Spellan now just holding here towards main. Mac 10 will see it's an AWP, and now this could change the indication and goal for Iberian Soul. Are we going to go hunting for this AWP?
Looks like all 5 CTs could survive. That's Iberian Soul, their mind just on winning the round. And no issues backing away. So 500 with the M4, with the AWP being saved, Red Star on the MP9 as well. Look, they can look to bring out a bit of a util. They could actually fully invest this if they wanted and just sort of treat it like a full buy, but in the same sense, can just go for the eco and still have a buyout in their next and always just keep that pressure on Iberian Soul while still having a good chance to win this one. So a couple of different options that the CTs can go for here, but it looks like they are going to go for the full eco. So no extra utils going to be invested. It is still just that singular flashbang on Spellan. Also is a weapon that we didn't really get to see Cirque utilize too much in Mirage, did we? Sort of felt like he was just on the rifles from start to finish of that game. No AWP, but it's the same call from the T side out towards A. And again,
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Spellan will fall. Look, I think the fact they know there's an AWP in play, honestly, I love the call. Try and give the AWP as little impact as possible. Oxygen, just the deagle.
And just going to be another save from 500. Look, you've made a call to sort of leave that A-bomb site open and strengthen up different positions on the map. Hasn't worked out, but look, you can still try to keep a decent amount of money alive. Oxygen's Deagle not quite hitting the mark. Is it going to go down to the bomb, if not by the bullets? And does fall there, and Salso learns about how big that bomb radius is. 100 HP in garage and still gets found.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Nuke... I feel like the bomb radius, from personal opinion, it just seems like it changes round by round. You'll have a round where you're 100 HP, you're towards top secret, you lose 1 health, and then the next round you're down to half HP. I feel like it is so dictated on where that bomb is planted, because obviously it's kind of more vertical, but... Iberian Soul now taking the lead. Still limitations here for Iberian Soul with that Mac 10 on Mopos. Strong buy though from 500. Red Star's taking a lot of damage, but the nade and flash combination. Spellan can find Daviji. And advantage goes their way. Alex is going to take a risk, and risk surely. Won't be seen. This is brilliant from Alex.
Spellman does have an idea, and this is absolutely genius. That's the experience that this guy had. Great awareness. There's a chance someone slipped through, pushed through the smoke on a timing, and that's exactly what's happened in Spellman with a double again. Definitely the leading man for 500 to keep your eye on if there's a chance for them to bring things back here on Nuke and bring us onto a third.
Look at Mopos.
I was going to say, surely
He knows there's two players here. He knows there's two players here. Gets the first. Rainwaker will get the trade, though. Rainwaker can double. A great round from Rainwaker. I don't really know why Mopos didn't kind of hug that left wall, try and get information there beforehand. Pick of the bomb here from Stododo. Red Star not wanting to force this massively. Turn two players towards the vent. Single door's now open. He can get to ramp. This could be a possibility. There's no utility here. I think... Has he just been spotted by the player from double doors? I doubt it. Circuit's still posted here. Bomb's ticking. Information gathered from Stododo. He will find the first. Red Star just needs to tap the bomb and Cirque can hold. Isolating now, and Stododo finds. Cirque's not on the bomb. Sports him off of it. Oh, Stododo surely can't win this one. There's such limited time now. We'll swing wide. But there's no time for the... Oh no, there's no time for the defuse. How has that gone the way of Iberian Soul? And Cirque goes down to the bomb. Ridiculous. Absolutely mental. What a clutch that. 1 versus 4.
I thought it was all said and done after Rainwaker gets this double, but plays it so well. I love that he goes back for the peak, knowing that there's a good chance someone's getting ready to tap the bomb, gets that timing, takes down that second player in Cirque. There's not a lot you can do in a situation like that, and Iberian Soul from 2-0 down, on a 4-round streak with a lot of big impact moments. And Spelland's going to be kicking himself. I've got a double kill. I've got a 2-man advantage early into this game, into this round. How is that still not gone my way?
Yeah, it's always tough. It's always really difficult in moments like that. And especially for the in-game leader, I feel like it'll be tough for him not to give some words to the team after that one. But we do see Salzol falling early on. This is the investment, obviously, from 500. We still have the AWP in play as well. Finances have worked out quite nicely for 500. And there is this AWP, but Mopos! What an opener there. Already 2 players have rotated down towards the lower site, but not on the bomb site yet. Red Star with an MP9. Not the best of weapons for this type of scenario. Mopos will open the door. Red Star can find. Single door's been open. Oxygen fast down through the vents. Man advantage here for 500. The difficulty will be utility and defuse kit. And with that smoke dropping now, they're going to have to take the risk of pushing through it. And Red Star will go. Jumping round the corner. Oh, he's made steps. He will back away now. Plenty now.
Flank here as well. Look at Davy G. He's now down the fence. Stododo falls, though. It's got to be these players keeping themselves alive, so Davy G can operate, so he can have these moments. Player trigger discipline is Davy G. Lines up, gets a double. No place on the bomb. Information gaining. Alex out from control. Another round that should go the way of 500. A 2 versus 4, and Iberian Soul somehow pull it off again.
Yeah, Iberian Soul in the clutch when players need to step up, when they need someone to have a bit of a heroic moment. It was prevalent throughout Mirage, yet they weren't giving up advantages, they weren't in tough scenarios, and that's why the Mirage was so one-sided. Yet here, you really feel for 500. You have to, it's so tough, but absolutely excellent. What a game, and Iberian Soul. All they need now is one more, and you'd say it's a very strong half.
Yeah, I mean, already they'll be reasonably satisfied with this, even if it did finish 7-5 against them. But with plenty of rounds ahead of them, with the full buys, I'm just going to say with the full buys, it feels like we've seen Iberian Soul hit another level. Not necessarily. 500 have done a great job of finding these opening kills, finding a lot of man advantage situations. It is just the sort of individuals that are digging Iberian Soul out of a reasonably difficult time of things. And this is something that 500 have to look at. Take a tactical pause, take a break and say, we have to close these rounds out. So many players are doing such good work to get early kills. Spellin in the last got a double kill. Red Star with the MP9 finds the opening kill. But yeah, it's just that flank is really key.
Just a half by here. We do have this rifle on Red Star. On to try and upset the finances of Iberian Soul. And honestly, I don't mind the call. Obviously, the money somewhat precarious. Elevated angle here for leave Spellan. Already a player rotated down in Rainwaker. It's so tough in these games, though, isn't it? I think we both know that 500 probably should be in the lead at the moment. And the fact they're trailing by 3 on the favoured side, that's where things can get really scary for them. Oh, I love the idea of this boost. Whether it can see much, though, is the question. Not spotted Rainwaker. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I've seen someone play that angle and they haven't got a guaranteed kill. Salzol towards top silo will get one. They spot the player down towards ramp in Spellan. Oh, timing for Spellan's peak is perfect. Not only does he get the tag onto Alex, but the nade is missed. Salzol finding another here towards outside. 4 versus 2, realizing the final 2 players down towards ramp, so they will rotate their way up towards A. So 6 now found here for Iberian Soul. Less of these pistols can somehow find it, but I think we're both in the mentality that they won't, or at least they shouldn't.
I mean, this is madness, but we've had 6 opening kills for 500 and 2 for Iberian Soul. And a lot of those opening kills came with a couple after as well.
Yeah,
and
kind of 2
still,
for 1s.
yeah, exactly. And still, despite 500 doing a great job at finding the first blood in so many of these rounds, Iberian Soul, it doesn't feel like it's phasing them at all.
No. Honestly, it's always a sign of a really good team where even after they kind of lose life first, they can still convert rounds. Obviously, we know that the general stat for it is around, what, 30%, I think, after losing the
Yeah,
first...
I mean, teams, if they find the first blood, tend to sort of win the round 70 to 75%, or anywhere in between that ballpark. It's reasonably standard. But look, like you said, it does show signs for a good team, but it also shows 500. I mean, you have to be getting these over the line. Maybe this is some of the difficulties that they've had on Nuke. The fact that they find these opening kills, but obviously it's where do you position your pieces? When do you rotate down towards the lower side? When do you leave players from ramp? When do you double up in certain angles? Maybe it is just some of that inexperience that is allowing Iberian Soul to come up clutch here. Oxygen, though, great flank, instantly fires the shot onto Sal. So, oh, Mopos gets a bit of a surprising vent and will actually get the kill. And with the player on solo fallen thanks to Alex, his man advantage flipped again.
Nice find from Rainwaker, though. Important round here. Not only will it deny Steven, but it puts a bit more confidence back to 500. Nice find from Mopos, traded by Cirque. 2 versus 2 now. Alex has been chipped away at heavily. And this round is all on the shoulders of Stododo.
They're going to double
Defuse kit here. Yeah.
Oh, they're going to split positions.
They're going to swap positions. No, they will double up as expected. Cirque retrieving a rifle. Alex playing a little bit more disciplined. It is just this tap of the bomb. Once again, the tap comes through. Red Star holding, Red Star finding, and it's all on Alex. They're still not on the bomb. And it will be the stick. Red Star with the orb connecting. Is there enough time? I don't think there is.
Oh, no.
Another mismanaged retake from 500. They had about 15, 20, 30 seconds on that retake. Late to tap the bomb. Late to stick it as well. They decided to drop the smoke on the... they decided to drop the smoke towards single door instead of on the bomb. I think for 500, you're looking at a lot of these rounds, whether they're in the advantage or not, they seem a bit frantic. And honestly, I think if that was the other way around, if it was a player in the flank for 500, we would have seen more discipline. We would have seen them shifting closer. Maybe try and get up on the silo. I know you can't do it silently, but it means that you have the opportunity to get a multitude of frags. Yeah, Oxygen instantly takes that kill. Alex was waiting for him. He finds him. And as you said, man advantage flipped the other way. But again, 500 with the opening kill. How many rounds can we see these opening kills found and them still lose it? But this could be a possibility as Davy G finds Spellan spamming. A free kill back here for Iberian Soul.
I mean, while we do settle in this one, I do have to say Iberian Soul did play that post-bomb very well. They didn't peek on 2 taps of the bomb. Just called the bluff both times. Could have easily been a stick, but they were ready for it, and it is man advantage for Iberian Soul again after losing that early kill. Cirque is down here. It's a dangerous position with the AWP, but can be overlooked and can get a lot of impact. Kill onto A as well goes the way of Red Star. Mopos, his flank, not quite working out. It's a double B hold here. This could be the change up 508.
The problem is Iberian Soul kind of wanted Mopos to be that late lurk and then obviously take space on A, and they rotate up the vent. Kind of gambling that 500 would over-rotate. But we haven't seen that. Zerk. Oh, Alex, great awareness. Realizing there's probably another! Alex confined! 1 versus 2 now for Red Star. It's a 3-man B defense.
Oh, Alex does get caught out. The trade is there, though. Stadodo's nearby. And we'll be able to ensure 8 on the board.
I feel bad for Zerk there. He was on the B-bomb site from what felt like forever. It's a tough one. It really is. 8-2. Is it done? Like, is it finished? Are we saying that Iberian Soul win this? Surely, right? 8 rounds on the T side. Moving to their favoured side. They're moving to a side they've got a 62% win rate on.
I mean, right now, Fred, I'm at a point where I'm just enjoying the show. Because Iberian Soul, this is one of the greatest displays I've seen from them. Look, even if they win games 2-0, rarely are both maps this one-sided, especially against a team like 500, which we do have big expectations for, but those expectations might have to be lowered for my sake.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Spellant. Savage is still close by here towards Secret. Yeah, look, we've spoken about how the kind of recent form for 500 has been a bit tough, and obviously for Iberian Soul, it's the absolute flip. Single door open, no one realizing. Mopos will get the eventual trade. Zerk opens double doors now. The problem is, they can get off the bomb site if they choose. They are both elevated, though.
I mean,
this is where
it's going to be a bit tough to get off this site, actually, just where he is positioning-wise. The MP9 at range finds Mopos.
Salzol rotating, though. Salzol doubling. And now all on Zerk. Giving his position away. Zerk needs to find this player on the bomb site. He's retrieved the rifle now. Zerk can get the first. Okay. A real chance for this one. He secures the second. So sure that there's one towards Secret, but Davy G does take him down. Look, I know it's not a round that we expected 500 to win, but it's a possibility for them. It was that 1 versus 1. A bit of misinformation there. Zerk was seen certain the final player was towards Secret.
I mean, just killed 2 players and then they looked to make their way up towards round. But I think he thought he was on the A bomb site. I think he assumed, okay, he must be somewhere on A. Potentially he's going to be coming from vents then, rather than making that long journey all the way around the ramp. But yeah, unfortunate stuff from Sir. Would have been a great round, at least just a bit of a highlight round for him at the very least.
Red Star though will drop the bomb carrier. Again, another round with the opening kill.
Mopos will find just the one, surprisingly.
Great information though. Zerk on the AWP. Can find, and now Navi G accelerating towards him. Salzar 1v3. 94% winner prediction here. Integrated AI.
I think watching Iberian Soul this game, I'd probably give them
50-50.
the sort of 94% chance to win it right now. We've already seen a 1 versus 3. And we see another. A lot of time for Southside to play with, but it's Zerk's AWP. It's going to be a difficult challenger to try to get past him. Just posted up, and Southside might not even come into contact, as actually Zerk is the one aggressing.
Salzar, if he creeps out of hut now, this could be timed very nicely. They go shoulder to shoulder. If Salzar realizes this, doesn't make any steps, he could reflank Squeaky, but Oxygen surely got this round. There we have it. 3rd secured for 500. 3 rounds on the CT side. A rarity, I guess.
Yeah, and I think it goes without saying the CT side for both of these teams is obviously their favoured side. It is that CT-sided favoured map. And
crazy thing, it's what, the pistol round, the force by loss for Iberian Soul, and then the final round, that's all they get?
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah, I mean, very tricky. Yeah, and look, you said that the 3rd round secured. You would hope that 500 would have heard you say that a little bit earlier. As it's been a rough time there on their CT side. I mean, that could have been the difference maker. I was saying if we saw Iberian Soul lose that sort of 2nd force buy they went for on round number 3, they ended up losing that one. We see the 4-0 start for 500. That should be able to be them sort of creating a decent CT side to play with. But far from it, as Iberian Soul came with just a different level of smoke. Alex should be able to find this kill very quick. Does take down Oxygen, the only player towards outside. Stadodo's a little late to make it back towards ramp. But it's a 2-man ramp setup.
Mopos will rotate down. He will have heard the door as well. Hunting his Rainwaker, but Mopos finding. They spotted him? Oh, they definitely have.
Oh, yeah.
Stadodo didn't even offer Salzol a helping hand, but will find
Okay.
Cirque in the process. Just left him to die.
Wait, nice find there onto Cirque, as he wasn't even aiming at the plane, just sort of flicked onto Cirque. It's a 4 versus 2. Look, Salzol was in a tough position. I think Stadodo is looking at it, saying, we've got man advantage already. Let's not fight too much.
Alex?
Hello, Alex.
I think that must have been he was coming to his team, maybe checking where people's positions were.
Finds it eventually, I suppose. Lucky he doesn't get cleared out, but it's a 1 versus 4 for Spellan as the tough times continue here for 500. Maybe not all too tough if Spellan can win this. Information on a player towards ramp, and he wants to take this fight.
Spellan's so worried about the kind of impending A-hold of where this final player could be. His Mopos is so fast behind. Spellan, you know what? I don't mind the risky plant. I think the plant for heaven there, it's a great idea because realistically, there's still about 20 seconds left. Are we going to see the CTs rush their way up heaven and maybe lose their life to Spellan? I think it's actually a really good idea.
Yeah. But especially without information of the second player, he doesn't know where he could be coming from. So the only reason we probably actually do see that peak is because both players are in heaven. They can swing together. That's the thing. So I like the idea from Spellan, like you said, but it doesn't pan out on this occasion. It's not a lot has been panning out for 500 this whole entire series.
More spy scene. It's going to be this playthrough ramp. Great opener from Rainwaker. Finds Salzol. Amas retrieves Stadodo with all this information, and he goes swinging and he goes finding. He does secure 2. Surely not another round with the opening kill going the way of 500 and the round going the way of Iberian Soul. 2 versus 2 now. Spellan's still holding here towards lobby. All going to be about timing. The bomb has been dropped. Disciplined here is Mopos. Spellan. He seems worried here. Quite rightly. I think we both know that Mopos is ready and waiting. Got 2 1v1s here. Spellan against Mopos. Alex against Cirque.
He obviously bumped under control of Alex, though. Here's one at least down towards the lower side. And Alex could be getting crunched upon.
So he takes the fight, but I love the idea from Alex. He shows his hand towards the other. Oh, I love it even more. He closes the door. It baits Spellan into peeking. I love it from Alex. Absolutely love it.
Just a bit of BM there. See, I actually think this is a bit of overfighting from Davi G. He gets a really key kill. He drops the bomb in control. It's a bit unfortunate just to drop there with the both remaining players a bit split. But he takes the duel onto Cirque after sort of getting out of the way. Loses out. It doesn't really even do a lot of damage to Cirque. And it just makes it that tense 2 versus 2. What incredible discipline from Mopos, though. Not to look to rotate down and give Spellan that kill. I mean, look, he plays that position. He knows that there tends to be lurks out towards Squeaky. And yeah, it's not going to be the one to make the mistake. Genius stuff there from Mopos.
Such a heavy half buy from 500. Oxygen down to 1300. Cirque with 1200. Spellan's got 750. Red Star's got 850. I guess they're kind of hedging their bets on a bomb plant because if they lose this round, the buy in the last is going to be really tough. Great find though. Oxygen takes down Davi G. Rainwaker onto Mopos. And 500, the world is your oyster. You can head absolutely anywhere here. Realizing that Alex is low, so certainly the fight to take. And Sal's on out to spot out plenty. We'll double up. 1 versus 3 for Salzol. See, Stadodo went down as Salzol was getting those 2 kills. So you can call it a 1v3, you can call it a 1v4. You can also call it another round where 500 get a double opener. An Iberian Soul. They could win it, but not going to be easy with the setup currently being seen. Spellan spotted and found. The Rainwaker, an easy trade.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think you're talking about the investment. Look, we could have technically seen AKs out on everyone if they wanted, just at the cost of any util on certain individuals. I think 500 are probably at the point in this series where they're just throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, out the wall and just hoping something sticks. Because this has just been a game where it feels like everything they've tried has been countered. It hasn't worked. Iberian Soul have a response. They've got an answer to it. But we are obviously seeing that fourth buy out from Iberian Soul. Money tough on a few players. Stadodo, unarmored Scout. Alex, unarmored Deagle.
Imagine Alex dropped an MP9. Maybe, do you think he dropped 2? Surely not. Either way, a possibility for this victory. Got Iberian Soul in round number 16, but very limited. And look, again, I kind of question the overinvestment from 500, but it works out. They do win the round.
Yeah, honestly, we could actually be at the point where we see 500 with a pretty similar finish that we did on Mirage, where, look, they can make a bit of a comeback towards the end, but Iberian Soul are so close to the end goal that it feels like it is just kind of consolation rounds at this point. Push towards A looks good. Double swing onto Davi G. Alex and Salso both fall, and it's all on Stadodo and his Scout, and the nade almost kills him outright. 7 HP, and I mean, look, can try to save this Scout. I don't exactly think he's going to be a difference maker in the next, even if he does.
I also don't think there's anywhere safe apart from T-Spawn for him to save this Scout. He's 7 HP without armor.
I mean, he is getting pushed towards CT, so might be able to get a kill. Does find one, at the very least. Will get taken out now by Red Star. And 500 get 5. Just going to be the eco in this one from Iberian Soul. Gonna have to wait a little bit longer before Nuke sees its end.
Yeah, look, I think Iberian Soul, once the full buys are out, once they are kind of in full effect, Stadodo on the AWP, all the bells and whistles, I think we should see them close it out. Obviously, it's still possible for 500 to take it to overtime. They can still win in regulation, but that would mean 8 rounds in a row needed from this point onwards.
Yeah, and with no real danger in this round, it should at least be a comfortable 6th. But yeah, it's going to be a behemoth task again for 500.
Especially because of the fact when you look at their recent performances on their T sides, it has been, you know, pretty lacking. Obviously, in their 5 most recent games on Nuke, their T side has netted them very few. It's 5 against 9, 2 against Rush B, 3 against Ruby. It's not great at all. And with them needing 8 in a row to find it in regulation, as you said, this is going to be very reminiscent to what we saw on Mirage.
In the lower bomb site, no one here to defend it, so it can be an easy bomb plant and an easy round 4-500. It's Iberian Soul barely even showing themselves.
I don't mind dropping the smoke there, though. Not messing about. 500. I think in a lot of these rounds, they're going to have to play near perfect CS, and I think don't overlook anything. Don't force any mistakes. And this could be the mistake where Oxygen looks to find these eco frags, and if he gets caught off guard, well, 2 simple finds, should get the 3rd as well. On for the ace. Great find from Mopos there. We can get another with this MP9. It could work out quite nicely. We know how easily the MP9 can be utilized on a map like Nuke, so Mopos understandably just going to look to save this.
Yeah, nice couple of kills from Oxygen towards the end of the round. But this is 500 once again up against the weapons. No AWP for Stadodo, so it's not a perfect buy. Obviously, you do have Mopos with that saved MP9 as well. But the loss bonus is starting to build up from the CTs. It won't take long for us to be able to see that perfect buy from them, but they might be able to do it in this one still. Again, felt like a real team performance for them. Everyone pretty much neck and neck in terms of individual firepower and kills. Similar round that we've seen from 500 in the past. Will not be able to find Alex in main just yet. Deal damage to him. Spellon does want to press the issue and find the kill, but Alex is just going to be getting
great awareness from
the
Dodo.
opening kill instead.
Oh,
And Mopos
no.
pushing. Timing is great as he finds Rainwaker. 2-man advantage for the CTs here on Nuke. He's used a lone defender and he's made a lot of noise. Does get a dink off before going down. And Oxygen and Red Star with 1 bullet from death. Cirque, so much of this round is going to rely on him. His trade and what he can find. Well, that's an easy one.
Salzo, though. Oh, Salzo could have found both the players on the A-bomb site. Well, we'll find 2, in fact.
Yeah, don't count Salso out, that's for sure. And a final player in Red Star at the back of the bomb site. Information's gained now. And Salso takes the fight, completes the triple, and gives Iberian Soul map and series point 1 round away from the quarterfinals. Been such a good display from them today. I'm sure NIP are going to be watching this game and knowing that Iberian Soul are very likely going to be their opponents and thinking, yeah, I mean, look, this is not a particularly easy game here coming up on our hands. If Iberian Soul can bring any sort of level of this game into that quarterfinal, I think NIP are going to have quite a close affair on their hands.
Yeah, look, and obviously for Alex, NIP being his previous team, sure there isn't any bad blood there, though.
Ramp room.
Great
She
find.
does find Sal, so very quick to readjust. Opus Dodo is maneuvering here, but the Molotov's going to force him back and give up this control to the T's.
XM in play on Davy G. I feel like we haven't seen an XM for a while. When I say a while, I mean about 4 days, but
Like to
I
see
love
it
it,
more
yeah.
often, yeah.
yeah, a little gimmick weapon here and there. It's the Dodo. Slowly creeping, slowly going to have a look.
Oxy's been waiting for this peak for a little while. But a peak is not going to come just yet. As a re-smoke into Squeaky Door from Stadodo's AWP, and it's forcing the rest of these T's here towards ramp. It's a position that Iberian Soul know is open. They've got 2 players close towards the lower bomb site. Mopos hearing a lot of steps and has to quickly get his gun out.
Problem is, Rainwaker's in the back lines. His teammates will be questioning how they've let him slip down there. Iberian Soul just going to look to save. No need to go for this one. No real chance.
Yeah, easy save call from them. As 500 will find 7, of course. If we see the next round go the way of Iberian Soul, we'll have the exact same scoreline that we had on Mirage. And it feels pretty similar in terms of Iberian Soul having a lot of early success. And it does get flipped over. With 500 finding a couple of rounds at the end. But at the end of the day, they don't matter. They don't change the outcome. But there is still a chance if 500 can find 5 rounds in a row here.
Yeah, look, 5 rounds in a row. Seems quite out of touch, quite out of distance, just on the basis that they were only able to achieve 3 in a row before Iberian Soul netted 1.
I mean, that's always the worrying things for teams like this is you kind of only have yourself to blame that you're in this position, but you do need to play flawless Counter-Strike. One mistake, it costs you, it punishes you. And with already a lot of the sort of star power, I'd say you can call it, on Iberian Soul throughout this game, then being able to turn deficits in their favor in an instant, it feels like the fact that we've already seen plenty of it on Nuke, it does feel a little bit inevitable, but still there is always the chance, and 500 are always a team that will battle till the bitter end.
Yeah, it's that last dying breath. Investment scene here from Iberian Soul, though. It seems like 500 want to change up the pace. It's going to be an A play. High risk, high reward type stuff. They're going to make their way out now. The Molotov. Red Star pushing through it. Not spotted anyone yet. Nade coming through here. Rainwaker can find Mopos. Savvy found though as well. Felt pretty trapped and isolated there towards second bed. Great call, great utility, and round victory scene safe once again.
Yeah, with money actually growing a little bit more for 500. Obviously, they're at a point where they've got to win every round anyway. There's a good chance they actually want to hunt this. Not going to impact their buy in the next round. So if they wanted to, they could go for it. But obviously, you've got to have a good economy to make a comeback like this happen. So also a world where they're just sort of understanding that the save's going to come through. I'll start just slightly though, but all three players towards CT spawn, they are going to get out unscathed.
Four rounds now needed. Will be an investment here for Iberian Soul. Actually, they could just look to half, but I think it's probably the smarter call. Alex can drop though. There can be a FAMAS in play. What are your thoughts on this type of buy? Obviously, Alex could just look to full eco and drop Stododo and open the next. Everyone else could eco and they can get a guaranteed buy in the next round. Do you think you invest in this or?
I mean, look, it's honestly a perfect buy with Davy G on the next sem. And the next sem where Davy G plays on Nuke is honestly just as viable as an M4. I think considering that that's the case, Mobile's got a rifle as well. Yeah, I see no issues with this buy. You've got Stododo on the AWP. You've got plenty of utility. I think Alex is missing a couple of pieces and that's it. Other than that, look, you've got everything you need to win a round like this. It's time for Iberian Soul to start to show it. Otherwise, we are going to have this scoreline once again get a lot closer, but nothing like a fast day in this one from 500, as it's a bit more of their standard default again.
All it takes is one round, one mistake, one slip up, one slight oversight from 500. And that is their time in the Proving Grounds over. Spell out. Gonna be this late lurk here towards outside. Drops the smoke towards main. Molly at credit. He's got flashbangs waiting. All players are going to be joining him towards outside. Yes, it's all going to be so tough. Salzo finds oxygen.
The time is ticking, Fred. There's 30 seconds to choose where they've got to go. It's got to be this A play. It feels like Amopos position's perfect.
He backs away as well. He's somehow able to creep to main. Looks as though it is going to be Spellan late through main. Alex creeps on out. Red Star surely to go down. Spellan found it. Circuit 1v5 and he goes down. There it is. Iberian Soul. They claim victory flawlessly. 5 survivors. Look, we said it was a question of when, not if, the victory here for Iberian Soul after they got to kind of 11, 10. And what a performance. And look, we said in the first game, it was kind of Salzo, it was Alex, it was Mopos, all having huge moments. A real team performance here, obviously, from the likes of Iberian Soul. Salzo getting the map MVP. Honestly, I think he did actually have some huge moments. He got, some big triple kills. I believe it was, I want to say it was Mopos who won that 1 versus 4. I'm 100% sure whether that's right.
Look, we had plenty of sort of 2vx's. We had that 2 versus 4 as well. That we saw one from Davy G and someone else. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. Look, I do think it's honestly a bit of a shame that we have to pick an MVP because I think it could have gone to honestly anyone on the side of Iberian. So everyone had their moment. Salso was certainly leading the lines though in terms of kills. So yeah, why not make it him? And that is going to be Iberian Soul not only knocking 500 out here in the playoff, but advancing to quarterfinals themselves, where NIP are waiting for them. Once again, though, Fred, it does feel like 500 kind of inflated the scoreline to make it look like a bit more of a competitive game than it really was. Iberian Soul, I mean, look, if they actually closed that game out reasonably soon after they hit map point on both maps. We could have looked at this scoreline of both maps and said it's been an absolute humiliation. As 500 just could not get anything going. We saw, I think, 3 rounds at the end of Mirage from 500, so it could have been a 13-4. We had sort of 6 out of the last 7 rounds going the way of 500 as well. We could have ended up realistically actually seeing something like a 13-3, 13-4 on Nuke. Regardless of what the scoreline was, it was a comfortable victory for the Spaniard core. And I think moving on to NIP now, look, NIP are a great team. I'm loving what I'm seeing from NIP. They won 2-1 versus Astrum. I think this quarterfinal, though, is shaping up to be a very close one. And I don't think they're already guaranteed winners, despite you looking at NIP and saying, oh, yeah, they're significantly higher in the world rankings. I think, look, this one's going to be a close series. I think all of our quarterfinals are going to be close ones. I think it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, look, I think we've got a little bit of time now, Charlie. Why don't we give our predictions? Obviously, we're not going to be doing any of these quarterfinal games. They're going to be covered by Wild Deity and M&J for the next 2 days. And obviously, to kind of remind you for scheduling, there's going to be 2 days of quarterfinal games, just two games a day. Obviously, starting at midday CEST and 3 p.m. for the second game. So I guess we're kind of spanning over a few days here, which is quite nice to see. Obviously, for scheduling for some of these teams, it will be really helpful as well, which can be quite nice. But we can talk about kind of our initial thoughts. So let's why don't we kick it off with Iberian Soul versus NIP? Where do you think that one's going?
So I actually hate that you've asked me these questions because I think there's only one team I'm reasonably confident can win.
Is it big?
It is big. Look, I like BC Game. I really like this roster, but they've had a lot of issues, Fred. They've had plenty of them, haven't they? Look, they've got a 23.1% win rate in the last 3 months. Going to be elevated, obviously, due to that win against Partizan, but that being said, I think Partizan are going to be kicking themselves that they lost that game because they were having quite a hefty lead, but BC Game ended up bringing things back on Anubis, I believe was the final map there, or Dust 2, one of the two.
Yeah.
So I'm reasonably convinced for big, not like a sort of 90 to 10% split, because look, playoffs, anything can happen, and we know big have their own consistency issues at times as well, but I'm reasonably comfortable saying I think big are going to take that. And the other games, I think it's going to be a real challenge, especially after what we saw from Iberian Soul today. You know, I'm a big NIP fanboy.
Yes,
I'm loving this current roster that they've got. Every time I've watched them, they've massively impressed me. And I was always a bit sort of hesitant to sort of praise NIP all too much because, you know, they've had a lot of different rosters in the past, none of which really felt like they were working out. This is the one that I feel like I can actually back. This is the one that I feel like, this team impressed me, and they have. And with the other games, I feel like they're so close, it's so difficult to say. I'm a big fan of TNL as well. I'll probably give them the slight lean. But I think with Fnatic OG, I mean, that one, I genuinely don't think I've got any sort of leaning towards that. I think that one's so 50-50 for me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one. Look, I'll just make it easy. I'm going to say Nip, Fnatic, Big, and BetClick. I think those 4 teams will progress. I think Fnatic, I know that on paper, they're a little lower down the rankings. I don't know. OG, I just don't think they'll win.
I think off the back of the major, though, I feel like they're going to have a point to prove after going 0-3 there in that second stage, maybe. But look, it's all up in the air. We know playoffs cause so many upsets. Haven't seen too many upsets here in the playoffs. Though, it feels like, look, there's always been a lot of close games, but it's difficult to say any of them have been upsets, you know? No. But I think this quarterfinal, this is where the tension really starts to mount and where that pressure gets sort of brought to an all-time high because there's only a couple of series remaining for these teams to make it to that grand final.
Yeah, look, I'm sure you guys have had enough time with us chewing your ears off, and look, there's plenty more CS to be seen all across the board. But we will be kicking things off at midday CEST, so 12 CST tomorrow morning, or midday, sorry, obviously for that first and second series of these quarterfinals. But before then, we will